all our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, innovators, entrepreneurs, faculty members, and dear students. It's indeed a matter of great pride and pleasure to welcome you all to the Innovation Startup Meet 2026, organized by 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, that is ERA Center for Startup Training, Research and Acceleration, an initiative of ERA University. Today's event is centered around the theme Digital Solutions for Today's Healthcare Challenges, reflecting the urgent need to bridge innovation with real-world healthcare demands. This meet is not just an event, it's a convergence of visionaries. It brings together startups, researchers, clinicians, investors, and industry leaders under one roof to exchange ideas, showcase innovations, build meaningful collaborations, and pave the way for future-ready healthcare systems. We are especially delighted to host young minds and aspiring entrepreneurs whose creativity and passion are the driving forces behind any innovation. I encourage all participants to actively engage, share your perspectives, and make the most of this enriching platform. Before we proceed further, I would like to extend a sincere gratitude to our industry partners, especially the team from Siemens Healthineers, Shift Innovation Center, Bangalore, and ERA University for organizing this beautiful event. Before we formally commence the program, I would like you all to have a glimpse of our university showcasing its establishments in healthcare and research. May we request the technical team to kindly play the video?
The most promising institutes of the day, offering value-based education spanning over a wide spectrum of subjects, ranging from medical studies and health sciences to management and liberal arts. The university has created an outstanding mark for itself as a center of excellence, primarily in the delivery of medical and paramedical education with a splendid range of constituent colleges in this sector. Popularly known as ERA's Lucknow Medical College, ERA's College of Nursing, and ERA's Institute of Allied Health Sciences and Research. Hospital. ERA houses a 900-plus bedded hospital situated within the campus. At our facility, both major and minor surgeries are performed regularly. The hospital provides services round the clock with facilities like ICU, PICU, NICU, cath lab for cardiac patients. Department of Radiodiagnosis has installed Somatum Force 384 slice CT scan machine, along with Singovia software. This CT machine is the world's fastest and technically most advanced system that can scan the entire heart in approximately 150 milliseconds, faster than a heartbeat. The department also has state-of-the-art 3 Tesla MRI machine, the fastest MRI technology available with high-resolution oncology. At ERA, we lead with innovation, research, and education in radiation oncology. We have Uttar Pradesh's first SGRT installation and expertise in treating tumors across various parts of the body with accuracy and minimal side effects. College. ERA received recognition for its MBBS course in 2001 by the Medical Council of India and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. At present, ERA offers MD and MS courses in 19 subjects across preclinical, paraclinical, and clinical departments. Since 2013, ERA has consistently been ranked among India's top medical colleges across both lists. In the year 2025 also, ERA has achieved top-most rankings in various standard surveys across India. ERA has also been included in the RRTC, Regional Resource Training Centers program by Government of India Health Action Trust since January 2022. Innovations. ERA is one of the few colleges to introduce new teaching methodologies in the form of integrated teaching, interactive student-centered learning sessions, skill-based learning, and improved methods of assessment of students, that is OSCE and OSPE. The college boasts of a 3D animation department. Another exciting feature at ERA are the video games based on medical problems, procedure, and management of medical conditions. The unification of medical knowledge is achieved through both horizontal and vertical integration. As a result of these efforts, ERA was awarded the highest independent honor in India, Scotch Award, on 29th November 2019. Government of Uttar Pradesh and Department of Medical Education has awarded ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital in 4 different categories. Research. Lancet reported that just 4.3% medical institutions in India we're publishing more than 100 research articles a year. ERA has the honor of being amongst these top institutes that are most actively contributing in the field of medical research. Since 2018, ERA is publishing more than 200 research yearly. In the year 2025, ERA achieved a significant milestone by publishing 475 research articles, including 26 articles which are under review, representing the highest research output in India. ERA aims in achieving excellence in all its undertakings, be it healthcare, education, or research. With this purpose in mind, it believes in promoting a culture of progress with innovation and expansion. ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, located in the serene suburbs of a highly cultured Indian city, Lucknow. ERA University flourishes as one of the...
Okay, so I hope you all have got a glimpse of the innovations and the facilities we have at our university. And I also hope that this video has set the tone for today's event and given you a glimpse into the vision and possibilities that 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 could also bring forward. Now, to formally begin the event, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Abbas Ali Mehendi, sir, to deliver his welcome address. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause.
A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all at this event. And this Innovation and Startup Meet is basically what ERA has been emphasizing since its inception almost 25 years back, that we have been trying to excel in teaching, training, research, innovation. And I think our basic emphasis has been not only to have the startups and new innovations or the use of artificial intelligence or AI in the medical education technology, but also to have the basic research, because that is what the foundation is. And if roots are not strong, then tree will not be strong. If foundation is not strong, then the building will not be strong. So, and although people don't see the roots, or people may see a beautiful tree, flowers and everything, but they don't admire where the roots go. And how strong the roots are, that's what is the tree will withstand whatever the pressures, whatever the storms they come in between. Similar is with any building. So our infrastructure, our everything has been emphasizing since day one to have a solid foundation on basic research and to have it translated, for example, from the lab to bedside and from bedside to benchside. Similarly, to create new innovations, and of course, COVID gave us an opportunity to do a lot many things, to think out of box, and that's how we are trying to excel in making use of the technology for proper teaching, training, and basically of augmenting the knowledge of the students so that they are given exposure. The young minds, actually, they can be molded easily. And I think that we have to change ourselves, our thought process, and that's why the Government of India in the new Education Policy 2020, they have started emphasizing on our Honorable Prime Minister and also the state government under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister. They are emphasizing on having new startups, changes, innovations, and there the role of the young people is very important, because they have got the ideas which can be transformed with the guidance, help and support of the organizations like universities, because in our country, initially we didn't thought of having any innovation centers or innovation hubs or incubation centers in the academic institutions. That was not thought of. Now we have started thinking on those lines, and things are going to change in times to come. Like, for example, a very innovative policy which the Government of India has initiated is Professor of Practice, that people from industry who have no exposure to the teaching and training, they are call upon to act as mentors in academic institutions so as to mold the students, to mold the young minds, to change them, to think out of box, and that's what is very important. The transfer of technology is very important. Innovations are very important. Use of artificial intelligence, as the time goes, is going to transform whole thought process of the youngsters. So I appeal to the young minds to utilize their time, energy, and whatever is there to think out of box and try to innovate and try to move forward and try to do something innovative. That's very important. And whatever the ideas are, try to discuss them with your mentors and try to bring them out in a product form. That is very important and vital for ultimately progress of the nation and for the progress of the country. So I compliment Mr. Zaw and his team for organizing this beautiful event, and I hope that the experts who are here, they will give new ideas, new thought process to the young minds to think out of box and try to innovate and excel in new innovations and new technologies. My compliments and best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and for taking out your valuable time and gracing this event with your presence. Moving ahead, we have with us today Mr. Zaw Khan, the driving force and the backbone behind this event. Mr. Khan is the co-founder and CEO of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and Criterion Tech, alongside serving as the additional director R&D, ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital. I would now like to request sir to kindly address the gathering on innovations at ERA University. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Is there anyone who can connect this technical team? इसको कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे? Okay, good. I'll give you the adapter. Very good morning to all the guests and dignitaries. It's an honor and privilege to have you all here. I particularly extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers that we have, and I'm sure that all of us can't wait to get insights from all the experts that we have lined up for the event. So I won't take too much time, but I just wanted to quickly talk about the innovations at ERA and specifically how we're designing superpowered care at ERA. So, just a second. Yeah. So, as our Vice Chancellor mentioned, ERA has always been into innovation with a mission. We have realized early on in the medical education journey that as a medical institute, it's our responsibility to continuously look at the gaps, what scopes of improvement are there, and to fill those gaps with meaningful innovation that doesn't disrupt the sensitive ecosystem of healthcare. So that's what we've done. Now I'll just quickly start with the presentation. So of course you already know our area of expertise has always been medical education, particularly curriculum innovation, digital health, and we've also been into simulation and immersive training as well. In terms of our forte as a group, ERA Group has two universities. One of them is ERA University in India. The other one is the American University of Barbados, which is located in, of course, Barbados. And we also have our own technology company called Criterion Tech. And we have our own game development studio by the name Trueform Games. Our medical college has been ranked amongst the top medical colleges consistently for many years now. And in fact, it's the youngest medical college to be featured on those lists, even though the average age of those top medical colleges is generally 70 plus. But we have been ranked in those lists since we were around 13 years of age. And the reason for that accelerated growth is because we've been focused on solving problems, on research, on innovation. And the reason why we've been so adamant about promoting innovation and research at our institute is because we've been trying to solve a healthcare challenge which can be looked at from 3 different lenses. If you look at it from the perspective of healthcare work, or if you look at it from the perspective of healthcare organizations, so you'll see that there's a shortage of healthcare workers. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of patients, you will see that there are medical errors that happen not just in India but around the world. I'll show you some figures about the prevalence of medical errors, which are quite shocking. And from the perspective of healthcare workers themselves, there's the issue of healthcare worker burnout. So these are the 3 interlinked problems that we're trying to solve. So it's really a composite singular problem, we feel, of a system where the demand is always outgrowing the supply. So coming to medical errors very quickly, it's the 3rd biggest cause of death in the US after heart disease and cancer. And you can only imagine what it would be like in places where there's even more disease burden. And WHO estimates that every 10th hospitalization leads to an adverse event, a preventable adverse event, or a medical error. And in India, it's estimated that up to 3 million years of healthy life are affected every year due to preventable medical errors. And one of the reasons for that is definitely the shortage of healthcare workers, which keeps growing because population keeps growing at an exponential rate or at a significant rate in countries like India. Otherwise, you have some Western countries, some European countries where the population might not be growing at that same rate, but they have a Japanification of population, which means older population is increasing. So in any case, the disease burden is increasing in Japanified countries as well as fast-growing populations like India. And another thing that adds to this problem is the earlier onset of diseases. So now we're seeing that chronic diseases are having much earlier onset than what they were a few decades ago. So that's why we've been focused on a number of things. One, I think this slide is misplaced a little, but we're amongst the top 4% of medical institutes in India when it comes to research, as per one of the studies that was published, I think, in Lancet, which estimated what is the research output from medical institutes in India. And yes, lastly, the 3rd angle is healthcare worker burnout. So in US, there have been surveys which say that, at any given time, up to 50% of surveyed nurses intend to leave their position within the next 6 months. And after COVID, particularly, there has been a tremendous increase in self-reported burnout. And more than half of critical care physicians have reported similar health or mental health status as well. In India, healthcare workers also are facing high exhaustion. Up to 71% of them have reported high exhaustion, whereas 70 to 80% have experienced high levels of burnout while working in ICUs. But the good news is that the healthcare landscape is now evolving. We see a number of good things that can be harnessed to overcome these challenges. So one of them is definitely better access to technology. There's been a boom in digital literacy, even in very remote locations across the country. So, it would have been hard to imagine that digital payments would be accepted by vegetable vendors or rickshaw pullers. So that's the kind of dramatic shift we've seen in the past few years, which can also be applied to healthcare down the line. It's already being done at scale by the government as well, because of course, since patients are getting more acclimatized to technology, their expectations are also changing, and the government has been proactive to a great extent. So they have had good success with platforms like 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, where they have done tens of millions of e-consultations or teleconsultations, which is the largest seen anywhere around the world. And the government has also been promoting Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So all of these things put together paint a very promising picture for what's to come. And I would like to ask you to imagine what that picture might look like. So what does the healthcare of the future, or the superpowered care that I've been talking about, looks like? So imagine a healthcare system where, of course, there's enhanced patient safety, but there's also effortless documentation. There's quick review of patient information. You don't need to turn several pages of physical files to be able to get to the relevant information. And because you're getting all of that information in a timely manner, everything is recorded, you're getting proactive interventions. You're able to do proactive interventions. And ultimately all of this leads to decreased workload and burnout. So that sounds like a very beautiful dream, right? And of course, it seems very utopian. It seems like, it might be, there would be some roadblocks. If we were to go to this promised land, we would encounter some roadblocks as well. So we would need some enablers or some way of getting to this superpowered care. And that's where we talk about how do we attain superpowered care. So first of all, of course, our faculty members, our campuses, they themselves need to have wider adoption of digital health solutions so that we can start demonstrating to our students what the contemporary or the future of healthcare looks like. And once we've done that, we'd also need to train them formally in courses and electives on digital health, because right now they're susceptible. Our students, particularly healthcare workers of the future, they are susceptible to over-relying on AI, or they might not be able to differentiate between different kinds of tools available, which ones are more robust, which ones are prone to hallucinations. So it's important for us to educate them in a structured manner. And also perhaps because you need to make sure that they don't become victims of this double-edged sword. Because on one side, if they don't use these tools, they would lag behind their peers. So you need to encourage them so that their productivity stays at par or exceeds their peers. So you need to definitely encourage the use of the tools at hand. But at the same time, if they were over-relying on these tools, their own cognitive abilities would go down. So these are the two scenarios: either they lag behind or they over-rely on it, and ultimately their own thinking power gets affected. So that's why we need these structured courses. And thirdly, once you have introduced them to contemporary digital solutions and you have also trained them in digital health, you also need to build an innovation ecosystem, either in-house or extended, to be able to give them a sandbox or to help them co-create this future. So how far are we from superpowered care? That's the question. These are the three components I told you about, these enablers of superpowered care, where wider adoption of digital health solutions is required. There's also the need for structured courses, and an innovation ecosystem should also be there across our campuses. So, any idea how far are we from this era of superpowered care? So,
Already upon us.
yes, that's the correct answer, because the answer was in my question itself. So we are already in the era of superpowered care, both in terms of time, but also in terms of place, because ERA itself has been doing all three of these. So we have adopted digital health solutions to a great extent. We have recently approved a digital health elective for our students. And of course, as I'll show you, we have an innovation ecosystem which is largely self-contained, but also we have a number of collaborators with which we do research and development. So first of all, as far as the wider adoption of digital health solutions is concerned, I'll tell you why we need that. We need that to, as I said, superpower the care that our healthcare workers are giving. So what kind of superpowers can we provide to our healthcare workers? I like to classify them into actual superpower-like names. So one of them is, I call teleperception. The other one is data vision. And another example of that would be, and this is not a very creative name, Spidey sense. So that comes from the Spider-Man movies, of course. So teleperception means being able to access a wider variety of clinical data anytime and in real time, anywhere and in real time. And data vision means turning the continuous health data into predictive insights, or being able to see where exactly the patient trajectory is going, or predict it and prevent it. And of course, Spidey sense means early warning systems that alert the clinicians before anything precipitates. So I'll show you how we've done that through a few examples, like some of the digital health solutions that we've developed and adopted at our campus include the EICU dashboard, the clinical decision support system, our own comprehensive HIS, which also has NABH indicators built into it, which are all auto-calculated, and also our telemedicine OPD. But I'll be focusing on the first two, the EICU dashboard and clinical decision support system, for lack of time. So this is the remote monitoring dashboard, where I'll just quickly show you a brief glimpse of that. So we get all the real-time vitals from the patient monitors, ventilators, ABG machines, infusion pumps, and all of that gets displayed in real time in a centralized dashboard, so that every fluctuation in the patient's condition is captured on a minute-by-minute basis. Otherwise, in the traditional ICU charting system, there is a lot of gaps, and I'll briefly tell you about that as well. So we're getting all the real-time vitals, the latest diagnostic test reports, all at our fingertips. And of course, all of the values, because there's so many values, so we've color-coded them into a heat map of derangement. So the more deranged a value is, the more red-shifted it's going to be. And because this is a dynamic dashboard, so continuously it analyzes the patients and it sorts the most critical patients to the top of the list, so that the people monitoring the dashboard need to focus only on the top 5 or so patients, and they'll be able to take care of all the emergent medical conditions. Now, the difference between traditional monitoring and smart monitoring through this kind of a dashboard is so stark that it can be compared to a Polaroid, looking at a still image, a picture, a snapshot, comparing that to a live stream, where you can actually continuously see, zoom in, or even rewind to diagnose or to understand the exact point of precipitation or reason of precipitation for any condition, for any complication. So the traditional system Over there, data is captured at intervals, which leaves large blind spots, because usually it's done on an hourly basis. So that means that you're missing out on 3,599 data points. If you're getting data on a patient monitor on a second-by-second basis, then 60 seconds into 60 minutes, which means 3,600 data points are being recorded by the machine. But the nurse is only noting down one data point out of that. So you can imagine how much of the blind spots are there in the traditional system. And because of that, there's delayed recognition. After enough snapshots are captured, anyone who's done any kind of science lab, even in high school, they would know that in order to plot the best fit line or the trend line, we would need at least 3 points. So that means 3 hours is required to understand a trend, whereas you can do that in a matter of minutes using smart monitoring. And of course, there's high cognitive burden, which of course increases burnout and risk of error. Compare that to the live stream model or the smart monitoring model, where you're seeing real-time data stream with virtually no blind spots. AI detects micro trends early on, and automated documentation and alerts reduces the workload, burnout, and chances of missing the deterioration signs. And we realized, first of all, we paired all the third-party monitors and ventilators and all the ICU equipment to our dashboard. Then we realized that this is still an incomplete picture of the patient. So then we set out to make our own hardware devices in the form of video laryngoscopes and electronic stethoscopes, which gave us a richer picture of the patient and helped our ICU specialists to intervene or be able to review patient data remotely in much more depth. Because it's not possible for every hospital to have specialists, all types of specialists at the bedside all the time. So instead, you give them a tab, you give them access to this data, and they're able to monitor and guide the junior doctors in case there's any out-of-the-box emergency. So out-of-the-box emergency seems like a bit of like routine emergencies are there which have standard protocols, but out-of-the-box emergencies is where you need that senior specialist to intervene. And all of this got published across journals, as well as got covered by the media as well. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the decision support system that we've made. We call it NoMed, and it's been a collaborative effort amongst hundreds of professionals, most of them doctors, several pharmacists, programmers, nutritionists, and research scholars as well. And it's been more than a decade in the making, almost 15 years now actually. And this was actually one of the first digital solutions that we started working on. So we started making a data bank of thousands of medicines, foods and herbs, active constituents, rare diseases and metabolic disorders in a very relational kind of a manner, so that we're able to see how one thing affects the others. So how does eating a specific type of protein affect you in, say, AKI? Or how does a specific medicine interacts with certain food products? Or which fruit juices, for example, inhibit many medicines like statin group of medicines and others as well. I welcome Dr. Mahip Singh. Thank you, sir, for coming and taking out time. Can we have a round of applause to welcome Dr. Mahip? Thank you. So this was the second digital health solution that I want to talk about, where we have real-time smart alerts because we have this rich data bank. So we're able to provide real-time alerts in terms of drug interactions, drug contraindications, vasopressor optimization, fluid imbalance alerts, and oxygen support optimization alerts. And through this, we were able to also demonstrate that critical care capacity can be scaled up using this dashboard, eICU dashboard, 4 to 5 times without increasing the number of specialist doctors or nurses. So you would still need hands. You might need generalist doctors or general nurses rather than specialized ones. You would still need few specialized ones, But with fewer specialized hands, you can do much more if you have a data-driven patient prioritization. So we were able to scale up. Of course, this was in COVID-19 time, so those were dire circumstances, and during that time we were able to scale up our ICU capacity 4 to 5 times, and it got published as a case study as well. And despite such rapid scaling up of beds, we still maintained the highest recovery rate for an L3 COVID hospital across UP. And so that was the first part, the wider adoption of digital health solutions. Next comes the formal courses and electives. I'll just give you a snapshot, a single slide snapshot of the elective course that our academic council has passed. So this is called the Essentials of Digital Health, which will be offered it's an online course. It will be offered in collaboration with the Academy of Digital Health Sciences, and we have experts from top organizations from around the world who would be delivering these lectures. Now moving on to the last section, the innovation ecosystem that we've built at ERA. So there are several things that we've incorporated into this. Hospital furniture manufacturing unit, we have our own animation department, our own educational video game development studio, software development team, of course, biomedical innovation workshop is there as well, and with Siemens Healthineers we established the innovation think tank lab, and now we have the incubation center as well. So this innovation ecosystem has helped us make a lot of these innovative teaching and learning methods. I'll quickly just show you some glimpses of these. So we've been making 3D medical animations where we've animated the entire human body, all types of cells, all organ systems, all tissue types have been animated, all models are ready, and now our faculty members, they just sit with the animators and guide them a little, and they're able to get customized animated video lectures in a matter of days, which would have otherwise taken months. And we also have educational video games, because we realize that animation is still a one-way communication. So in order to make this medium more interactive, we transform the animation into educational video games where the students, they get to play as doctors performing emergency procedures on virtual patients, but they also get to play as drug molecules inside the patient's body. Like this is an example of that. So they're able to enact out all of these things rather than just mug them up. And we've had several experts visit us over the years, and they have had a lot of they've given us a lot of encouragement when it comes to these initiatives. One of them was a Nobel Prize winner for medicine as well. He visited us around 2012 or 13, right when we had just started working on these games. And the author of Davidson Principles and Practice of Medicine has also been very appreciative, and several other experts as well. We also won a prize at IIT Delhi for this educational innovation, so that's our team with the prize for that. And we also make our own mannequins, which are paired with the educational video games, because the video game is played through a keyboard and a mouse, and through that you can revise the skill, you can revise what you learned, but you can't practice it. So for practicing, for hands-on, you need these kind of mannequins. So these are all paired with the game, so the students can perform the skills on the mannequin, and they get scored inside the game for that, or they get real-time feedback from the game about how they're performing the skill on the mannequin. So these are some examples of it: intramuscular injection mannequin in video game, bronchoscopy mannequin in video game, CPR mannequin and video game, and pleural fluid aspiration mannequin and video game. Lastly, our own biomedical innovation workshop. Over there we've been producing, as I already mentioned, several IoT products. One of them is a digital stethoscope which is capable of enabling real-time teleauscultation across remote specialists, and there's a dedicated app with that which guides the patients or the caretakers about how to auscultate, so that they can take this as a home care device and consult the specialist from their homes as well. The video laryngoscope is of course for hospital use, but again it is an IoT device which transmits the laryngoscopy video from inside the patient's throat while intubation procedure is going on. So intubation procedure, for the students who might not know, is when you put the patient on ventilator support. So you're inserting the oxygen supply into the patient's throat, and one of the most common medical errors that happens in that emergency like situation is that junior doctors sometimes they can insert it in the food pipe rather than the windpipe. So esophageal intubation is what it's called, and that wastes a lot of time. It might also injure the patient a little, but more importantly, it wastes time on a patient who is not capable of breathing on their own. So that was brought down to zero since we started using video laryngoscope, because our specialists were able to monitor remotely and guide the junior doctors in real time how to insert. Pocket ECG is another IoT. It's a very self-explanatory IoT device, and we've also made our own IoT patient monitor as well. The 3 devices that I showed you before that, those are medical devices. This is currently under the process for registering as a medical device, and we had to make this so that the data that we get onto our dashboard is more real time. Right now it's near real time because of the protocols that are followed by these third-party manufacturers, that they process the data and then they don't give us the raw data as well. If we get the raw data, that would be much more insightful for us, but they usually process it, and that can delay the gap between measurement and display of data up to 2 to 3 minutes. So we've cut that down to a few seconds using our own IoT patient monitor. And lastly, we have been collaborating, as I said, with other organizations outside of ERA as well. One of them is, of course, Siemens Healthineers. We have several colleagues from Siemens Healthineers today over here as well. And this journey started with Professor Sultan Haider, where we started with the capacity building workshops for our students, for our faculty members, through the Innovation Think Tank initiative of Siemens Healthineers, and we published this white paper as a result of that. I'd just like to, this is the last slide, so I'd just like to quickly recap our journey with Siemens Healthineers as Innovation Think Tank, or now Shift, from the Siemens Healthineers team. So initially we had the innovation capacity building programs which were run several times at our campus. Many students, I think our colleagues from Siemens Healthineers might be able to share the kind of key impact that we've had in terms of number of pain points identified, number of there were several pain points identified, several innovative ideas that came out of these workshops, and as a result of that we set up the Innovation Think Tank Lab at ERA University. And after that we discussed that the next natural step is definitely an incubation center, which is what we are assembled here for. And last year we also did a pre-incubation program with our students and students from other institutes, where we got a number of bright ideas, and particularly 2 of those ideas have been selected for the incubation program as well. So yeah, that's some of the innovations and our innovation journey in a nutshell. Thank you for all your patient listening. I'm looking forward to learning from all the experts, and sorry for any extra time that I've taken. Thank you. And perhaps on the topic of extra, I'd also like to shed light on the philosophy behind the name ECSTRA. So the point of ECSTRA is that any startup succeeds or is appreciated only when there is meaningful innovation that comes out of it, or as we like to call it in the industry, value addition. So when there's value addition, that's when the startup truly shines. So to keep value addition at the center of all our startups, all our incubatees, that's why we chose the word extra, that there's something extra that you need to give to the society, and not just be passive participants but active contributors to society, find those issues and democratize solutions for better healthcare, better society. So that's the philosophy behind ECSTRA. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Sure. I could do that. Or we can. Yes, do that. I think that would be better, right? है ना? That would be better. अरे तो मैं ही कर दूँ. अच्छा ठीक है. Okay. Just this one? Which one? Just his. Okay. Which one should I? Okay. So I've also been asked to do the digital unveiling of our incubation center, the ERA Center for Startup Training, Research and Acceleration. I present to you 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. I hope this works. Let's see. Is that working? Okay. Great. I can't wait to look to see all the beautiful impact that students, faculty members, researchers create through 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll just close that.
Thank you so much, sir, for your engaging address and for highlighting and showcasing the importance of innovations and the innovation-driven healthcare advancements that are initiated at ERA University. Now we move to a very important segment of today's program, and for that I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Ibn Ali, who is a part of the extended operations team of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, to introduce 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, share the opportunity it offered, and proceed with the acceptance letter handover ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Salia, for this opportunity, and good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Ali, and I am leading business development and strategic consulting for Siemens Healthineers Shift Innovation Center, and I'm also part of the extended operations team of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, and we've been working closely with the ERA University management and also the broader team here over the last few years on this wonderful initiative, and you've heard a lot of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, and I would like to give some background to how Mrs. Zhao has already set up a lot of context around it, but just to also bring to us the reasons behind establishing this is exactly what you just experienced with Mrs. Zhao's presentation. You see across the university, the hospital ecosystem, you will see ideas that are coming out every day, ideas from students, faculty, clinicians, even engineers, who are deeply embedded in real healthcare challenges. And you have seen a lot of these examples. Organizations like Criterion Tech and Trueform Games that are working alongside ERA University and the hospital to explore new ways of solving these healthcare challenges and education problems. And this vibrant energy and the environment of ideas is exactly what inspired Mrs. Zhao, and he envisioned to establish 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 with this the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 Center for Startup Training, Research and Acceleration. So 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 has been set up with a very clear and a deep, meaningful purpose, and it is to improve healthcare education and healthcare institutions, not just in India but globally, by enabling better quality of care and better patient outcomes, right? And there is a strong belief within the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄's management team that innovation should not just stay in the labs or classrooms, right? It must move to the clinical workflows, into the education systems, and into the hands of people who are delivering care, right? And this belief is actually what paved the strategy for 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄's vision, for achieving the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄's vision, and this is to improve healthcare outcomes by equipping patients, healthcare workers, and students with solutions that augment their capabilities, reduce healthcare workforce burnouts, and eliminate medical errors. That's how it's believed to achieve this vision. So what exactly does 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 offer to all the innovators? Firstly, of course, there's access to the different innovation tools and methodologies so that ideas are developed in a systematic manner, not just only through trial and error. Second, deep clinical immersion. Because of the possibility of having the medical college here, innovators don't work in isolation, but rather they work alongside doctors, nurses, and healthcare teams, directly observing these real problems, real clinical problems. And finally, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 also supports through proof of concept development, helping teams move from ideas to tangible solutions. And most importantly, it brings the mentorship from experienced clinical experts through workshops, trainings, and one-to-one guidance as well. Right, so what truly differentiates 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 with the other incubation centers? So on the clinical side, if you see the innovators get access to real hospital infrastructure, including the operation theaters, the different medical labs, radiology labs, and so on, that are already there. And they also work directly with doctors and healthcare workforce, gaining real clinical insights and not assumptions. And on the technical side, we have the biomedical workshop. I think Mrs. has already covered these aspects. Medical device fabrication facility, gaming and animation lab, and digital factory for software development and innovation space. And beyond infrastructure, also we bring together a pool of innovators, mentors, and also investors from different backgrounds who would be willing to support these startups and ideas and nurture them into real world solutions. So to support the innovators at different stages of their life cycle, their innovation journey, we have multiple program pathways. First is the pre-incubation program for early stage ideas. This is where we help team refine problems and validate concepts. There are two tracks under the pre-incubation program. One is the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 fellowship program, and the other one is a self-sponsored track, so that we ensure that all motivated individuals, innovators, always have a way to engage with the incubation center. And we also offer incubation program and residency options, both physical and virtual, for startups that are ready to scale up. So to conclude, what really just a minute. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. So just mentioning about the industry partners as well. It's not just the academic collaborations. You see also the different industry partnerships as well. There are companies established at 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, and what this essentially allows us to also do is commercially test these ideas and scale them, bringing in the right balance between academia and industry, which is essential to building sustainable healthcare solutions. Lastly, to just conclude my presentation here, what really makes 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 different from other incubation centers is that it offers a unique combination of readily available clinical expertise and integrated research capabilities, bridging the real world practice with scientific validation. There's access to high volume of clinical data, which is grounded in real world patient journeys, and enables rapid validation supported by large patient base that ERA hospital has. Also, there are large-scale testing and clinical validation possibilities, and further on, direct opportunities for commercial deployment within the ERA hospital campus. So, whether you are a student, you are a researcher, clinical expert, or a startup founder, industry partner, we invite you to build the future of healthcare and medical education with us. I would just want to also quickly give you a snapshot of what we were able to achieve over the last few years. We have conducted over 7 programs. One of it was a pre-incubation program. There are several capacity building programs and value-added courses that we have done. Engaged more than 450 participants, faculty members, students who were engaged in these different co-creation workshops and programs. So far, we have been able to also onboard 20 plus mentors to the incubation center mentor pool, and also we had the first cohort completed last year, where 2 teams already have been accepted for the incubation cohort, the first incubation cohort. There was quite a places where we mentioned the pre-incubation program for all the participants here. We just want to mention the journey that the participants followed here, just to set a context also for the kind of achievement that the teams have got here so far. So the pre-incubation program was organized in 3 phases. Starting from the foundation development, there we coached them on the fundamentals of innovations and understanding how you can really start generating ideas. And then we also had the possibility of a clinical immersion program and also identifying pain points. And lastly, we supported and trained participants on creating these different solution scenarios, identifying how they can really create innovative ideas and so on. So with this, I would like to invite on stage our 2 teams which have been shortlisted for the program, from the program of pre-incubation program. First is AI enhanced microbial detection system, Monis Ali and Alisha Fatma. May you please give a round of applause for them. And the other one is sterilized case to host IV NS bottles, Farheen Khan. I would also like to invite Mr. Zaw to hand over the acceptance letter, or yes, Mr. Mahib Singh. They've been accepted for the incubation program. And team B, Farheen Khan. Thank you, Mr. Mahib and Mrs. Ali Khan. Okay, so before going forward, I would also like to invite Mr. Sham Harinath. He's the head of Shift Innovation Center, Bangalore, to officially hand over the letter of support from the side of Siemens Healthineers to ECSTRA as an industry partner. And I'd like to call upon on stage again Mrs. Ali Khan to take this letter of support from. Thank you, sir. Right, I'd like to now hand over to Professor Salia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, for the proceedings, and congratulations to all the students. I must say that the vision of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 is truly commendable in the ongoing evolution of technologies and business models, especially for healthcare. Now we move ahead with a segment where we'll be listening from an eminent personality in the field of startup, Mr. Mahib Singh, who's currently serving as the CEO, Innovation Hub UP, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. He's the founder CEO at Kalam Center, consultant at Biotech Park, and a member of State Startup Evaluation Committee, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Under the Innovations Hub, he has initiated and established around 100 pre-incubators in the state, 30 in the AKTU affiliated institutions with more than 1,200 startups. He established the Kalam Patent Center, launched students, faculty innovation and entrepreneurship policy to support ideas to prototypes. He's also initiated Student Startup Awards, established various advanced prototyping labs. He holds 19 patents and has contributed significantly at the state level, including his involvement in the startup evaluation committees and organizing major initiatives like the Startup Samvad, Global Investor Summit, and various hackathons. It's a privilege for us to have him with us today. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Abbas Ali Mehendi sir, to kindly welcome Mr. Mahib Singh with a planter and a shawl as a token of our gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time and gracing this event. I would now humbly request you to kindly address the gathering with your inspiring words. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a long introduction. I will provide the shorter one now. Current date. Innovation PPT 4/4. Honorable Vice Chancellor, ERA University, Professor Abbas Ali Mehendi sir. Honorable Dr. Dipendra Pratap Singh sir. Co-founder CEO Mr. Zali Khanji. My friend Dr. Rahul Singh from Center for Medical Innovation, GIMS, Greater Noida. From Tide IT Roorkee, Mr. Azam Ali Khan Sahab. Azharji, Dr. Sujat Hazar, my friend from Institute Approach. Dr. Khali Sam sir. All other dignitaries sitting here, if I'm missing the name, I'm so sorry. All the faculty members from ERA University and future innovators and startups. Good morning, everyone. So I'm privileged to be part of this event today, and I'm privileged to be invited by the ERA University to give my session here. And in this paper, I found that I have to deliver the motivational talk, and I was scared how I can motivate the people. I never did. But thanks that we are stuck on the topic. Nowadays, I'm just talking about what exactly I'm going to deliver within 15 minutes if I have the time. 15 minutes I have time. Right. So within 15 minutes, within 5 minutes, I'll tell you about what exactly Innovation Hub is and how it is supporting the incubation centers and startups. And my speech is more towards the students sitting here because you are the future startups and entire economy, major percentage of the economy depends on you. So I'll be addressing you all. And before starting my session, I would congratulate the entire organizing team for organizing such a beautiful and impactful event. So congratulations to the team. Have you started? So talking about the Innovation Hub, which is established by Government of UP under UP Startup Policy 2020 to foster the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in entire state. All 75 states, we are establishing the incubation centers. We work on a hub-and-spoke model. So all the incubation centers across the state, we support them. We support them infrastructure development wise, we support them capacity building program wise, we support them to help them to select the startups, onboard the startups, policy wise we support them, and sometimes financially, but that is confined to the government organization so far. So the scenario in UP is that UP has 80 incubation center, 80, and out of them there are around 2,000 startups onboarded working in different areas, and out of those 2,000 startups, around 400 startups are coming from the healthcare areas. Total startup ecosystem, if I talk about India, there are around 2 lakh startups registered under DPIIT, but registration under DPIIT doesn't mean that those startups are onboarded somewhere in some of the incubation centers. Those are the numbers. Actual scenario may be something different. Since we are established at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, which is one of the largest affiliating university in India, having around 800 institutions and 4 lakh of the students, so we found that this gap is for us only the major gap where we can establish the incubation center in all 800 institutions. So we started with this only, and we successfully established 30 incubation centers, including 15 government and 15 private, and we are in process of establishing the incubation centers. 100 incubation centers we have established so far. So this is our one of the objective. Then we have launched our couple of policies. One is to support the young innovators like you. If you have idea in your brain, then we can support you with 1 lakh rupees without registering under MCA, Minister of Corporate Affairs. Because UP Startup Policy, this is in line with the UP Startup Policy, because UP Startup Policy says that we can support only to those startups which are registered, already registered. But we are supporting just based on the idea. That is one. Second one is the State Patent Center, which we have started just now. We are extending free of cost support for everyone in the area of patent, starting from the filing to the grant, up to the grant. Whatever the expense is involved. Why we have started this? Because a lot of initiatives were already there in the central level, in the state level, but we have started because all those initiatives are on reimbursed mode. Once you are done with the patent, based on your bills and genuinity of the bills, you will be reimbursed just 5,600 rupees. So, but we are not doing this. We are upfronting, supporting you. We have onboarded so many, patent firms, and you will come to us, and I will redirect you towards the patent firms and get done with the patents. And the entire financial transaction will be taken care by the Innovation Hub AKTU, and patent would be with your name. You will be the innovator. You will be the applicant also. So. Not taking much time on the vision and mission, because okay, so these are few of the initiatives by Innovation Hub. 22.64 CR was invested by the AKTU under UP Startup Policy, and we established 15 government incubation centers, and proudly we are saying that we have around 600 startups onboarded in the 15 government organizations. Then 460 incubated startups in 15 incubation. Then 150 startups on commercialization state, and 30 incubation centers which are AKTU affiliated. Then 1,000 startups in 30 incubation centers. I'm quickly going through it. 100 CR Innovation Nidhi we have made to support the incubation centers, to support the startups, under which all the policies are being launched. 75 mentors, you just take the name, we have mentors from different thrust areas to support the startup, because on initial stage, startup need the mentoring support. All the lab facilities we are having here, we have 3D printing lab, we have bio 3D printing lab also, we have AICT Idea Lab, Infosys Makers Lab, Sensors Lab, additive manufacturing I have already told, and then robotics automation lab, nanotechnology lab, solar lab. So you just take the name, we have all the labs. If we don't have, we can collaborate. We have collaboration with the people where we can get you connected with those lab facilities, and you can avail those. So those were the few glimpses. Then collaborations more than 40. We are very choosy while collaborating with anyone because it should be give and take, and it should be in the benefit of the startups and entire ecosystem. Hackathons, capacity building program, then startup workshops, outreach programs, awareness program, investment program, which is very important for the commercialization point of view for the startups. Next to the grant, then student award at convocation. This is very first time we started this culture in UP, that during the convocation we have started this culture that those students who are involved in their startup journey during their due time of course, they should be awarded. And it took some time to make the Honorable Governor understand, but once she understood, then she increased the thrust areas, and last time we gave the award to 7 different thrust areas, and now we are going to increase this. So capacity building I've already mentioned, and 300 incubation centers we will be establishing soon because we have that target. Then patent center I have already told, Infosys Makers Lab. Quickly going through. 2 credit course we have launched to make the students understand what exactly entrepreneurship is, because we were facing these issues and most of the institutions of AKTU were telling us that, sir, it's tough for us to make them understand what exactly entrepreneurship is. And if you have crossed 3rd and 4th year, then it would be even more difficult to make you understand. So on the initial level, we have launched this 2 credit compulsory course, which is compulsory for the student. And this is not just lecture. This is the activity. You have to get involved with the startups of your institution or other institutions and experience the hands-on and other things. All the nitty-gritties you have to know. 13 credit course is already there to understand the entrepreneurship. For the faculty members also we have ACR points, but that is confined to the government organizations. Faculty can start their own startup. There was a big constraint by the AICTE that they haven't mentioned clearly in their policy that faculty can start their own startup. But we convinced them and we made our own policy which is approved by them, and now faculty can start their own startup also. Startup award I have already mentioned. These are few glimpses. Startup Samvad, one of our flagship program where ERA University participated last year, and that was the first time I came to know that what exactly innovation is going on in the neighborhood, institutions, universities. So that was very pleasant to see that a lot of innovations are going on. Startup Samvad, 1 district, 1 incubation center, under which we are making the different incubation centers. B2G meet business from the government is sometimes considered wild goose chase, but this is we made this possible. And then coming to the outreach programs, we used to organize the visit of our incubation centers in different states like T-Hub Telangana, which is supposed to be one of the leader in India in the area of incubation centers. Then I have Gujarat. We have visited our 50 incubation centers. Global Investor Summit we participated last year, 2023 I believe. Then these are few glimpses. I am going quickly. These are the glimpses of student award. Raj Bhavan Expo, and then Gorakhpur Trade Show, and recently we participated in AI Impact Expo where we participated with 50 startups and represented all the entire technical education or their Department of Technical Education. So switching quickly on the grant part, which is very useful for the students. You have to listen very carefully that what the grant is being extended by the government of UP if you're going to start your own startup. So these grants are for the incubation center. First, I'll quickly brief that. 1 CR as a capital expenditure and 1.5 CR as an operational expenditure for the incubation centers. Then coming to the grant for the startups, 17,500 as a sustenance allowance. If you have just idea want to start your startup, then government says that अपना startup शुरू करो, रहने खाने का आपका arrangement हम करते, don't think about the placements. So that is given up to 1 year, and then if you are done with the proof of concept and you believe that your idea is technically feasible or commercially feasible or socially acceptable, then you will get another 5 lakh rupees one time by the government of UP as a prototype grant. Then marketing assistance is another grant of 7,50,000 rupees by the government of UP, which is against to launch a product in the market. Event incentive 50,000 rupees, international event incentive that is 1 lakh rupees, patent support 2 lakh rupees. But this grant increases by 50% if you are woman founder, or you are coming with from the Gorakhpur, or you can say Purvanchal or Bundelkhand region, or you are working in the area of energy or semiconductor, you are eligible to get 50% more grant out of it. So this is the support by the state government. Then talking about the central government support, Startup India Seed Fund scheme says that you can get up to 50 lakh rupees at different stages against your proof of concept, just on idea based. Then biotech grant up to 50 lakh rupees, then 50 lakh rupees again for the commercialization. So and for the incubation centers, oh no, this is the wrong data, I'm sorry. Okay. So coming next, because this is also important for you, I'm happy to see that this innovation and startup ecosystem is being promoted by the medical university, and this is a good symptom. And now the biggest problem which comes with the students in the medical college, they say that how to get the idea for startup idea, how to get, because most of the startup ideas are very expensive, capital expensive. So that's a problem, right? So since we have a lot of startups, and Sujaji is also here, and he's also working in the area of healthcare. He makes the smart health card for the students. He will be talking more about this, although I had mentioned in the example about his startup. So how to define innovation? That's the biggest issue. I'll be taking just 5 minutes to brief about all these things. This is a very small example. One of our startup did this. What is it exactly? Anyone can tell? Yes, please. Hi.
So this is basically neck band kind of for animals, called pet animals. So what it does, like the big problem, my voice is audible.
Yeah, please.
So the big problem that the pet owners.
Hi, I am Atul Mamoria from Study Hall College. So this is our neck band. So this is a neck band for pets. So a big reason, the big problem pet owners own is that they feel difficulty communicating with their pet animals. Okay. So what it does is it takes the data from your pet animals and does analysis of that. What are the emotions of what is that? Is dog happy? Is your pet happy? Curious? And is it sad? Are there any health issues? Or like it is a big problem that pet owners face. So this neckband solves that problem. So similarly, there's a startup called 𝐻𝐈𝐕𝐄. What it does, it's a kind of neckband with integrated artificial intelligence in that. So it provides all the insights about your cows and all your pet cattle animals, and like fertility, their digestion, their milk production, and a lot of things.
Perfect.
Yeah. So
thank you. Thank you so much for make everyone understand on my behalf. So this is AI generated image, although this is not the actual image. But the point is, our startup is doing something different, including this one also. He's using CCTV camera to monitor the pet activities. वो लोग जो अपने घर से ऑफिस चले जाते हैं और अपने पेट को छोड़ के जाते हैं अपने घर में अकेला, वो कैसा फील करता है दिन भर, उसके लिए इन्होंने बनाया है. नेक बैंड इज वन ऑफ देम, राइट? सो व्हाट इट डिड, आई मीन, based on the activities of the pet, like if it is wagging his tail, or if it is having the ear backside, or eyes movement are being observed by the camera. So based on these 3 parameters and body language also, of course, the camera would be able to tell what exactly your pet is going to do, or what exactly it is thinking. Is it aggressive, or it wants love, or it is hungry, or whatever it wants. So if it is, somehow it is not feeling comfortable, then this message would go to the owner. And then handling can be in multiple ways, right? So this is something which is to, decode the feeling of the animal. And neckband is one of them. You are absolutely right. Neckband is one of them. So he integrated a couple of things. One thing is the image processing, what exactly the pet is thinking. Another is the neckband, telling about its health problem. But yes, in the neckband, what he did, our startup, what he did, based on the thought sound, he decoded different type of diseases. कि अभी अगर साउंड थोड़ा सा मोटा है, गुर्राहट है साउंड में, तो उसके क्या रिपरकेशंस हो सकते हैं, क्या प्रोबेबल डिजीजेस हो सकती हैं, राइट, एंड अदर थिंग्स. So this is one of the idea, right? Now, how to get he's generating the revenue, I'm sure, and how to get the innovative ideas for the startups. The solution is very simple. Just look around you. For the students, I already said that I'll be interacting with the students. Look around you. Whatever is making you trouble, जिसमें भी आपको तकलीफ हो रही हो, जिसमें आपको दिक्कत हो रही हो, there is a potential of the innovation and there is a potential of the commercialization also. Very simple. There are a lot of techniques available in the market to generate the idea. But my simple observation is just observe around you, nothing else. One or two more examples I'll give, then I'll take few questions from your side. Now, healthcare can begin even in the places you never thought of. How it happened, although Chinese have already introduced this, but yes, 3 years back it was invented, one of our startup from one of our affiliated institution of AKTU, GL Bajaj. So what he did, he applied a sensor in the urinal, and the person who is using that urinal would be reflected with number of parameters, urine parameters, test data with him, like kidney function, sugar level, pH level, or metabolic state. So 7 different parameters are being showed immediately on the spot. So what's business model out of it? Anyone?
So, as you mentioned, there's a sensor placed on the urinal. So what it does, it takes the data, like what are the different components that are present in the urine sample, and then there will be a machine learning model which will analyze all the components. Let's say there is a high level of this particular toxicants that are present in your
we understand the technology.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the business model.
So what we can do, we can place these in in different in different locations, and what it will do, it will give insights to that person. So we can monetize that particular thing, saying that these.
So B2G business is one of them. I'm just explaining because we are running short of time. नहीं तो मैं आपसे बात करता, interesting आपसे बात करना. So good to see you. B2G is one of them. All the government organizations where these type of urinals can be used to get the data to the government कि इस area में अभी किस type की disease का प्रकोप ज़्यादा है. For this purpose, they can use the malls, they can use medical centers, they can use hospitals, they can use. So these innovations are having a very big impact on the society, right? So not talking more about these things, these innovations. Funding is not at all issue for any startup if you have idea and that is validated by the market and that is commercially feasible or viable, then funding is not at all issue. State government is giving around 50 lakh rupees just to make a prototype or on very initial stage. Then we have different fundings. We have the investors. We have a lot of investors. We have which are ready to give fund based on your equity. Recently, what happened? EduBook is one of our startup. You must have heard this news. EduBook is one of our startup. What they are doing, although they are not in healthcare, they are making the true CV. True CV means all the things which you have mentioned in your CV. It is considered that 50% of these things are false. लोग अपने हिसाब से CV बना लेते हैं. So what they have done, they are doing the blue tick on the CV like LinkedIn, right? So and this is very helpful for those organizations who are hiring the people. उनके लिए verify करना बहुत आसान हो गया. So based on this innovation, this very small innovation, Nimbus Capital is one of the investment firm from USA. They provided $50 million, and this is the news of last week. मतलब 470 करोड़ के आसपास. This is one of the biggest funding in UP they got. So funding is not at all issue. Point is your idea should be feasible, viable, or socially acceptable. That's it. And who will validate these ideas? First, investors. Tricky point. It's a very tricky point. Investor would validate your idea. That is the first one. Second one, customers itself. पर तब तक आपको launch करना पड़ेगा market में. Right? So, because we are the member of evaluation committee, Dr. Rahul is also sitting here. He is also one of the member of evaluation committee of healthcare. So we understand that sometimes we think that this is the student, this is putting more effort, so let's give the grant. But grant can't be the parameter of validation of your idea. Partially validation हम कर सकते हैं, but investment is the primary thing, right? So yes, think broader, make the decision quicker, and create a big impact, and automatically the revenue will be generated. Right? Any question from any side? कुछ भी पूछना हो किसी को आप लोग पूछ सकते हैं. Yeah, please. Parameters for what? कोई एक्सप्लेन करेगा बीच से जिसको सुनाई पड़ रहा हो?
Hello. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I was asking that
what parameters of incubation? Achha, parameters in urine test. See, I'm not the expert in the medical area. So what I have heard, the glucose was first thing, pH was the second thing, then creatinine or something called creatine was the third thing, then albumin was the fourth thing. A couple of or three more parameters were there. So I'll give entire his PPT to you.
No, that's fine. I'm just thinking that how is it different than urine routine, which we as doctor like order all the time, which is like probably
so that is giving immediate result on the screen.
It gives like pretty results.
I mean, if there is, I'm feeling well, I don't have any issue, but just after going through that urinal, when I'm coming back, I'm able to see that there are few parameters which are out of range, and that is the symptom of any disease being created inside my body.
And
so that is one of the awareness.
And what about the consent? Like if you install them in the mall, will the people be informed that they will be urine will be tested?
It depends. You want to take the report or not? There is a biometric system. If you want this report, you just add a biometric on that, and based on your mobile number, you will get the report.
No, report is fine. Like they will get the report, but data you are getting, right? Even if he is not getting the report.
So that's why he is deploying these things in the government organization first of all, not in private, because data can be misused. You are absolutely right.
Right.
Okay?
So, like government hospitals and everything, it will be installed, and patients when they go, they will know that they are getting tested.
Yes, they'll be knowing.
Okay. Right. Just one last question.
Please.
How is it like cost wise? How is it the urine routine?
It's free of cost.
It's free of cost.
Yeah, it's free of cost.
For patients.
It's just a sensor. I mean, there is nothing like consumable into it. It's just a sensor.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, please. ऐसे पूछ लीजिए आप. टाइम बचेगा थोड़ा सा. चलाना क्यों है? ये ऑटोमोड पे है. Of course, there would be some person helping in background, right? उसमें तो पैसा लगेगा ना. नहीं, उस केस में ऑफ कोर्स गवर्नमेंट के कुछ नॉर्म्स होंगे, जरूर बंद कर देगा उसे. हमेशा पेंडेमिक थोड़ी ना होगा. मेन के केस में कम रहता है ना. मेल्स के केस में कम रहता है. मतलब ये कुछ ऐसे इश्यूज हैं जिनको रिजॉल्व किया जा सकता है. ये मतलब ऐसे नहीं है जो कि हर एक जगह, मतलब अभी भी तो वो इश्यू है. आप सेंसर लगाने से वो इश्यू बढ़ जाएगा ऐसा थोड़ी है. वो इश्यू तो अभी भी है, वो खतरा तो अभी भी है. राइट. Absolutely right. तो इसीलिए मैंने भी बोला, सर ने भी बोला प्रोडक्टिव है. मतलब ये एग्जैक्ट रिपोर्ट नहीं है, उसके डिस्क्लेमर भी उसका है. ये ऐसा हो सकता है. आपको अवेयर रहने की जरूरत है. आपका शुगर लेवल थोड़ा सा बढ़ रहा है, आपका किडनी फंक्शन, प्रोटीन लेवल थोड़ा सा बढ़ रहा है, तो आपको थोड़ा अवेयर रहने की जरूरत है ना. एग्जैक्ट डेटा नहीं है वो. यस प्लीज क्विकली. नहीं, आपस में कन्वर्सेशन प्लीज मत करना. आप लोग मेरे से पूछ लो अभी.
सो जैसा इन्होंने पूछा कि लाइक जो एक टेक्नीशियन वो कर रहा है, टेस्ट कर रहा है, एंड सेकंड आपके पास ये यूरिनल वाला ऑप्शन है. सो व्हाट विल बी द डिफरेंस बिटवीन दैट? ओके, सो हम लोग स्मार्ट वॉचेस पहनते हैं, ठीक है. दैट हैज प्री बिल्ट इन ऑक्सीमीटर रहता है. उसमें आपका ब्लड से रिलेटेड आपकी इन्फॉर्मेशन देता है. तो आप जाके हॉस्पिटल में टेस्ट कराते हैं अपने ऑक्सीजन लेवल का, राइट. सो यू कैन नॉट से कि उसका कोई यूज नहीं आएगा. दैट इज गोइंग टू हेल्प. जैसे लेट्स से आपको अपनी हेल्थ ट्रैक करनी है, यू आर एथलीट. अगर आप एथलीट हैं और आपको अपनी हेल्थ ट्रैक करनी है कि हाँ मुझे अभी लाइक एथलीट के लिए हर एक उसकी हेल्थ का एक पैरामीटर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
Got a point.
Yeah. So
once again, thank you so much for helping me out. Quickly.
So we can monetize it on that angle only. और उस एंगल पे भी हम इसको मोनेटाइज कर सकते हैं कि हम एथलीट स्पेसिफिक हम इसको डिजाइन कर सकते हैं. लेट्स से कोई कहाँ पे क्रिकेट स्टेडियम्स में लगा सकते हैं फॉर एथलीट्स, या कहीं पे लेट्स से कोचेस जो होते हैं, कोचिंग स्टेडियम्स रहते हैं जहाँ पे प्लेयर्स खेलते हैं या प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. वी कैन इम्प्लीमेंट दिस थिंग देयर.
एब्सोल्युटली राइट.
हम इसको इस पर्सपेक्टिव से भी देख सकते हैं. या थैंक यू.
राइट. या प्लीज क्विकली. तब तक बोलते रहो, अगर नहीं सुनाई पड़ेगा तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, तब ले लेना.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Sawad. I am from our institute. My startup has been recently incubated in.
Great.
Sir, my question is that if we are finding a problem and we get that, after finding the big problem, we are looking for the solution for that problem, and we get the solution for the problem. Then, which is the best way to get the proof of concept? To prove the investor that that the problem, that the solution I am selling will gonna paid off. Which is the best concept for that?
So here mentors comes and they tell that which, I mean, mentors कौन से होते हैं? Mentors वो होते हैं जो आपके thrust area को belong करते हैं, कोई भी नहीं हो सकता. अगर आप मेडिकल एरिया के हैं तो उस किस पर्टिकुलर मेडिकल एरिया के हैं वो आपके मेंटर्स होंगे. दोज मेंटर्स वुड बी टेलिंग दैट विच वन इज द बेस्ट सोल्यूशन. दैट इज नंबर 1. नंबर 2, you would be coming up with the multiple solutions. And how you will come with the multiple solutions? We always suggest everyone to have interdisciplinary team, right? मतलब जहाँ पे कि बहुत सारे लोग हों, लाइक माइंडेड पीपल ना हो. एक वो हो जो सबसे ज्यादा गूगल करता हो, एक वो हो जो गूगल पेटेंट पे जाके देखता हो, दूसरा वो हो जो प्रेजेंटेशन में एक्सपर्ट हो, तीसरा वो जो टेक्नोलॉजी में एक्सपर्ट हो, चौथा वो हो जो बोले कि बॉस ये तो पक्का चलेगा भले ना चले. तो इस टाइप की चीजें जो आप रखेंगे ना, इस टाइप की टीम आप रखेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली आप फीजिबल सोल्यूशन पे ही पहुंचेंगे. एंड इन दिस मैटर आई अप्रिशिएट द चाइनीज थॉट्स ओनली. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द थॉट्स. चाइनीज थॉट्स मीन्स उनकी जुगाड़ टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत स्ट्रांग होती है. I mean, those solutions which is being bought by the US in $100, they can bring up with the $10 only in the market. तो आपने को वो भी करना है, feasible solution ढूंढना है. That's okay?
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था, जैसे सर हम लोग कोई बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ढूंढ रहे हैं और हमको प्रॉब्लम मिल जाती है, उसके बाद उसका सॉल्यूशन भी हम क्रिएट कर लेते हैं. उस सॉल्यूशन क्रिएट करने के बाद बेस्ट प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट क्या होगा इन बिलीव कराने के लिए कि जो हमारा इट विल वर्क आउट.
बेस्ट प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट क्या होगा? तो जो बेस्ट सोल्यूशन होगा वही आपका बेस्ट प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट होगा. दैट्स इट. मतलब आप पर्सनली कनेक्ट कर लेना मुझसे, मैं आपको बता दूंगा सारी.
थैंक यू सर.
है ना? So with these notes, I think we are getting late now. Is it?
You can connect with.
आप कनेक्ट करना मुझसे बाद में, है ना? मैं सारी चीजें आपको बताऊंगा. So thank you so much once again, and if they allow only.
So we are here at Cell and Tissue Culture Lab at ERA University. We are developing a point of care biocells. So my question is regarding that, sir. What are the key bottlenecks after getting funding and everything? Like we are working on ICMR approved project. So what are the key bottlenecks to get it in a large scale public deployment apart from clinical validation things? Sir.
Is it research project?
Yes, sir.
So you have to switch on the innovation first. रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स की अलग ग्रांट्स होती हैं. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की भी है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी की भी है, हमारी भी है, हम भी उसके अगेंस्ट में देते हैं. पर आपको इनोवेशन पे पहले स्विच करना पड़ेगा. आई मीन यू हैव टू ब्रिंग समथिंग टेंजिबल और समथिंग इनोवेटिव व्हिच इज बीइंग अप्रिशिएटेड बाय द मार्केट.
So we have innovation, but after developing a prototype, what are the basic facilities can be improvised or introduced to develop a scale-up facility on to a public deployment something?
So all the facilities we are having here, only point is if your concept and your proof of concept are already validated by the mentors, by the concerned people, then.
It is already validated by National Council of Medical Research. So we are working on producing an innovative prototype solution, but I'm asking you about a scale-up for a startup thing and for public deployment after clinical validation. So what are the supports government gives for clinical validation and public deployment things?
So Department of Biotechnology, DBT, I mean there are a lot of grants available. Have you ever seen that?
Yes, sir.
एक बार आप देखो, बहुत सारी ग्रांट्स हैं, आपको मिल जाएगा आराम से. मतलब उसमें इशू नहीं आएगा. अगर क्लिनिकल वैलिडेशन आपका हो गया है, एंड दिस इज समथिंग व्हिच इज नीडेड इन द मार्केट.
So clinical validation is kind of thing we have developed prototype, have few samples, but for a large scale or government authorized clinical validation for a bigger thing, how they can be accessed, sir?
For clinical validation?
Yes, sir. For a large scale clinical validation.
You will answer? ठीक है. He is the right person because he is from the same background. I am from the technology background.
All right, sir.
So maybe he would be the right person to answer this question. Okay? I understand. So thank you so much once again, and I am here to connect you with the technology. We have a lot of students, 4 lakh students we are having, which are expert in different technological areas, coding, sensors, microcontrollers, everything. So bring the problems, come up with the partial solutions, we'll give you a full solution, right? So thank you so much. Thank you.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah, so the question is very valid, and just allow me 1 minute, and अगर अकेले बात करें तो सिर्फ आप सुन पाएंगी, and I want the entire students to listen to this. ICMR जब भी कोई प्रोग्राम स्पॉन्सर करता है and you have an innovative idea, and the last question was how do we do a POC? POC is proof of concept. आप जब भी आपके दिमाग में एक आइडिया आया उसको वैलिडेट करने की जरूरत है. POC क्लिनिकल ट्रायल से अलग होता है. यू गो टू अ मेडिकल स्कूल जिनके पास एथिकल कमिटी है, CDSU अप्रूव्ड, जिनके पास रिसर्च कमिटी है. एट आर मेडिकल कॉलेज एट जिम्स गेटा नोएडा प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट करने का बहुत सिंपल मैकेनिज्म है. प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट में सैंपल साइज विल रिमेन लेस, बट वो भी डिसाइड होगा जो हमारे स्टार्ट वाला बंदा बताएगा. अ प्रोटोकॉल विल बी डिसाइडेड टू डू योर प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट. जब उस प्रोटोकॉल से रिसर्च कमिटी में प्रेजेंट किया, एथिकल कमिटी की क्लियरेंस आ गई, और बहुत बार तो हम प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट को भी CTRI में डालते हैं. CTRI रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के बाद वी डू दैट पायलट, और जब पायलट पॉजिटिव आया, मतलब व्हाट यू वर थिंकिंग कि ये सेंसर वुड डू व्हाट यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग, तो उसके अगेंस्ट एक व्हाइट पेपर पब्लिश करते हैं और CTRI पे अपलोड भी करते हैं. इसका मतलब आपका प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट वैलिडेट हो गया. अब आप इसको लेकर जाते हो अगले राउंड पे कि अब मुझे एक्चुअल वर्किंग प्रोटोटाइप बनाने में और पैसा चाहिए, इसको स्केल करना है. उसके लिए अलग अलग फंड्स है. सर ने बात करी बायरैक का बिग ग्रांट है 50 लाख रुपए का. अगर आप कंपनी नहीं बनाते हो तो एक ग्रांट है निधि प्रयास, 10 लाख रुपए तक मिलते हैं सिर्फ इंडिविजुअल को अपनी प्रोटोटाइप बनाने के लिए. यूपी सरकार में मैंडेट है कि, लेकिन बहुत सारी पॉलिसीज है जो डॉक्टर्स पे नहीं लगती हैं. विल टॉक अबाउट दैट, बट आंसर ये है प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट को वैलिडेट करना इंपॉर्टेंट है. हेल्थ केयर में लॉट ऑफ पॉलिसीज, इट इज हेविली रेगुलेटेड. मेडिकल डिवाइसेस, सॉफ्टवेयर अलग मेडिकल डिवाइस होता है, सेंसर अलग मेडिकल डिवाइस होता है. It is heavily regulated. Hope I answered it.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for clearing the doubts of our students, and also a big thank you to Mr. Mahib Singh, sir, for his engaging talk and for showcasing the n number of opportunities that a young entrepreneurs could benefit from, and sharing a path for them for future startups and innovations. Now I request Principal, ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, Professor Jamal Masood, sir, to kindly felicitate Mr. Mahib Singh with a memento and a certificate. A huge round of applause from the audience for Mr. Mahib Singh, sir, for his engaging presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Now I think it's time for some refreshments. So we'll take a short break for 15 minutes, and we'll stop and we'll have some tea. And I request all of you to kindly rejoin us and in sharp 15 minutes to continue the program forward. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Let's gently refocus our mind and re-energize ourselves for the coming sessions. India today stands as one of the world's leading startup ecosystem, with 2 lakh recognized startups and a strong culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Platforms like Startup India have transformed ideas into impactful ventures by providing mentorship, funding, and opportunities to scale globally. Indian startup ecosystem is not just growing, it is shaping the future, empowering innovators to turn ideas into scalable real-world solutions. Adding on to the same, this event celebrates innovation and entrepreneurship, and it would be incomplete without providing a platform for startup to showcase their ideas. So with that, we move to our next session, Startup Spotlights. I'm sure we all are eager to explore the fresh ideas and inspiring journey our entrepreneurs bring with them today. So without any further delay, I would like to invite Diagno Plus to take the stage for our first Startup Spotlight. Please welcome the team with huge round of applause.
You're connecting, right? Yes. Yes, please.
Do you know, every 3 seconds someone dies because of a delayed or misdiagnosis? That's millions of preventable lives lost each year. A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Pranay Agarwal, founder of Diagno Plus. During my BTech, while preparing for a hackathon, I came across some horrible stats from WHO that 2.6 million deaths occur because of delayed and misdiagnosis, and more than 136 million people are getting harmed in some way or other. Cancers in India are one of the major contributors to these flawed diagnostics, as more than 20% of the cancer cases in India go misdiagnosed. Even I lost one of my family members because of the same issue. That's why I've started Diagno Plus, an AI-powered SaaS platform which will assist doctors and diagnostic labs diagnose cancers with an accuracy of more than 99% and will also increase their efficiency by 10x. There are multiple types of cancers in the pipeline, including breast cancer, lung cancer, skin cancer, and many more. But as of now, we are very much focused on brain tumors. We have filed the patent at the PCT application for our proprietary software architecture, and I'll quickly take you to the user journey now. So I quickly take you to the user journey. So user will come to the portal and will choose the disease they want to diagnose for. Let's suppose they are doing it for brain tumors. So they will fill the patient details like the patient name, age, and ID, and then the specific input. For brain tumors, we are using the soft copies of the MRI scans of the brain. Once they provide that, we can see a detailed medical report is coming out of it, which has diagnosed tumor, and not only the tumor, but also the type of the tumor, which is glioma tumor in this case. And as we know, any prediction or screening doesn't hold any significance in healthcare. That is why we come up with this approach, where we are not just giving a prediction, but we are giving a detailed medical diagnosis with a complete report. We also mark the affected areas in the reports itself, so that the doctors can also go through the report once the report is out and can make their final decision if they really want to go with this report or not. And if they feel anything needs to be edited, they can edit it here itself. And so in this way, we are not just completely relying on AI, but we have kept the doctors equally involved and ensured that the human is in the loop every time. So same is the approach for other diseases as well, where they have to fill the patient details and the specific input. For pneumonia, suppose we are using the chest x-rays of the patient, soft copies, and in a similar fashion, we can see a detailed medical report out of it. Now we have made our own MediGPT, which is a context-based novel RAG model, which will provide all the further information that is being required by a doctor or the radiologist. And the USP of this RAG is it does not hallucinate like other LLM models like the ChatGPT or Gemini, and will provide the information with the highest accuracy. Coming back to the PPT. We have a dual business model. We are thinking of going with the annual licensing agreement for the large hospital chains and bundled pricing kind of approach for small diagnostic labs and individual doctors. So there is a $1 billion opportunity waiting for us, as we are very strategically targeting Indian AI imaging market, which is growing with a crazy CAGR of 29.5% annually, and will reach up to a valuation of $2.45 billion by 2031. So talking about the early traction, we interviewed 100 plus doctors and radiologists across the country, and we got incredible response, as 94% of the interviewed doctors said that it is a great approach and they are willing to use this kind of technology once we are into the market. Also, we are backed by some of the top institutes and organizations across the country, including IIT Delhi, IIM Calcutta, Ministry of Electronics and IT under the India AI Mission, Startup Nexus at US Embassy, and also currently we are incubated at Government Institute of Medical Sciences, Greater Noida. Rahul sir has supported us from the very beginning. And talking about the competitive landscape, there are multiple indirect competitors providing AI-based screening in for different diseases, specifically targeting pulmonary and cardiac diseases. But Diagno Plus is very uniquely positioned, as this is a sole platform. This will be the sole platform providing AI-based diagnosis for cancers, and that too for brain tumors as of now. Talking about the GTM, for the first year, once we are ready to go into the market, we'll be leveraging our medical connections to get some users. And for second year, we'll be focusing on strengthening our base by focusing on retention and optimization. For third year, we're looking to scale up the operations by building for the models for other type of cancers as well. Talking about the sustainable impact, being a SaaS platform, we can easily provide our services in remote areas as well, specifically in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, where there is a lack of trained radiologists and advanced medical infrastructure. Also, we're reducing the load on medical professionals, as they can now focus more on treatment part rather than on diagnosing. Also, it's quite eco-friendly as we just need soft copies of the MRI scan, CT scan, PET scans, etc. So in this manner, we are reducing the carbon footprints and will be saving up to 1.25 kg of CO2 emissions per patient cycle, and also will be saving lakhs of paper sheet by completely digitizing the medical records. So this is the core team behind Diagno Plus. Kanika Rathi takes care of all the research part. Tushar is our AI lead. Dr. Ashish Mani is our AI mentor, and Dr. Mona Bhatia is our medical mentor. She's the head of radiology department at Fortis New Delhi. Also, we are backed by some of the top institutions in NCR. So till date, we have got 40 plus national international awards by top institutes, including different IITs, IIMs, different ministries. In July 25, we got felicitated by Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi for the innovative technology. In September 25, we got selected for the UK AI Accelerate program, UK India AI Accelerate program by British High Commission. In November 26, we got into the top 6 most innovative technologies in the Together 6.0 mission that was collaboratively done by Indian and Canadian government. And also showcased our technology at IITF at AKTU Pavilion, also at India Science Festival at ICER Pune, and recently at India Impact Summit at BFI Pavilion. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Congratulations. I like the idea as well as the way you presented it.
Thank you so much.
What is the traction you have received as of now?
Of now, we have started going toward the prototype, and we'll go for the validation part now. For that, we have to get some real medical data. We have already started working towards that. We have to get the ethical clearance and stuff. And as of now, we are validated the idea and overall approach, like how will things. Doctors are liking it. Radiologists are liking it. We have done thorough interviews with doctors, what exactly you need, what exactly you not need. So we have done the validation part as of the idea.
How much funds have you raised as of now, including grants?
Grants, we have got 4 lakhs of grants, and we have got a couple of research fellowships from government.
Okay. So in this around 5 lakhs or 6 lakhs or rupees which you received through various sources, you have done what?
So the 4 lakh grant we have received recently, yeah, very recently. So, and talking about the research fellowships, I've been working on it from last 2 years now, and we have trained multiple various heavy models vision transformers and whatnot.
Are you building your own SLM?
No, these are not LLMs. These are the
SLM.
We're basically working with vision transformers. Yeah.
Okay, so basically you are using visual.
Yes. Visual deep learning models.
What is the precision and specificity of these visual models?
So as of now, we have trained it on 65,000 MRI scans, all open source data, and the accuracy that we are getting is more than 99%. We have tested around 13,000 MRI samples.
Where are you getting the data points
It's
from?
There are multiple repositories in open source, and now we are also we're starting testing it with specific Indian data, which is from some IIT Hyderabad.
What is the precision which you said?
The precision is around 98%.
98%?
Yes.
Okay, precision is basically what you see is what you disclose, right? But how precise are these MRI images by themselves to predict the cancer?
See, because the data is open source, we can't really take the responsibility of the data that we have trained the model on. So it's because the approach is to get the idea validated, to get the approach validated. So for that, we have got getting one of the highest accuracies that we have been comparing with different papers India-wide and worldwide. So that's all. Basically, we are comparing the models. Which model can get
What is the
highest
stumbling
accuracy.
block right now? Because you said that you have funds, you have built a very good website, you know the workflow, you have support, and you have good names also to IHFC, Games, I think IIM Calcutta Innovation Park also you mentioned. What is the stumbling block now? Where exactly are you stuck?
So I would say the biggest constraint is the medical data. Now to get the
but with that data you got 98% accuracy.
No, that's all open source data. So that is good to train the model to get valid POC done. But to get into the market, we need to have Indian specific medical data, that too anonymized, coming straight from medical hospitals.
One last question before that. Then I'll pass on the mic to others. You said that it will help rural population, but you are still assessing MRI scans. So, I mean, a patient who is living in a rural area has to still go to an MRI center?
Yes.
So then how are you helping them out?
So the plan is basically we can't skip the MRI part. Okay, so the plan is even if we have like the government took some initiatives that they at least need to have a MRI scan in every district that I've got to know recently. So, but still, getting the machine doesn't mean that we have that much of trained radiologists there. So if we'll get the MRI, our model can do the rest of the part.
Where will you bring in the transparency as in which radiologist is actually going through the scan and giving you, because you said that you will have some human interjection also. How will I be sure of that the radiologist which you are bringing in is actually of good quality?
So it's basically we are just assisting the radiologist. If basically you are the radiologist working with our software, the final call is yours. If you are seeing that you have some own perspective and you don't want to go with our model, you are absolutely good to go for that, because you are the ultimate one. You are the ultimate person who is signing the reports.
I think that will be all from my end. Thank you.
Almost all questions which were coming to my mind already been covered by Dr. Azam. So the very important part is that just validation on the Indian medical data, because all the data which is available in the open source, whatsoever this imaging or anything, that is international data.
Yes.
And which generally when we are developing our own models is giving very high results, but once we come to actual ground results of our deployment
demographically. Yeah.
So that gap has to be, so where you are going to validate it now, what is the next step of yours from where you are getting that data actually? Because in Indian context, if I say medical, there is no, structured repository of the data available, and that's the biggest gap which the medical industry is facing.
Yes, so that's the biggest constraint that you have exactly mentioned, the data. So we have figuring out with some of our government sources. We have IHFC, we have gyms supporting us. So we are figuring out how we can get some, I would say not much of the data, but to start things with a small bunch of the data to validate things, and then we can go make the repository further.
How much false negatives you received in your testing of the model during the data which you have used?
Yes. So basically we have tried for 13,000 cases. As I've said, we've tested for 13,000 cases, and false negative we have taking all the classes into account, we have got approximately 16.
Okay, because as important is the precision, and as important is the specificity, recall, and all other parameters.
Yeah.
I mean, when technically I talk and training about the model is concerned, so you need to take care of that, and how you are tackling that would be.
Yes, so specificity and sensitivity are again approximately 99%. So that's the most robust model that we have could train on open source. We have done that part.
You are using vision transformer?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Technically, I can talk later to you. I mean, thank you. That's all from my.
Thank you.
Just one, and maybe not really a question, but maybe a suggestion. So you go to Cure and Siktapal and many other companies, right? So you should really, and there are many more, especially in the imaging space,
yes,
right?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's a very crowded space even in startups, and also with big players like GE.
Yes, but most of them are still focusing on screening. There are multiple startups I've known. There are multiple startups with gyms I've talked to. Either they're in some different space, specifically in TBs or pneumonia, or they're more focused onto screening. So we are more focused onto diagnosis. I know it would be a bit lengthy process and will take some time and more of the resources, but I see it's a reality in 1 or 2 years.
I just want you to expand on the problem statement. What is the current state of diagnosis through MRI for all these kind of tumors, and why is it that we need a more precise or AI-enabled diagnosis system? Can you expand on that a little? I think you rushed through that.
Yeah, so like during a diagnosis, a lot of elements come into picture. Like if the doctor is how much is she or is overburdened, or like his expertise, his experience. A lot of things are taken into account. So all these things are like quite manual, and they'll be there until unless we are not like being guided by a specific tool. So that's the tool we are trying to build. So we are not saying that we are the decision makers, but we are there to assist.
I see. And are you also considering like any other scans, or is it specifically MRIs that you're going with, or are you correlating MRIs with other parameters? Any other patient data?
we have like couple of strategies to go into market, because we are still saying that diagnosing is still a bit far, because we have to build repositories and whatnot. And till the day we'll build repositories, there'll be much more advanced technologies like multimodal stuff. So we have different type of strategies in the mind. So we are not very much stuck to this, but yeah, as of now we have this to show.
What would be the primary business model? It would be B2C or B2B?
It's B2B.
Okay.
Because obviously we can't just give a diagnosing power to a patient.
Right. No, ultimately I think B2C would be doctors, right? Radiologists.
Yeah, so we have kind of a both. If the doctor is like doing his personal, is going with personal clinics and small diagnostic labs, they can go with the subscription bundle pricing kind of approach that would have mentioned. And for B2B, it's like annual licensing fee.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Pranay, because you're the part of the historic day at ERA, and I happen to know your startup. I would rather, if at all you can in detail and in generic thought process, tell to the crowd, why did you think of making this startup? Why did you think, because this house is full of doctors, why do you think that this was required, one? And to my extreme right, sir from Siemens said that there's a lot of competition. Knowing that there are too many competition, building up something like this, and one which probably all doctors will have the question in their head, you said that you will be coming to a diagnosis. By the training, everybody understands that when we talk about tumors and their diagnosis, the only gold standard across the globe is biopsies. When you, in a medical room like this, when you say so, how do you second? So, three questions. Talk about why did you think of doing so? And then when doctors say that gold standard is biopsy, but you say that no, we are better than other competitors because we come to a diagnosis. But diagnostic power goes with our medical license number that we put on, right? How do you take care?
Yeah, so why I've started this is a long story. I was a NEET aspirant from the day one.
Not emotional story.
Coming to the point directly. Yeah. Yes, coming to the point directly. So never thought I'll be going to BTech. I came into BTech eventually, where I was preparing for a hackathon and came across these stats from WHO. And this was a very personal story for me because I can relate. Back then when I was in 9th standard, one of my family members lost his life because of the delayed and misdiagnosis. Not specifically for cancers, I would say, but for some other disease. So when I've started researching on that, I see the numbers are very huge and the solutions at that time were not there. So I started working with like a pneumonia first and a TB first. When I've started developing these models, I came to know about these kinds of cure AI and companies already they are targeting a market and making lots of capturing already a majority of them. So I researched a bit more and I find where are the gaps, because they're specifically building for pulmonary disease, and the way I researched more, I get two major segments are basically covered. First is the cardiac and second one is the pulmonary. So I researched a bit in more detail and got to know the cancer space is still lacking, and there's still a huge opportunity because India is at the verge of becoming the cancer capital. So that's why I've started doing this. And yes, I was very much like it's all about the passion and my personal motivation. I'm into this. I've been doing this from last 3 years now into college, and for 2 years for full time from 1 year. So that's the story. And what was the second question?
My question was, one is why did you start this? Second, when you know that too many competition already exists and competition like GE, Siemens are there, India is still not. The first MRI which got installed was 19th of February, which was installed at AIIMS Delhi, right?
Yeah.
When we are not making MRIs, the softwares are being made by these players. You knowing that there are too many, the space where you are, and getting the medical data is still, DPDP Act is there.
Yeah.
How do you see that? How do you mitigate this? कि कितना मुश्किल है ये, यही क्यों choose किया? और ये जानते हुए कि हर कोई ये कर रहा है. Out of 10, 7 startups today in radiology space, they are doing exactly what you're doing.
So sir, still कर रहा है, आपके आप जवाब में ही आपका क्वेश्चन है, कर रहा है बट अभी तक पूरी तरह से कर नहीं पाए. 100% it's still not in the ground reality. So I still see a chance for me and that's what keep me motivated and वो कर सकते हैं तो why not me. So
थोड़ा सा talk about validation. When you say कि we got validated, so doctors want to understand कि engineers के perspective से validation होता क्या है?
So yes, it took us a lot of time to understand what exactly is validation in medtech industry because because I've started doing my research and build my prototype on my own for the very first day, recognizing all the problems and the gaps by going through Google only. So when I came to one of the medical expert that this is something I want to build, he was laughing like, what all gaps that you are filling, it won't work in the market. And so that's when we joined. After few days, we like consulted a few doctors and asked them like, this is the approach, what exactly we can improve. We done a lot of interviews, took suggestions, took feedback, and iteratively like built the model on that. And after some time, we got incubated with gyms, and that cycle is still on the move. We are open to feedback.
So I wanted you to tell your story so that we want more of entrepreneurs from this room. So that's the entire goal of this day. So I'm working on that as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations, Pranay.
Yes.
So my question is that you said that you are mainly focused on the brain tumor only. So why brain tumor only?
Sir,
do you have good experts in your team to analyze the reports of the brain tumor?
So brain tumor was something I was researching on, to be very honest, from the very first year that I've started working on this. Brain tumor and pneumonia were the two models I was researching on. So pneumonia I feel is a very crowded space now, and companies have done a really good thing. I don't think there is something left that I can add value on. So I've left the pneumonia model, started working on the cancers. The cancers I see the market for two, like lung cancer is bigger market obviously, but just because I was researching more on brain tumors, I have more knowledge specifically for brain tumors.
Okay, so do you have any experts from medical background to analyze these reports?
Yes, so we have Dr. Mona Bhatia, she's the radiology head, and we have few other incubators providing us with professional help whenever we require.
Okay, so as you said that right now you are going to the B2B market. Why not approaching the B2G market? Because you can get more data from rural areas also.
Sir, we can market is still too far for us. We can go to B2G as well, but the first approach is to bring the product in the market, and then we can decide what model to choose to go.
Okay, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
One more question that I forgot to ask was the output that doctors would get from the solution would be a binary one that it's tumor detected or undetected, or it classifies the tumor, of course. So basically it's giving just a classification of the tumor, or is it quantifying it in some other manner as well?
Yes, so it's quantifying. So classification is kind of a screening which just flags that there is a very high chance of that this kind of tumor might be there. But that's just a screening. We give a detailed diagnostic report with every medical claim that the model have made, and in the very medical language, so that the doctor can go through the report and can make the decisions. Yeah. So because till now what I've seen, there is a layer between the model and the doctors. Doctors really can't understand why the model have said this, what exactly was going in the black box. So we are trying to remove that layer.
Explainable AI.
Yeah, explainable. Yeah.
Yes. I see. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other?
Thank you for the time.
Connect after this, we will continue with the pitches and we will connect directly with them. So please connect individually and ask whatever questions you have. Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to make people sad about it, but yeah, we'll restrict questions to a couple of people only because we are running short of time. So a humble request, apologies. So that we can also finish the event on time. So yeah, please, thank you.
And there would be plenty of time think during lunch and post lunch as well to interact with all the startups as well as all the distinguished guests.
So thank you so much. It was a very well presented idea and very well defended as well. So moving ahead, we would like to have our second startup pitch. So for that, I invite MK Medical Services India Private Limited to please come up and present your innovative venture here.
Hello, good afternoon, sharks. So we are going to, I'm going to talk about my company, MK Medical Consultancy, a little bit. My name is Dr. S.P. Pandey. I am MD Medicine. Me and my wife, Dr. Swati, we co-founded this company. What we started with was US-based telemedicine business. Both of us are, so we did, I'm MBBS from here, did our MD from US. So when we started practicing in the US, we saw that mental health concerns are huge. Even in India, they are huge. Okay, so we all go to doctor, right? And I am a medicine doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. So patient comes to me with a fever. I'm like, what's your temperature? Okay, you have a blood pressure problem. Hi, what's your blood pressure? What's systolic? What's diastolic? Right? You have a sugar. What's your A1C? Okay. Now imagine if you have a psychiatric problem. Ki sir, mera padhai mein man nahi lag raha. Walk it off, right? What are you gonna check? सर मुझे नींद नहीं आती है, नींद खराब आ रही है, नहीं ये करो वो करो, do all of this. But where is this objective testing there, you know? Where is objective testing for your focus, your cognitive abilities, PTSD, sleep? And I feel like, you know, this is what we saw in our experience in US patients. Definitely the younger kids, they are affected by it. But we see a great potential here in Indian market, especially in medical students. I was associated with ERA. I was teaching here last year, and I have been a faculty of different medical colleges myself. Just seeing the stress of PG students, medical students, and I agree, like people from our generation, we are like, we had it tough, guys. You know, आपको तो बहुत आसान मिल रहा है, हम नहीं समझते उनकी tension. But like there are so many things, so many competing things for these guys' attention in today's world. While we think it is very easy for them, it's had become incredibly harder. They open their laptop to study and they're lost in Facebook Reels, YouTubes, things like that. And it's not their fault, right? Like you could read the lawsuits of Instagram and Facebook, which have intentionally put that content to deviate these people. So keeping all of this in mind, seeing that we have been doing some success, were we able to find it? No? Some success in the US. We want to start doing something in the Indian market for our Indian people too. We think pilot with in the university like ERA University, specifically MBBS students, PG students, just seeing, tracking their performance over 6 months, 12 months, seeing how their attention, how their performance in their seminars, you know, how their overall round performance, behavior, if we start objectively just checking and acting upon it. So I think that was the whole pitch deck. The other thing which our company is doing is we are a management services organization. So we are trying to become the biggest offshore player for all US healthcare organization. We are hiring and training Indian medical graduates. So like, you know, we had a BSc nursing graduate from ERA University itself. We trained her and now she is earning what she was making, like, you know, twice of what she was making already with our training program, competing in the US market. So that's our main goal, to create those employment opportunities, preferentially for females, work from home, all virtual opportunities. But here, I just wanted to talk about the mental health aspect of it and see if we can get a foot in the door for our Indian market.
Since your pitch is over now, what is the ask?
So ask is just a simple pilot, 6 months pilot with 100 to 200 students. We do objective monitoring, we do give them lifestyle advices, no medications involved. And we just keep tracking, you know, different objective markers. We see if that's happening or not. And then we talk to other people, like, you know, the patients. You know, what was, so the residents are the ones who are driving care, right? So what is the satisfaction rate if the resident is, sleeping better, or at least he just knows that somebody is caring for him, right? So that is the whole my agenda, that if we start enforcing a culture of mental welfare, just taking things seriously, at least in medical profession, we'll prevent a lot of suicides, burnouts, things like that. Will help our doctors. Okay. So, yeah, we have registered, and we are bootstrapped and profitable, but that's just because of the US business. We have virtual medical assistants. We have treated over 1,500 patients in a year in the US, most of them mental health. So this is what we observed. I mean, a lot of people, 30% actually, so almost 500 people were age group of 19 to 25, and they had problems which they thought was ADHD. They wanted to get on medications. They were drinking Red Bulls like crazy, and they thought they were getting medications like stimulants, which are Adderall, methylphenidate, those other medicines from other sources, just to combat this. What we found, we just used, so we didn't reinvent the wheel. We started using the standardized tools for screen addiction, internet addiction, okay, sleep, Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index. And that showed like, hey, okay, I understand you want the stimulant, you feel you are not able to focus without it, you took it from your friend and it felt good, but look, this is not a long-term solution. Your sleep is hampered. Unless you fix it, this is not going to work out. So that is clinical data. I mean, we did objective testing. We started talking about how to fix, eat more omega acid foods, more vitamins, replace all of those things, reduce your screen time. And what we saw that like their performance were objectively improving. So now, we're talking about home. Medical students are, do have burnout no matter how much we tried thinking about their wellness. Things keep changing all the time. New policies, new logbooks, new manuals to do. And the huge thing is, if we have a resident running the show, and if he makes a clinical error, that could impair life. And that is happening more so than we would care to admit. And, so our solution is basically we want to do monthly or even regularly monthly cognitive assessment. So this is done through our partnership with a group called Cambridge Science Group. They've been in the industry for 30 plus years. They have published more than 300 papers on it. They have millions of people's data to longitudinally compare. So if you take the test, you get where your all this cognitive functions should be compared to other people of your age group. So Mr. Zaw Ali Khan compared to other males of your age group. What is your working memory? What is your visuospatial memory? What is your attention span? And if you are objective, if something is wrong in the brain, why just keep pushing it by prayers and, green teas? So this is what we are thinking. Proposed pilot structure is 100 to 300 students, 6 months at least to see some results. We are thinking of charging 1,000 rupees per student per month. In the US, we are selling this test for $100, so almost 9,000 rupees. Here, we just want to do some good, probably learn more, do a research kind of thing, see if we can make something good out of it, a standardized nationwide medical healthcare professionals program, so to say. So I will close here. If we can measure it, we can improve it. That has been the problem for psychiatric diseases. The patient has to prove the burden of his disease, and we did not have much objective testing. Even now we don't, and this is what we are trying to solve. A tool for psychiatrists, PCPs, all sorts of people. Even for you as direct to customer, you can do your test and see what it shows. All right. Thanks a lot for your time. I'll take any questions. Yes, sir.
About the assessments, is there science practice assessment guideline-based?
Yes, sir. So it's developed by Cambridge Science Group. They have been doing this cognitive assessment for 30 plus years. They have published over 300 research articles based on this.
You are more on the capturing of the data by using the
Third-party tool. Yes, sir. Right. We're just integrating everything under one roof. Patients are getting testing from somewhere, they're getting lifestyle advices from somewhere else, and then treatment from somewhere else. We're just trying to do it all under one roof.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
I have just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Amazing to see a clinician talking about that on this day. But this day is important to me. So, couple of questions that normally we ask Indian startups. there's a new category which has come into the industry in India that's called software as medical device.
Right.
I want you to tell whether this falls under the category. If yes, why? If not, why? So that everybody has a fair understanding of software as medical device. Second, and when we say that normal generic questions which people have, that when we do the pilot, or let me give you an example. One of the clinicians from US pitched at our center and said that he has an algorithm where he is trying to do a form filled by menstruating women's on period to classify the category of pain that she has. And he said because he comes from India, he wants to do it as a sort of key. मैं Indian हूँ देशभक्ति के लिए करना चाहता हूँ. Everybody will download the app and we'll do it. We all agreed. All of a sudden, the gynae HOD at my college asked कि फ्री में क्यों कर रहे हैं? तो हमने कहा कि उन्होंने कहा है कि वो देशभक्ति वाली बात है. उनका था कि but where is the medical data going? ये मेडिकल डेटा उनके प्लेटफॉर्म पे जा रहा है, पूछो उनसे. Then I asked them कि क्या ये जा रहा है? उनका हाँ. ये कंपनी कहाँ है? तो यूएस के पोर्टल पे जा रहा है. वो इंडियन लॉज अलाउ नहीं करते. आपसे सवाल नहीं, बट मैं चाहता हूँ कि आपके तजुर्बे से we let the audience know of these important aspects जो आपने डील करा हुआ है. And second, is it coming to a diagnosis or is it a screening tool that we are talking about?
Sure. So as far as software as the medical device concerned, it is definitely, it's FDA approved. We'll have to apply for US, and that's why we are looking for. So again, I'm a doctor, I don't know much about it. I need mentorship from capable minds like you guys to guide me through this. Yeah, but it's FDA cleared, so it's used in US, and it is, I mean, by all standards to be used in India too, if we are able to bypass or work around that.
This will come out with a diagnosis as well.
This is an aid to diagnosis. Again, see, you come to me saying that you have shortness of breath and fatigue, and I check your hemoglobin and it's 8. Okay, maybe it's your baseline, right? Like 6 months ago you were 8, and this is not the cause of shortness of breath. So you cannot ever have a test replace clinical judgment.
So are you doing this here in India, or you plan to do it here in India?
We haven't done in Indian patients. I mean, we have seen a couple, but I don't want to do it just for the reasons you mentioned. We know about them. We want to do it through a structured approach with proper people guiding it through proper steps to do this.
Yeah. So for my understanding, this falls under the category of software as medical device. This will be treated as a medical device. You'll have to get the protocols met, the research committee clearance, the ethical committee clearance, right. CTRI registration, and a proof of concept study done, and then apply for a test license from CDSCO.
Right.
That looks good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, as you said that you are working in US also. So, what gaps you find between US and India?
Gaps? Can you be a little more specific?
The human psychology, because as we are Indians, so our psychology is different to the US person.
Right.
So what gaps you are finding?
Yeah, so the gap I would say is, and that's why I said no medications, because we are not medication first population. We are spiritual based population. We believe in the power of placebo, right? More than the power of medicines. And we go to medicine, allopathic medicine specifically, only once and one needed for just precise, that standardized thing. Otherwise we just rely on our own natural stuff. So definitely in the US, the patients are more, they want the medications up front, along with the counseling, while in India, we're not thinking of medications yet.
Because what I think that in India, you need more awareness programs for this, because in US, most of the people are aware about these circumstances, but in India, it's not, it's quite difficult to. So what your roadmap to educate these nurses or further people to design a awareness campaign?
So first, as you guys were mentioning, that we have to first clear this, right? Like that what we are doing is totally ethical and legal to be done. Then, if it is, then we have material supplied by the third party source, or we can also create, like we have been creating, doing through social media, awareness posters, campaigns, things like that could be done to create awareness.
So who's your content designer? Because in India, that every 40 or 50 kilometers, the culture and the language and the psychology is changed now.
True.
So how you're going to design your content to train these nurses?
It would be nuanced for sure. We'll have to have a team. I don't have the answers. I'm sure as we grow, we will have more team members who are far more experienced in doing this than me and can help me out.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
It's very fantastic.
Thank you.
God bless you.
so much, sir, for presenting your idea. And without one more question. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Sorry. So you can come this side.
So, how many customers do you have? Patients do you have in US?
So we have over 1,500 patients now.
1,500. When
Yes.
did you started operations there?
We started last year. So April was when we started.
Okay. And who has developed this model?
Like for testing?
Yes.
I mean, this model has been there, sir. Like people just weren't using
What
it.
are you bringing on the table?
We are just unifying everything. I mean, we are just seeing a gap where patients presenting with a symptom are going to a diagnostic test rather than a treatment center. So we are just trying to bridge all of that you get
So what is then the defendability which you are getting on the table? Everything is there available. You are merely integrating everything.
Right.
Your training as a doctor is not exactly coming into picture as far as the delivery is concerned. Why do you have that edge which you claim you have?
So thanks for the great question. So like when we start doing this test, you start noticing more patterns, So we started analyzing our data, just looking at what component of other subjective symptoms, like your depressive symptoms, could bear on this, which has not been done by the parent company. Okay, so we are now working on developing our own neurostability index, and this again in US market we are doing it. Which will tell if the patient is going to respond to a stimulant or not, as well as if they have more predilection to be addicted to it. So that is something we are working on the US market for license and everything, but that is what we are doing differently.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
So let's encourage with applause. And thank you so much for presenting your idea, sir. We are going to have one more presentation, one more startup pitch, which will be then followed by this panel discussion and finally followed by a lunch. So let us now continue with the third startup pitch. So I would like to invite next Polyarm Guard to present their idea.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Before I start, I want you to think about someone that is of elderly age, whether it is your parent, grandparent or someone you care of. Every day, someone wake up early and takes more than 5 medicines daily. Do you know these medicines can cause several harm if they are taken together? My name is Akhil Soni and he is Mohammad Saad. We are going to present a tool that is Polyarm Guard. A tool built for family or individual person to manage their medicines. Let me tell you what's happening in India right now. Let me take a guess whether it is an old person who gets 2 different doctors in a month. He first goes to a cardiologist, then goes to a orthopedician, then goes to a general physician. These all doctors give them different medication. None of these doctors know what the other doctor have prescribed. The patient goes home, he takes all 3 medicines every day. 3 months later, he is in hospital with internal bleeding. Nobody knows why this happened. This is not a rare case. This is happening in millions of Indian homes, and the data confirms it. 52% of the elderly person are on the multiple medicines that are given from the multiple doctors without knowing that whether these medicines will collide with each other or not. this is the figures that we have get from the data, that 173 million people in India are more than of 60 plus age, in which 78% elderly people are taking more than 5 medicines at a time, in which 52% have DDI, that means drug interaction, that are causing them severe harm to their health, whether it is drug overload or any internal side effect. That causes 3% of them their lives. Okay. So today I present you the solution for this, that is Polypharma. Polypharm represent means that we are taking more than 5 medicine at a same time that are prescribed from the different doctors. First of all, we have an example that first he went to the cardiologist that prescribes him warfarin, then orthopedician that prescribes him aspirin, third a general physician that prescribes him ibuprofen. These all together causes internal bleeding that is not known by the patient itself. So we have built a solution that is Polypharm Guard. We do is we take the prescription screenshot or upload it to the application. Application is based on, we have make a model that is trained over 5,000 plus medicine combination. Today it gives us a clear warning. You can get it to the doctor and check it whether it can harm you or not. We have made a simple prototype. I can show you.
जा रहा है काम तो करेगा वो तुम पहले खोलो अपना खोलो आ ही नहीं रहा
Okay, so our basic picture is that we have built a simple model that is trained over 5,000 plus medicine combination. That does it gives a accurate result over whether the medicines are harmful or not. This is basically totally offline and meant for the elderly person only. It eliminate the need of anyone asking and checking. Second of all, ये करता क्या है कि ये अभी जो बेसिकली अभी तो AI है, तो इसमें क्या है कि आप AI पे भी डालेंगे तो भी आपको बता देगा, लेकिन उसमें क्या है एडल्टली पर्सन को उसकी प्रॉम्प्टिंग और नीडिंग पता होना चाहिए. हमारा जो मॉडल है वो ऑलरेडी फुली ट्रेंड है, तो उसको किसी भी तरीके से इंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं देना पड़ता. जस्ट अपलोड द प्रिस्क्रिप्शन, वो उस प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के अकॉर्डिंग आपको पूरे फिगर एंड ग्राफ पिक्टोरियल फॉर्मेट में दे देगा, जो कि एडल्टली पर्सन के लिए देखने और समझने में आसान होगा. वो कलर के फॉर्मेट में बता सकता है कि वो हार्मफुल है और नॉट, वो कितने अमाउंट में एडिक्वेट है आपके लिए वो भी बता देगा. और ये बेसिकली टोटली ऑफलाइन चलेगा क्योंकि मॉडल पूरा तरीके से ट्रेन हो रखा है. अभी क्या है, इसके जो फिगर्स हैं बहुत कम है. ये फिगर जब तक मोर देन 8 मिलियन बिलियन ट्रेन नहीं होंगे तब तक वो एक्यूरेटली रिजल्ट नहीं देगा. अभी जो मॉडल की एक्यूरेसी है वो अराउंड 85% पे है. हाँ है वही चला नहीं वो प्रोटोटाइप दिखा
कौन सा है
इसको स्विच करिए. अभी तो चल रहा है, आप इसको चेंज करिए तो वो चलेगा. ठीक है, ओके. So this is our LLM model. We have trained it. Let me show you. We have some prescriptions that are uploaded on. First, we will take the prescription and just upload it. ये प्रिस्क्रिप्शन को स्कैन करेगा और आपको प्रिस्क्रिप्शन दे देगा. ये तो जस्ट इमेज थी, अभी इस इमेज पे वर्क करेगा थ्रू OCR, ऑप्टिकल कैरेक्टर रिकॉग्निशन। ये आपको ड्रग्स के नाम रिकॉग्नाइज करके बता देगा। देन ये आपको एक प्रोबेबिलिटी बार देगा। फिलहाल ये बेसिक प्रोटोटाइप है, तो इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुई हैं, लेकिन जो बेसिक आइडिया वो है वो दिखाया गया है। यानी कि ये बता रहा है कि इफ़ वी टेक वारफरिन, एस्पिरिन, पैरासीटामोल और आइब्यूप्रोफेन एट अ सेम टाइम, इट इज़ वेरी risky for your health. Second, we can take another example. Let's do prescription 5. Now, here is a prescription called Rampropil and now it's gives a low risk. That means these medicines can be taken together. This is a prototype idea and we have to work on it. Yes sir. Yes sir. Sir. But sir, we have to train it. So अभी तो prescription text page पे काम कर रहा है. We have to train it so you can read the handwritten text as well. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's basically for the patient only.
But you talked about the prescriptions given by the doctor.
Yes, sir. Sir, basically, यहाँ पे yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There are two medicines on it, and you are saying it cannot be taken together.
No, sir. Let me first explain it. यहाँ पे हमने एक प्रिस्क्रिप्शन नोट किया है। ये डेटा ट्रेन होने के बाद हम लोग मोर देन 2 प्रिस्क्रिप्शन की फोटो एक साथ अपलोड कर पाएंगे, जो सेपरेट डॉक्टर ने दिया होगा। ये मेरा सिर्फ दिखाने का मतलब यहाँ पे कॉम्बिनेशन वर्क कर रहा है। बेसिकली क्या होगा कि जब ये फुल्ली फंक्शनल होगा तो हम लोग मोर देन 1 प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के फोटोज़ को एक साथ अपलोड कर पाएंगे, जो डिफरेंट डॉक्टर ने दिए होंगे। वो सारी मेडिसिन को एक साथ मर्ज करके शो करेगा और कॉम्बिनेशन बता देगा कि कौन कौन से कॉम्बिनेशन सबसे ज़्यादा हार्मफुल है आपके लिए। बेसिकली यहाँ पे तो सिंगल डॉक्टर का प्रिस्क्रिप्शन है, क्योंकि वो अभी कैपेसिटी उसकी उतनी है ना ट्रेन करने पे। दिस इज अ हैंड रिटन प्रिस्क्रिप्शन। ये इसकी एक्यूरेसी भी चेक कर लो। सी हाँ, वो फीचर इंप्लीमेंट करना है। बेसिकली प्रोटोटाइप है और वी हैव क्रिएटेड इन जस्ट द वीक, दैट्स व्हाई।
Also, just to understand from the usability, from the user perspective, right?
Yes, sir.
Why would the patient go to 2 doctors at the same time for the same condition?
Sir, basically in India, most of the people goes to multiple doctors in a month, whether for their different problems. Different problems. That's why. I said ना, someone goes for the knee pain, someone goes for the heart problem. मतलब किसी के पास वो हार्ट प्रॉब्लम के लिए गया, किसी के पास नी प्रॉब्लम के लिए गया, तो अलग अलग डॉक्टर ने अलग अलग मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब किया, लेकिन उन्हें पता नहीं था कि उसको ऑलरेडी वो मेडिसिन मिल चुकी है सेम फॉर्मूला पे, इसलिए वो ज़्यादा हार्मफुल होती है। एक बार वो वैलिड हो जाएगा तो फिर नहीं होगा। नहीं बंद, इट विल गिव अ वार्निंग दैट गो टू अ डॉक्टर एंड कंसल्ट।
डॉक्टर तो लेकिन सबसे पहले ये पूछता है आप किसी और मेडिसिन में तो नहीं है, और वो लिखता भी है पर्चे पे।
सर
प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे सबसे पहले सवाल ये होता है।
बट यहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा लोग फार्मेसिस्ट से दवाई ले लेते हैं, बहुत कम ही लोग होते हैं जो जनरल फिजिशियन के पास जाते हैं। मोस्ट
अच्छा, तो बेसिकली तुम कह रहे हो कि वो लोग जो कि डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जा रहे हैं, डायरेक्टली प्रिस्क्रिप्शन ले रहे हैं फार्मासिस्ट से, वहाँ पे एप्लीकेबल है।
हाँ, बेसिकली डॉक्टर में भी कभी कभी मिस हो जाता है, या फिर एडल्टली पर्सन में मोस्टली उनकी फैमिली मेम्बर्स दवाइयाँ लाते हैं, जो वो इंडिविजुअल क्लाइंट है वो दवाई कभी लेता ही नहीं मोस्टली।
ये ओवर द काउंटर ड्रग्स हो गए, ओटीसी ड्रग्स हो गई ना, जो बिना प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के मिल रही हैं।
सर बेसिकली ये इंडियन मार्केट को टारगेट करता है या इंडियन पीपल्स को टारगेट करता है, क्योंकि वो वेल इन्फॉर्म नहीं होते अपने केस में, और मोस्ट
सिस्टम प्रॉब्लम बड़ा बट द पॉइंट इज कि जो तुमने इसका ऐप बनाया है,
तो दिस इज ओनली द बैक एंड।
ओके, इट इज बैक एंड, बट ये किसी कंपटीशन के लिए डिफिकल्ट क्यों है बनाना?
क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम।
अरे भैया मैंने समझ गया,
yes,
लेकिन जो तुमने बनाया बेसिक स्टफ बहुत अच्छा बनाया। तुमने 2 को कह रहे हो कि मल्टीपल डाल देंगे कवर हो जाएगा, But do you think this development of this solution, is it a moat? Is it a kind of a difficult thing?
Can you defend it against competition? That's the question. कि competition से बचाने के लिए आप क्या करेंगे?
Basically, जितना implementation बढ़ेगा, हमें क्या है कि अभी क्या था कि अभी तो उसमें सिर्फ रिस्क बता रहा है. फर्दर जब भी ये अपडेट होगा तो उसमें हम ये चाहते हैं कि आपको पता है कि सेम कॉम्पोजिशन की डिफरेंट मेडिसिन मिलती हैं विद डिफरेंट नेम. तो अभी क्या है, ये मेडिसिन के साथ उनका कॉम्पोजिशन भी बताएगा. दैट मीन्स कि अगर डिफरेंट नेम की मेडिसिन है लेकिन उनका कॉम्पोजिशन भी सेम है तो वो उसे भी बता देगा. और रही बात कंपटीशन की, तो वी हैव जस्ट innovated this idea right now, so we have not done yet.
Yes, that's something that you need to think
work on. Yes,
you can add more features, but also at the same time you have to think about कि आप कैसे लीड में रहें इसमें. And
मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा इसमें चैलेंज दिखता है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, क्योंकि ये इतना अच्छा आइडिया है कि गवर्नमेंट अपने आप आ जाएगा और उसके बाद वो ऐड भी हो जाओ.
So we haven't patented it yet.
Let me tell you.
Yes, sir.
10 on 10.
Thank you, sir.
तुमने जो किया ना, होता क्या है ना कि let me talk from the government perspective. जब मैं अपने ओपीडी में पेशेंट देखता था तो बहुत बार मैं अभी सबको बता रहा था. एग्जाम्पल क्या होता है, एक पेशेंट गया ऑर्थो में दिखा के आया, ऑर्थो ने भी प्रिस्क्राइब किया कि भैया आपको हमने ज़ीरोडोल लिख दिया. वो वापस गया डेंटल में भी गया, वहां भी पेन बताया. बहुत बार सरकारी अस्पतालों में पर्ची 1 रुपए की होती है, एक पन्ने का प्रिस्क्रिप्शन होता है. पेशेंट निकाल के दिखाता भी है. अगर बहुत बार वॉल्यूम देख रहे हो पूछना है कि क्या दवा ले रहे हो, ये एक सवाल तो होता ही होता है. जब भी whenever we plan a differential diagnosis और confirmatory diagnosis के बीच में इसको कहते हैं कि हमेशा आप केस स्टडी लेते हो. पेशेंट नहीं बता पाया या पेशेंट को नहीं पता है या बहुत बार पेशेंट को लगता है कि ठीक है, मतलब जो मैं अपनी प्रॉब्लम बता रहा हूं. अब ये प्रॉब्लम जो हॉस्पिटल में हो रही है, एक पेशेंट ने ऑर्थो में दिखाया, एक ने मेडिसिन में दिखाया, मुझे जी कमर में दर्द है, वहां भी उसको ज़ीरोडोल मिल गया, डेंटल में गया वहां भी ज़ीरोडोल मिल गया. अब टेक्निकली जब वो फार्मेसी पे जाता है उसके पास 3 पर्चे होते हैं सरकारी अस्पताल में. उसको ऑर्थो पे भी पर्चा मिल गया दवाई का, हमने ये पर्चा लिखा, मेरे नर्सिंग स्टाफ ने उसको पर्चा बना के दे दिया. ऑर्थो का पर्चा, मेडिसिन का पर्चा, डेंटल का पर्चा. अब वो दवा लेकर चला गया फार्मेसी पे. चूंकि उनको भी रिकॉर्ड रखना पड़ता है कि कितने पर्चे पे क्या दवा दी है, तो एंट्री होती है और उसको 3 दवा मिल गई. अब उस मरीज को जो कम पढ़ा लिखा है वो समझता है दवा मिली है, खानी है, किसी से पूछ लेता है, फार्मासिस्ट बता भी देते हैं कि सुबह दोपहर शाम लेनी है. बट इस तीनों में से कौन सी दवा कॉमन है? वो ड्रग ओवरडोज. यस. अब इसमें एक अच्छी बात है कि एबीडीएम जब से आ गया है ना, एबीडीएम में एक डिजिटल प्रिस्क्रिप्शन धीरे धीरे इंटीग्रेट कर रहा है. अगर आपने कुछ एपीआई ऐसी कर दी और सरकार उस एपीआई को इंटीग्रेट करने को रेडी हो जाए, चाहे ई सुश्रुत है, सीडैक वाले कर लेते हैं, तो दिस विल बिकम अ वैल्यूएबल सॉल्यूशन. रेवेन्यू कैसे आएगा? ये हो सकता है कि जो ऑलरेडी एबीडीएम कंप्लाइंट चीजें बना रही हैं उसके साथ मिलकर विल हैव टू थिंक ऑफ द बिजनेस मॉडल. बट दे आर सॉल्विंग अ रियल प्रॉब्लम. जो पेशेंट ड्रग ओवरडोज के लिए ये सबसे कन्वेंशनल प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है, वेयर वी डू नॉट सी अ टेक सॉल्विंग इट.
अच्छा, इसमें सपोज करो ठीक है, बड़ा अच्छा प्रॉब्लम है, बट द पॉइंट इज व्हाई एल्डरली ओनली? क्या अगर मैं वॉरफेरिन एस्पिरिन के साथ खाऊंगा तो क्या मैं अगर जवान हूं तो मरूंगा नहीं?
सर, नहीं. हमारा मेन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू इसलिए था ये एल्डरली के लिए, क्योंकि जो जनरल यूथ है वो आज के टाइम पर बहुत सारे तरीके के आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, चैट जीपीटी, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, कुछ भी, तो उससे वो प्रॉम्प्ट देके भी पूछ सकता है.
नहीं, देखिए बहुत जगह एआई नहीं चाहिए. चीजें बहुत सिंपल है. आपने सर जो कह रहे हैं वो अच्छी बात कह रहे हैं. आपने प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को बहुत केंद्रित कर दिया है जीरियाट्रिक्स पे. आप सोचिए इसकी बायर अस्पताल हो, आपके सॉल्यूशन का जो मेरी फार्मेसी से ही वो दवा नहीं जाए,
यस सर,
तो आई विल बी अ बायर ऑफ दिस टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट? इसीलिए इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर की जरूरत है जो आज आपके यहाँ खुल गया है.
अच्छा, दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो मैं तुम्हें ऐड करी, अच्छा हो रहा है. पॉइंट ये है कि तुम ये बनाओगे कैसे? क्या तुम क्लाउड पे रखोगे? अब अगर तुम क्लाउड पे नहीं रखोगे, तुम उसके सिस्टम में इंटीग्रेट करोगे, जिसे हम कहते हैं प्लग एंड प्ले डिवाइस, राइट? अगर प्लग एंड प्ले डिवाइस करोगे तो तुम्हें पहुंचानी पड़ेगी हर गांव में. क्लाउड में तो फिर भी लोग एक्सेस कर सकते हैं इजीली. माय पॉइंट, देखो होता क्या है ना, दैट इज द डिफरेंस जो हम लोग अभी रिसर्च कर रहे थे कि रिसर्च में और कमर्शियलाइजेशन में अंतर क्या होता है. बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, लेकिन इसे कमर्शियलाइज कैसे करोगे
सर? वी विल
धंधा कैसे बनेगा
सर? इसको बहुत डेटा को बहुत ज़्यादा हाईली कंप्रेस किया जा सकता है क्योंकि टेक्स्ट बेस्ड डेटा है और जितना भी LLM मॉडल ट्रेन हो जाएगा तो ये
ऑफलाइन की बात नहीं आ रही है, मेरे पास नेटवर्किंग की बात आ रही है।
सर ये ऑफलाइन वर्क करेगा ना?
अगर
आउटरीच कैसे होगी, पेनिट्रेट कैसे करेंगे, ये
सो दैट वी हैव टू वर्क ऑन।
टेक्निकल व्यू पॉइंट से मैं देखूं, मैं टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट देख रहा हूँ इसमें। OCR देखिए, डॉक्टर्स की लिखावट बड़ी माशाल्लाह होती है, ठीक है। आई एम सॉरी, आई मीन माय अपोलॉजीज। तो आपका जो OCR जो भी आप यूज करेंगे, मैं टेक्निकल आदमी हूँ तो टेक्निकलिटी की तरफ से देख रहा हूँ। उस OCR का जो आपने कॉन्फिडेंस अभी दिखाया था अभी पिछले वाले पर्चे में 0.51 एट द रेट ऑफ 1 था, तो अगर OCR का मतलब वहां से ही वो नहीं कैच कर पा रहा है तो आगे की आपकी परफॉर्मेंस कहीं ना कहीं खराब हो जाएगी। तो उसको ध्यान में आपको जरूर से रखना है। एंड सिंस अगर आप इसे ऑफलाइन यूज करोगे स्पीड मिलेगी, अदरवाइज अगर वैसे यूज करोगे रियल उसमें, सो द सॉफ्टवेयर विल टेक इट लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू स्कैन, मैच एंड डू एवरीथिंग। कैन आई
अभी
idea is very good. I appreciate lot of
this is something what we call as networking effect, right? Agar as long as you do not create sufficient traction, which means sufficient number of people who use your app, chicken and egg situation hai. You will not have numbers, you will not have money, you will not have revenue, you will not have valuation, you will not be able to raise funds, right? तो अर्ली स्टेज में अगर तुम कहोगे मुझे 30 लाख रुपए चाहिए, इट्स अ टफ आस्क।
अमन,
यस सर।
एक पर्सन जो 3 टैबलेट्स खा रहा है कहीं ना कहीं सेम सॉल्ट्स की, ठीक है, आप उसको बता रहे हो कि आपको 3 खाने की जरूरत नहीं, 1 की जरूरत है।
नो सर, वी आर नॉट टेलिंग हर टू टेक ओनली 1 नॉट 3। उसे ना 1 खाने की जरूरत है ना 3। First of all, he has to go to the doctor and first consult her.
ठीक है, okay.
Yes,
after the consultation of the doctor, he will get a medicine, ठीक है, which he required. Okay. आपको नहीं लगता है कि आप फार्मास्यूटिकल वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी पे एक बहुत बड़ा जो है ठप्पा मारने वाले हो, नुकसान करने वाले हो फार्मास्यूटिकल वर्ल्ड का? तो आपके पास फार्मास्यूटिकल वर्ल्ड के लिए क्या लॉलीपॉप है उनको देने के लिए? आपको नहीं लगता है कि कितनी सारी मेडिसिन को आप जो एक साथ अब $0 SP भी ले रहा है, कोई गोवेरान भी ले रहा है, ठीक है, डाइक्लोफेनेक पैरासीटामोल के साथ में वो कोई ले रहा है, एसिक्लो और सिराशियो के साथ में, दे आर वर्किंग द सेम। सो वहाँ पे आपके लिए क्या है?
फ्यूचर चैलेंजेस का अभी इतना ज़्यादा सोचा नहीं है।
आपको सोचना है बेटा इस पे, और विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, आइडिया इज़ वेरी गुड, बट
सो BTech स्टूडेंट्स वी हैव कंप्यूटर साइंस, जहांगीराबाद ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, GIT। Yes sir.
इसको ना आप सबसे पहले पेटेंट पे काम
कीजिए। So that's why we have very less knowledge about pharmacy and so that. Yes sir. हाँ, that we can enhance.
जो डॉक्टर की राइटिंग का आपका इशू आ रहा था, उसको बाईपास करने के लिए आप पेशेंट से, अगर आपको पेशेंट ही अपना मेन कंज्यूमर रखना है तो दवा के पीछे का
that can work.
राइटिंग होती है वो आप स्कैन करा दिए, वो स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड है, तो दैट्स इजियर टू ट्रेन ऑन देन अ डॉक्टर्स राइटिंग।
बट द थिंग इज कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ही हैज टू परचेज द मेडिसिन, देन व्हाट इज द पॉइंट ऑफ
फार्मेसी से ले चुका है वो मेडिसिन, तो फार्मेसी का बिल
दैट इज आल्सो अ थिंग। आई विल डू। थैंक यू फॉर द पॉइंट। थैंक यू फॉर द पॉइंट।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much, team. All the best. So now let's move ahead to the highlight of the day for our panel discussion, which is based on the topic AI in healthcare and medical education. It's my pleasure and privilege to invite our moderator, Mr. Shyamnath Harinath, Head of Shift Innovation Center, Bengaluru, Siemens Healthineers, for moderating this session. I request Mr. Zoali Khan sir to please come up and welcome sir with the planter. Can we have the planter please? A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Zor, sir, I would request you to please stay back to welcome our panelists one by one. So our first, sir, I request you to please take up your seat, sir. So I would like to invite our first judge, Dr. Rahul Singh Amritraj, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Medical Innovation Games Foundation, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He pioneered India's first startup OPD and AI startup clinic in a government hospital and is a recognized COVID warrior during patient-centric healthcare innovation. Thank you so much, sir. I request you to please take your seat. Our next judge is Mr. Azam Ali Khan, Chief Executive Officer. So we are privileged to have you. TIDES IIT Roorkee. With over 20 years of experience in business strategy and startup growth, he has helped scale the ecosystem from 3 to 300 plus startups and mentored numerous ventures globally. We have our next judge, Professor Dr. Dipendra P. Singh, founding Pro-Vice Chancellor, Chandigarh University, Uttar Pradesh, and a distinguished expert in artificial intelligence with nearly 3 decades of academic and industry experience. He has authored 150 plus publications and several books. Thank you, sir. We are pleased to have you. I request all the panelists to please take the seat. I would now request our moderator, sir, to please welcome Mr. Zor Ali Khan, our panelist for the session with the planter. Mr. Zor Ali Khan is the Additional Director, Research and Development at ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital and the founder and CEO of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 Criterion Tag. He also serves as leading innovation across healthcare, research, and the startup ecosystem. We are proud to associate with you, sir. I would like to hand over the session to you, sir.
I'm going to just do it standing. Is that okay?
As you wish. As you wish, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shyam Harinath. I lead innovation for Siemens Healthineers. Okay. Okay. Then I will move this side. Perfect. So, welcome to this interesting, exciting panel discussion on evolution of healthcare and medical education. I know this is a session that is in between lunch, so please, I'm sure we can make it exciting. Yeah. Okay, but just to set the context, so the word evolution is key here, right? Because we are not talking about incremental improvements, but really talking about fundamental shift in healthcare and medical education. This is because AI is really reshaping the clinical pathways from screening. You saw a few of the startups which are really had nice innovative solutions in screening by basically predicting diseases. Multimodal data, right? And also personalized therapy, precision medicine. But we are also seeing that AI is also redefining healthcare education, right? It is redefining how students are learning, how skills are being assessed, and also how the future healthcare professionals are being prepared for a very dynamic clinical. So this brings up some very critical questions, really. Are we evolving in the right direction? Is our healthcare systems and institutions prepared for what is coming? Right? And really being prepared for not only how to use AI, but also how to work alongside AI in a responsible manner. And these are some of the questions that we want to address in this panel discussion today. So let's get started. I would like to first start with maybe understanding a little bit on the core needs, right? Why this transformation is happening, what are the drivers behind it? And it's a question to all of the panelists here. What are the most critical gaps do you see today in the healthcare and medical education that is making it necessary for AI to be integrated? Anybody wants to solve? Maybe Mr. Zog?
Yes. So, one of the gaps that has always existed in medical education, I was just discussing it during the break with Dr. Rahul as well, is that there's no uniformity when it comes to clinical exposure. It completely relies on chance that, every clinical posting that a BBA student is going into for a few weeks, maybe 8 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. So during those weeks, they will get all variety of patients that is required for appropriate clinical exposure. In that department. So each department, there's a finite time that they'll spend in that department. And during that window, supposing they visited the general medicine department during this time, it might be during January, February, so there won't be any dengue cases generally. So they would never get that exposure during the clinical posting. Similarly, there might be certain hospitals that might be having a good respiratory medicine specialty. So a lot of, because of the repute of the doctor or the expertise, a lot of TB patients come there. But they don't have any heart specialists or they don't have a neurologist. So in that case, those kind of cases, even in general medicine, won't come as frequently as they would in a medical college which has those super specialities. So that way there's a variation in the clinical exposure and consequently the quality of medical training that we are exposing our healthcare workers of the future too. So that's, I think, one of the main problems that I see. The other being that we're not able to produce healthcare workers at the rate that it's required. I talked about it in my presentation as well, that population keeps growing at a steady rate, in fact, increasing rate, accelerating rate, and it's not possible to, even though the government has done a tremendous job of increasing the number of seats the past few years, but despite that, it's something that they can't keep up with, the population growth. And also there are other constraints when you're scaling up medical education capacity, and those constraints are mainly related to the expertise or the faculty members. You can create infrastructure, create classrooms or a building in a matter of weeks or months, but you can't create faculty in the same duration of time. So we need to think about those challenges when we're talking about addressing quality of medical education.
Thanks, Mr. Anybody would like to add?
Substantiating what Mr. Zhou said, the foremost challenge or gap what we are looking nowadays is that not generally in the metros, but when we talk about the far off areas, the far flung areas, there the acute shortage of specialists, number one. Number two, not only the practitioners, but those people who are diagnosing these medical reports, there is MRIs, X-rays and everything. So radiologists and pathologists. So can we automate them? Can we come up with certain solutions which somebody can help whatsoever the medical practitioners we do have to take these things further ahead and reduce their load and cater the masses more in number. So that is one of the gaps which I seriously look into, and why the evolution of technology and integration of technology into medical science is highly required.
Thank you. So I have a different opinion, and I say that knowing that what not to do with the patient is medical science. That's very, very important. When you study medicine for 5 years, your UG, you get to know
क्या करना है तो एक बैच में 100 लोगों को शायद कम पता हो, लेकिन मेजर लोगों को पता होता है. But as a clinician, what not to do and refer it to a higher center. What is good for the patient is very important. And then technology since 1990s has taken over every part of science, and medical science when we talk about in particular, a lot of intervention through technologies have come in, and medical education has not been regulated the same way. We need modern doctors of today to understand the biasness of AI, to know that this interpretation by AI is wrong. So that, see, as doctors, we should always focus that, the core part of being a doctor is understanding empathy, being very good at practicing your art of medicine, but then at the end of the day, everything that is affecting your clinical decision, you should be knowing it. You may not be a master of it. That is where I say that if at all you have studied medicine, you must be knowing AI. And how do I support this judgment? I tell you, Government of India came out with a certificate program for all the doctors of this country. Government of India realized that our doctors need to know a minimum of AI to rule out the good and bad AI in the OPDs. So, a lot of gaps are there, but I see that these gaps will all have together, the public and the private institutions. Absorption of tech has to be quick. A lot of tech takes a lot of time before it gets absorbed in the system. It becomes outdated. We'll have to work on institutional mechanism. For example, when I say that when we see a software, now at least UP is leading it. We have a mechanism that will get the test and trial done within 6 months. We have opened up the windows of medical colleges, and then the way I'm a big fan of Josser. The way institutions like this are taking up medical innovation as priority. What is happening is, with the absorber of technology, as doctors we absorb technologies. हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ से आता है? MR के थ्रू आता है. एक बड़ी कंपनी के लोग पिच करते हैं, वहां से आता है. Our doctors are not contributing to it. क्या डॉक्टर्स कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं करना चाहते हैं? आंसर इसका है कि करना चाहते हैं, विंडो ओपन नहीं है. दैट इज वेयर इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स विल ओपन, एंड मेडिकल रेगुलेशन इज अ पार्ट ऑफ इट. मेडिकल हेल्थ बहुत बड़ा एरिया है. प्लेटफॉर्म्स लाइक दिस इज द आंसर टू सॉल्व दोज मेडिकल एजुकेशन में गैप्स.
Yeah, please.
The cost of knowledge is actually now zero. So probably because of AI or anything else, people who think that they have graduated from some of the best institutes, and because of that they will have value, that thought process needs to be thrown out of the window. Everything is available right now, and that's the reason my major objection to the previous idea was that technology is no more a constraint. The constraint is basically how you are approaching your customers. India is producing roughly like 100,000 doctors, something like that, every year. And then if suppose, for example, they are coming up for the next 10 or 15 years, are they ready to face the challenges of AI? Are they ready to be AI aligned? Because whether they agree or not, majority of the work is going to be taken up by AI driven solutions. And more than that, if we are talking about the students who are coming out of the medical institutes, are the faculty well versed with the consequences of AI? Because they graduated in an era where there was nothing like AI, just like me. So the issue here is that, are we creating a cadre of medical servicemen who are aligned with the projected future nitty-gritties or not? I'm a big fan of systems theory. I mean, some people follow design thinking or first principles, but to me systems theory basically helps us to capture an essence of the issue. And if we talk about systems theory, we are not just talking about doctors, we are talking about nurses, we are talking about admins, we are talking about the vendor who is standing outside this hospital premises and selling. How are we integrating the whole healthcare value chain? That is what is important, because every element of this, the universe of healthcare providing system, they're interacting with each other, and as well they're interacting with people who are outside this boundary. So I think we are well placed. We know, we have identified what the challenges are, but we need to do more in terms of execution. Probably government institutes, unfortunately, they are a bit, tied up with how to bring those challenges so fast. Unlike the private institutes, which actually can take up the cudgels and move faster. That is my humble submission to your thought.
Great. So I think just to summarize it, we talked about variations in healthcare, right? We also talked about the challenges in supply and demand, with Mr. Zor mentioned, and also this translation, right, from research to innovation to really making it to the users, right? And also a great point you brought about the role of the integrating the healthcare ecosystem. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Healthcare especially needs an ecosystem approach. It cannot be solved by one player. You need to have everybody in it to really solve the problem. Okay, so moving to the next step. So we talked about the needs. Now just want to get into a little bit on the trends and the evolution we see happening in the healthcare and education, medical education. So maybe I'll start again with you, Mr. Azam. You work with a lot of startups, right? And you see a lot of innovative startups as well. So, and they're all working on AI, and they say they are working on AI, right? But do you think it is really hype, or do you actually seeing a lot of real impact in the market, in the field?
So, I was also an advocate that this is also just a kind of a flash in the pan, that this storm will come and pass away. But actually what I'm seeing is that it is not just going to stay, it is actually going to drastically change the way we live our life. One example I will share with you. Typically, we assess almost like around 100, 150 ideas every week for incubation and all. Until very recently, there was a team, incubation management team, comprises of 3-4 people who used to go through it, where the TOT, the turnaround time, was almost like a month. Because you have to go through the pitches, you have to interact with people, you have to identify what is the market size, blah, 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 and everything. And these ideas are actually coming from almost every walk of your life. So space, defense, health tech, ed tech, fintech. So you have to have a very diverse understanding. But then I thought, okay, let us try and use Claude into it. So what we did, we developed a small model using Claude, and I was using, to be very frank, a free version, not even a paid version. And it threw up exactly the same decisions which my team had made over the last 1 year. Exactly the same decisions. Now you just understand, just try to visualize that these decisions were thrown up in the matter of minutes, not months, without spending a penny, nothing. I had to just define, this is a persona of a typical founder, check into these things, what exactly he's claiming. So go through his LinkedIn profile, search through scrub some data on the web, and try to identify whether whatever he's claiming is correct or not, whether the market has size, whether he has, and then you identify the milestones and all. So my point here is that I am seeing people who are losing their jobs. One of the very big company, I will not name the company, but again, one of my senior from IIT Roorkee itself, he said that I have cut down my employee strength from 150 to just 10, because he is getting more value from those 10 people than keeping 140 additional people, because he said that I just have to integrate my AI systems. You just saw Oracle has laid off 12,000 people very recently. So this is happening. So if you are not, and I'm sorry to say, it is not typically a technology or software sector issue. This will come up everywhere, even in administration, even in education, in faculty, because faculty need to make themselves relevant. If they are not relevant, they will be thrown out of the system. Because anything, like I was just talking, seeing one of the documentary of Dennis Hesseby, anything which is repeatable can be taken over by AI. Anything. So if you are repeating your lectures, please understand that that will be removed from the system.
So my thought here is, it is scary, but I do not want to scare everybody. But what you have to do, you have to prepare yourself with the right skill sets. We cannot simply say, okay, this will come and go. Nahi jaane wala hai ye. This is the new normal.
Yeah, so the impact is real, as you see. Yeah. Anybody would like to add? Dr. Rahul? Yeah, so basically the hype, is it a hype or is it real that you see the impact of?
We have to understand that the lights are on and outside the sun is there. And next 3 hours, the sun is going to go. So that's being with AI. You talk from a hospital perspective, I agree to what he said. A lot of repetitive work is machine learning, which machines will learn. But our human intelligence, where our curiosity, our ability to diagnose complex things, right? And then doctors being able to be ready to understand that this part would be done by the AI. The remaining part, for example, let me give you an example. So we have a startup at our hospital where we're using their software. Normally what happens is if a radiologist is looking at an X-ray, and supposedly the radiologist takes 30 seconds to make a diagnosis. And there is a 20th X-ray on the table. Possibly the number of the 20th X-ray will come in next 10 minutes. That's the conventional radiology and healthcare. How AI is doing it, now because that chest X-ray which was film initially has come onto screen now on laptop. All the X-rays that go to the doctor now, they're also going to the AI. And now when the doctor is seeing at the screen, he has also an AI opinion right on the right side and also sees the original X-ray, gives his opinion. All of a sudden, the 20th X-ray, which is the pneumothorax, pops up all of a sudden and sends a message to the doctor that this looks like a pneumothorax. The doctor is going to immediately see that X-ray. That is where AI, see, you will have to understand that how you're going to use AI. AI, at most of my conferences, I say it is the new electricity. You will have to understand, वो 33,000 वाला तो घर पे नहीं आएगा ना. It has to be regulated. Then brought to the healthcare. जिस तरीके से ChatGPT है, ChatGPT healthcare में you use करना बहुत challenge है. आपको ये भी देखना है कि what portion of chatbot is allowed. What the model training has to be done along with the doctors. We have a startup where they have developed a chatbot model for India where Android phone does not exist. We have to think of these solutions. So ये hype नहीं है. We have to be in real कि ये वही दौर है. हम लोग ऑर्कुट के ज़माने से हमने फेसबुक भी देखा और अब आजकल the moment you go to the OPD, ऑर्थो OPD में किसी से मिल के आते हो और बाहर आपको जो भी चीजें बताई गई हैं ड्यूरिंग बात करते हुए वो आप पे ऐड में आने लगते हैं. This is the fact. You have to open up your eyes, keep your eyes open and learn and be smarter because doctors will be replaced by doctors who know AI. AI is not going to remove any of us. हम सबको पता होना चाहिए बेसिक. तो एक और मेरा पेट लाइन होता है, it has to be ethical, it has to be validated, it has to be tech enabled and doctor led. That's the future of AI.
Great points.
Technologies will come and will go. That is for sure. Today it is AI which has come with a very exponential effect. No of the technology in previous has made such a fast impact. I will not say bigger, but I'm saying faster impact at the pace what AI has made. Tomorrow quantum is coming. All these calculations on the computers will go to a toss, like all these encrypting algorithms, all our passwords and everything. These will go to the toss and something else has to be devised which cannot be cracked in the real time. But the point is that we have to understand that we have to live with the technology and we have to go hand in hand, have to learn that how ethically we can use, how potentially for our advantage we can use. As Rahul says that something came up which was critical and popped up. So here is the use of technology, not replacing a human being. So it must be assisting all the time. We need not to afraid, but we need to shake a very tight hand with any technology which is coming tomorrow, day after tomorrow.
You actually, I think both of you actually touched upon quite a few things that I already had questions for, but it's great. But I had one question. So we know in the clinical workflow, recently I was reading an article on Economic Times, right? They said 40% of the clinicians are already exposed or using AI in the clinical workflows. But very small percentage, like maybe single-digit percentage of medical institutions have a very structured AI program integrated into the curriculum. So how do you think, because one thing is, yeah, you're exposed to once you're already practicing, but how can medical institutions really prepare better or help train our future medical professionals better so that they can use AI and also work with AI alongside in a responsible manner, like you said?
I'll answer that. Sure. So very recently, Government of UP is one of the leaders in the country. Medical Education Department, Government of UP came out with an order. These 4 medical institutions with higher capacity who are performing with higher patients and using tech are responsible to take 4 lectures, and our number was the 3rd one. So we had to take an entire workshop to teach our own doctors, both from government setting and private setting, a basic of AI. This is the effort which government is taking. Government is making a mandate. Although it was a holiday that day, I guess Eid thousand. But it was a mandate that pure UP se 200 clinicians join in to understand. And we brought a clinician who uses AI. During his lecture, he made sure कि आप पहले चीजें ये समझे कि मेडिकल एजुकेशन में हम AI कहाँ यूज करें, गामा कैसे यूज करें, नैपकिन कैसे यूज करें, बेसिक ऑफ इट. हाउ डू यू इंप्रूव अ मिनिमम, क्योंकि आपका जो स्टूडेंट है, यू हैव टू बी स्मार्टर देन दैट. सिर्फ इंफॉर्मेशन टेलीकास्ट करना इज नो मोर टीचर्स जॉब. ये कन्वेंशनल प्रोसेस था कि आपको आता था, बच्चे को नहीं आता था. इंटरनेट ने वो ब्रिज कर दिया. अब आपका बच्चा आपसे जब पहले प्रिपेयर होकर आता है. अब आपका जो तजुर्बा है, एक्सपीरियंस इज नोबडी इज एबल टू बीट. उसी के लोग इज्जत कर रहे होते हैं. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि गवर्नमेंट इज वेरी वेल प्लान तरीके से इज मेकिंग इट, इट इज नॉट मेकिंग इट मैंडेट, बट इट इज कमिंग आउट विद सॉल्यूशन कि आपको एआई आना चाहिए. और सरकार क्लासेस करा रही है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया करा रही है, टाटा ने कुछ फ्री कोर्सेज कर दिए हैं. हम सबको सीखना पड़ेगा, एक मैंडेट है, गवर्नमेंट भी लेकर आ रही है. ये करिकुलम का हिस्सा अभी तक नहीं है, बट करिकुलम में जो अभी नई पॉलिसी आई है उसमें ऑप्शन है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन कैन डेफिनेटली ऐड इट.
If I may, so to address the question about certain institutes starting courses on AI addressed towards healthcare professionals, I feel one of the things that they should focus on in the syllabus is the pitfalls of AI, because the next generation, I'm confident that the next generation of medical students that we're going to get, or even the students we're getting right now, they're much more familiar or at ease with AI already. But we need to make sure that they're not overly attached or dependent on it. They still retain their cognitive faculties. So in order to do that, I think we need to demonstrate कि अगर इसके ऊपर over rely करोगे तो ये pitfall हो सकता है, ये pitfall हो सकता है, ये चीज़ें अलग से highlight होनी चाहिए उसमें, इस तरह के curriculums में. And at the same time, we need to perhaps demonstrate, we need to, I think, highlight the point that, as Mr. Azam said, कि technology is no longer the critical factor. वो तो democratize हो गई है. अब जो critical factor होगा वो आपकी add-on thinking होगी, कितना और आप उसके ऊपर उस टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज कर पा रहे हैं using your own cognitive faculties. So that would be the differentiating factor. How you are able to layer your own thinking with the AI. So you need to demonstrate these two things, the pitfalls as well as how to make the most of it, or be a leader, a pioneer by layering your own thinking onto AI.
Dr. Tapendra,
I will add only one and a half statement here. The very foremost thing which we let our students, next generation, and even the generation who is entering into this AI era, to let them understand that there is a difference between AI and digitization. I mean, a lot of people are talking about जरा electronic records देख लिए कि ये AI है. So I mean, there is a hell difference between this digitization of the records and then something analytics working based on that data which has been captured there. So AI is something different, and that is required to be taught by integrating into the curriculum very carefully. So those who are developing the curriculum and delivering it, they first need to understand that from where this AI actually starts. It's not only digitization of the records. So that's my concluding statement here. Okay.
So गौतम बुद्ध ने एक बात कही थी, उनसे पूछा गया कि what is wisdom? तो उन्होंने कहा कि wisdom is knowledge backed by experience. Very simple definition. गीता में भी लिखा है ना कि परिवर्तन जो है वही संसार का नियम है. चेंज से डरना नहीं है, पहली बात तो ये, फर्स्ट थिंग फर्स्ट. दूसरी बात ये कि हम लोग स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ कहते हैं, आई थिंक द बिगेस्ट चेंज हैज टू बी ब्रॉट इन द फैकल्टी, बिकॉज स्टूडेंट्स फैकल्टी को एक आइडल की तरह देखते हैं. अगर वो आइडल ही कहेगा कि नहीं नहीं सब सही है, कोई नहीं, चलते रहो, तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला. तो द बॉटलनेक इज नॉट द स्टूडेंट्स, बॉटलनेक इज समवेयर एल्स विच नीड्स टू बी चेक्ड. दूसरा मेरा इसमें हम्बल सबमिशन ये रहेगा कि दो आई मीन इट्स गुड दैट गवर्नमेंट इज एक्चुअली डूइंग दीज थिंग्स, बट these lectures, these workshops need to be integrated with the promotional things, with the promotional aspect of a career for a faculty. Because what happens when we simply do lectures or workshops, हम लोग आएंगे, बैठेंगे, 1.5 घंटा बैठेंगे, चले जाएंगे, हमें सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाएगा, हमने किया है, समझा क्या है हमें नहीं पता. So the point is that if we really want to just handle the problem head on, we have to understand and assess कि learning हुई क्या है. हम सब बच्चों के साथ ये काम नहीं कर सकते, मुश्किल है, बिकॉज नंबर बहुत ज़्यादा है. एटलीस्ट 500 से 600 जो फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं उनके साथ हम ये ज़रूर कर सकते हैं. Just like we were discussing during the break that these paper publishing and all has been made mandatory and people are publishing by hook or by crook or something like that. यहाँ पे भी कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा. हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं ही ऐसे, जब तक डंडा नहीं पड़ता हम लोग काम नहीं करते. We live in the 11th hour. So my suggestion, or not the suggestion, but just the internal insight is that at some point in time we need to see that this is a new way of life. We do not be scared about it, but we need to ensure that everybody knows about it. It's a very good thing what I think Rahul ji said, that doctors may not be replaced completely by the AI, but by doctors who know AI. So let's be on the other side of the river than on the same side.
So great points, right? I think we discussed a few very important topics here, right? One, we say the difference between digitalization and AI. Digitalization is like a requirement to have AI, right? At least good AI. You need to have digital infrastructure, digitalization first. And we also talked about how it's about more augmented intelligence, right? It's helping clinicians make decisions, right? So that's what we are talking about. So it's great points. I know we touched a little bit about some of this topic on ethics, right? When you talk about AI, always the next question is the ethical implications on healthcare and medical education, right? Bias, data privacy, security, and so on. So maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Rahul, on this part, right? So what are the implications from an ethical standpoint on medical education and future of healthcare professionals, right? How in training future of healthcare professionals.
As this part of the session will be around ethics, so morning I was having a session with Jha sir. So हमने important बात कही कि ना the new way of quackery which is entering industry is through AI. पर हम क्या कहते हैं कि झोला छाप डॉक्टर्स हैं. जिस दिन we were building up our incubation center, तो जो गेस्ट थे हमारे, उन्होंने मुझे कहा था कि आपको ये इंश्योर करना है टेक्नोलॉजी के नाम पर अंडर क्वालिटी चीजें हेल्थ केयर में एंटर ना करें. ये सरकारी अस्पताल की भी जिम्मेदारी है. सो वी हैव टू इंश्योर दैट एक तो एथिक्स और रूल्स में फर्क है. You know, how do I practice एथिक्स ना मेरे बचपन से बनी है. मेरे बचपन की ट्रेनिंग है, मेरी पेरेंटिंग है, मेरे सोचने का तरीका है. रूल्स तो आपने कह दिया कि 4 बजे के बाद ये हॉल खाली करना है, ये रूल है. एथिक्स ये है कि मैं इस कमरे से जाऊं तो लाइट बंद करके जाऊं. ये मेरा एथिक्स है. जब हम हेल्थ केयर में एथिक्स की बात करते हैं सर, लेकिन चूंकि आप देखें कि लेट मी गिव यू बाय एग्जांपल. एक हमारे पास स्टार्टअप आता है कि सर हमारे ऐप में ना 20 सेकंड बात करो, ये मेंटल हेल्थ बता देगा. तो जब उसको सुनने के लिए सारे एचओडीज बैठे, सारी फैकल्टी बैठी, तो एक इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल है कि एज डॉक्टर्स आप सब लोग ये सवाल पूछें. सवाल पूछना जरूरी है कि आप जब कहते हैं बता देंगे, तो एक साइकियाट्रिस्ट को तो 20 साल लगा है तय करने में. बहुत आप क्या सैंपल ले रहे हैं? वॉइस सैंपल ले रहे हैं. लेकिन ओपीडी में बहुत बार इनवर्बल कम्युनिकेशन होता है. पेशेंट आके बैठा है, आप पेशेंट को कुछ बात कर रहे हैं, पेशेंट छत देख रहा है. इसका मतलब पेशेंट एक इनवर्बल कम्युनिकेशन है वहां पे, जो मेरा तजुर्बा तय करता है कि पेशेंट डिसोरिएंटेड है. इसका मतलब अब इस दैट इज वेयर अब इस स्टार्टअप को गाइड किया गया कि अगर आप एक फेस रिकग्निशन भी लगाते हो अलॉन्ग विद द वॉइस, इट माइट गेट क्लोज टू द क्लिनिकल डिसीजन. वो कहते हैं कि वॉइस तो हमारे पास 10,000 डेटा पे हमने ट्रेन करा लिया है, ओपन सोर्स डेटा पे. अब हमें ये बताना है कि वो नॉइज है, वो वॉइस नहीं है. मेडिकल डेटा, हर डेटा एक तो डेटा है, एक मेडिकल डेटा है, एक कॉलेजेस है, एक मेडिकल कॉलेजेस है. ये अलग क्यों है? ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक चीजों को जब भी डील करेंगे ना, उसमें क्वालिटी हैज टू बी ऑप्टिमम, बिना किसी डिस्कशन के. मतलब 2 पैरासीटामोल नहीं हो सकते कि मेरे फादर के अलग, आपके फादर के लिए अलग. पैरासीटामोल हैज टू बी पैरासीटामोल. मेडिकल एआई हैज टू बी रेगुलेटेड. डीपीडीपी एक्ट इज डूइंग इट रियली वेल. we'll have to implement it. Loopholes, हम में से ही लोग हैं जो loopholes as consultant बता रहे होते हैं कि ये डिवाइस ना वेलनेस में आ जाएगी. I know a very good example जहां लोग कहते हैं कि भारत सरकार कहती है कि अगर इसके अंदर एक सॉफ्टवेयर है और ये हार्डवेयर है, इसको अलग से क्लियरेंस लेना है एज अ मेडिकल डिवाइस इन टोटल. लोग क्या करते हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर का अलग लिया, हार्डवेयर का अलग लिया, इजी मार्केट एंटर करने के लिए. एज डॉक्टर्स एक ही चेक पॉइंट डॉक्टर्स को करना चाहिए. दे शुड बी द चेक पॉइंट, ये पूछने के लिए कहां वैलिडेट हुए. और हमें ये समझना पड़ेगा कि वैलिडेशन का मतलब क्या होता है. एक शहर में 4 लोग कह देते हैं अच्छा है, वो वैलिडेशन नहीं है. मेडिकल वैलिडेशन का मतलब, जो मैं सुबह बात भी कह रहा था सर, कि आपके आइडिया को आप जब एक किसी इंस्टीट्यूट में प्रेजेंट करते हैं, एक प्रोटोकॉल के तहत तय होता है कौन से क्या सैंपल साइज हो, आप तय नहीं करते. देयर इज अ फार्मूला दैट टेल्स. फिर एथिकल कमिटी में प्रेजेंट होता है, एक पीआई होते हैं. फिर तय होता है कि हम क्या पढ़ना चाह रहे हैं इस स्टडी से, हम परफॉर्मेंस इवैल्यूएशन करना चाह रहे हैं. एंड देन जब इस तरह से रेगुलेट होकर के जब इंडस्ट्री में एंटर करेगा तो पेशेंट के अच्छाई के लिए होगा. और अगर सिर्फ एंटर करेगा तो वो कोएक्री होगा, जो हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है कि कोएक्री से एक्सेस खत्म हो जा रहा है अच्छे डॉक्टर्स का. हमें टेक्नोलॉजी बांटने के नाम पे अच्छे डॉक्टर्स का एक्सेस खत्म नहीं करना है. सो दैट्स फॉर मी एथिकल.
Great, thanks for that.
With ethics, you also talked about security.
Actually, I had another question. Maybe you can answer both together for you. Okay. So, I mean, you also talked about how doctors need to learn to work with AI, and they'll be better than the doctors who don't use AI. Now, again, going back to the ethics, right? When AI is, I mean, it's software. Eventually, it is going to make errors. The accountability part of it. Maybe you can touch a little bit about the accountability. Where does it lie? With whom? And
I will pick up from where Rahul has left. Ethics, using anything, any technology, not only AI, is one part. Another part, if technology I am talking about, is the privacy and security of the data. Wheresoever the data is there, I, as a technology freak, need to understand that this data is of importance. Medical data is more important nowadays than the financial data. And it's a big statement I am saying. Why? If I am able to breach into the medical data of patients of any hospital, I can do the digital murders easily. With all apologies I am saying, I will simply change the blood group which was to be injected to a patient from O positive to some counter one, right? And if AI-driven robot or somebody is coming without hand-in-hand thing, and just looking into the records that this blood group has to be injected and simply going to inject that blood group. How much time will it take for a patient to die? I don't know. Medically, you will tell 2 minutes or something. So data protection and security of the data is going to be the next challenge as soon as we are integrating the automated solutions. Maybe it is now with AI, tomorrow something else come into. So that's from where I come, that hand in hand means somebody who is making the decision. कि नहीं भाई ये 2 काउंटर ब्लड्स हैं, कैसे चढ़ाया जा सकता है, अभी ऐसे थोड़ी देर पहले तक ये था, how somebody has changed and all these things. So security is going beyond these ethics, and ethics somehow is also related with this security. And what did you ask them? In terms of accountability. Accountability, yes. We have to, going ahead from here comes the word accountability. We'll have to set it, whether it is algorithmic issue due to which the decision has been deferred, or it has been due to the data breach, or it has been due to some human thing. So accountability has to be fixed, where we are going to fix it on machine or the human being, and how secure my data is if the human being is the accountable one for that.
एक सर बड़ा अच्छा एग्जांपल आया कुछ दिनों पहले टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में. एक पेशेंट ने एक डॉक्टर के प्रिस्क्रिप्शन को लिया और एआई से एडिट करके उसमें एक नार्कोटिक डाल दिया. उसको नॉर्मली नार्कोटिक मिल नहीं रहा था, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन में उसने नार्कोटिक डाल दिया और जाके दवाई ले ली. कोर्ट का जजमेंट आया, एक सिंपल है जो मैं कहता हूं, द डॉक्टर इज टू बी हेल्ड अकाउंटेबल. एंड आप एआई कैसे यूज करते हैं आपको तय करना है. आपका मेडिकल लाइसेंस नंबर लिखा हुआ है, तो जब हम कहते हैं ना हु इज टू बी हेल्ड अकाउंटेबल, अपने ट्रीटमेंट के लिए द डॉक्टर इज टू बी हेल्ड अकाउंटेबल. क्रेडिट हमें मिलता है, इसीलिए पेशेंट ना कर पाए, इसीलिए रेगुलेट करने की जरूरत है. अगर हम ये तो डिबेट है ही नहीं कि हु इज टू बी हेल्ड अकाउंटेबल. जिस रेडियोलॉजी सिस्टम से निकल कर आया हुआ रेडियोलॉजिस्ट होंगे, उनका सील लगेगा. जो भी बोला है, किसी ने बोला है, आपके पास चूज करने का राइट था. पेशेंट पेज फॉर योर स्किल, है ना, मुझे प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के पैसे मिलते हैं, तो ये सरकार ने तय कर दिया है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी लाइज विद द प्रोवाइडर, ये तय है.
I think as far as accountability is concerned, net accountability जो है वो टेक्नोलॉजीज के थ्रू बढ़ने वाली है. अभी तो हम बहुत बॉटम अकाउंटेबिलिटी के साथ हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम में बैठे हुए थे. अब जितना ज़्यादा डिजिटाइज होता जाएगा, जितना ज़्यादा डेटा अवेलेबल होता जाएगा, कंटिन्यूस मॉनिटरिंग होगी, लॉन्गिट्यूडनल डेटा होगा, इवन हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड पेशेंट्स का लॉन्गिट्यूडनल डेटा होगा, तो उसमें अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय करना ज़्यादा आसान रहेगा. इट्स जस्ट दैट वी नीड टू ट्रेन आवर हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स टू बी कंफर्टेबल विद दैट अकाउंटेबिलिटी rather than deny all that. So like for example over here at ERA, we've been doing daily death audits. Like usually it's done fortnightly or monthly at hospitals, but हम लोग रोज के रोज लगभग करते हैं. मे बी एक दिन का गैप हो जाता हो हफ्ते में, बट अदरवाइज वी आर डूइंग इट ऑन अ डेली बेसिस. एंड द रीजन व्हाई वी आर एबल टू डू इट इज बिकॉज हमारा डेटा डिजिटाइज्ड है. तो उसको हम रिव्यू करते हैं, एंड उसके पीछे पर्पस किसी को वो करना नहीं है, विलनाइज करना नहीं है. रादर इट इज कि वी आर अ टीचिंग हॉस्पिटल. So as a teaching hospital, our responsibility is, primary responsibility, our dean always says, Dr. Faridi, he always says that the primary responsibility of a teaching hospital is not to treat patients. काफ़ी stark statement है उनका, लेकिन वो फिर उसको बैकअप करते हैं, कहते हैं कि the primary responsibility is to train the next generation of healthcare workers appropriately in the best quality and standards and all. And once you're doing that, the side effect of that is good quality treatment. So उस तरह से अगर हम कर रहे होंगे अपने डॉक्टर्स को sensitize and next generation को prepare कि you're entering into a world of heightened accountability, and that does not mean necessarily कि आपके ऊपर हर वक्त lawsuits गिरते रहेंगे. Rather it just means that you have to be in a continuous learning mode. So that's something that we should work on in the syllabus as well.
Yeah. So I mean, also we have a lot of startups in the audience as well, right? So the solutions that they are designing and they are providing, in the end, it is also impacting the clinicians' decisions and so on. So maybe Mr. Azam, how should startups approach this problem of ethics and bias? How can they avoid bias when they are developing a solution?
पहले तो ethics के बारे में देख लेते हैं. See, ethics is a very personal thing. अंदर से आवाज़ आ जाती है. If you are really keeping your inner voice, pronounced, as somebody said, something may be legal but not ethical. Something may be ethical but not legal. So they do not converge. They are separate things. How should startups approach this ethical thing? I think when I was there abroad, तो मैं स्कैंडिनेविया में काफ़ी टाइम बिताया, तो वहाँ पे हमें ये ट्रेनिंग दी गई कि अगर if you can discuss something with 4 people, then it is considered to be ethical. If you can freely do that. और अगर आपको हेजिटेशन है ये करने में, तो आप समझ लीजिए कहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम है. और इसका कोई मतलब देयर इज नो लाइन कि ये एथिकल है वो नहीं है. बहुत सारे कल्चर्स हैं जहाँ पे कोई चीज़ एथिकल है, दूसरे कल्चर्स में वो एथिकल नहीं है. लीगैलिटी का भी सिचुएशन उस तरह का है. सो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इफ यू आर अ स्टार्टअप, यू जस्ट ट्राई टू सी एंड ट्राई टू क्वेश्चन योर ओन मोटिव, व्हाई यू आर डूइंग a particular thing. There needs to be a purpose. You have to be purpose driven. You should not do it just because everybody else is doing this thing. And the purpose will give you a moat also. The purpose will give you a lot of defendability that this is the reason why I am doing it. That is all what I can add to.
Sure, I think you want to add.
So again, when we say medical incubator or an incubator, तो एक मेडिकल साइंस में ना हमारे यहाँ एक एथिकल कमिटी होती है. ये तय करने के लिए कि आपका एथिक्स जो भी हो, मेडिकल एथिक्स ये है. आप जिस आइडिया पे काम कर रहे हो उस आइडिया को रिसर्च कमिटी में प्रेजेंट करो, उन्हें अप्रूव कर दिया, दिस विल गो टू द एथिकल कमिटी. इट इज द जॉब ऑफ द एथिकल कमिटी विच इज CDSC अप्रूव्ड टू टेल यू कि इस पे ट्रायल करने दिया जाए कि नहीं दिया जाए. तो मेडिकल रेगुलेशंस में मेडिकल डिवाइसेस के लिए इट इज अ मैंडेट कि आपको एथिकल कमिटी क्लियरेंस चाहिए. आपका एथिक्स उससे मैच करता हो ना करता हो, लेकिन वो कमिटी तय करेगी, क्योंकि वो एथिक्स तय करता है कि मेडिकल पेशेंट्स पे वो ट्रायल होना है. तो वो फिक्स हो रखा है, सरकार ने कर रखा है कि आपको एथिकल कमिटी मानना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो आप ट्रायल नहीं कर सकते.
Anything you'd like to add from your hat of Criterion Tech? How have you kind of addressed some of these things?
Yes. So we've had the good fortune of having medical faculty guide our innovations, and we've also had a good research grounding. So that has helped us to keep these discussions or the vision of our products ethically grounded in the sense of ethics committee or bioethics. So I think that way you, of course, Dr. Rahul would be able to shed more light on that, but there is this pipeline when it comes to health tech startups or when it comes to any health related startup. There is a pipeline that you need to follow of validation, of first proof of concept validation, and then clinical trials. I think if I didn't get it wrong. So that is the sequence that you need to work in. And if you're following that trajectory, the ethics will fall in place. Of course, फिर आते हैं operational ethics. कि operational ethics के लिए I think वहाँ पर तो responsibility जो है वो parents के ऊपर आती है at the nascent stage itself, कि हम ऐसी generations nurture करें कि जो society में net positive impact डालें. तो जो डॉक्टर राहुल ने भी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले एल्यूड करा था कि वी हैव टू कंसिडर द अपब्रिंगिंग एज वेल ऑफ अ सोसाइटी टू फॉर द प्रैक्टिकल और ऑपरेशनल एथिक्स. बाकी तो चलिए वो गाइडलाइंस और वो सब चीज़ें दे विल टेक केयर ऑफ दैट, बट दे वोंट बी एबल टू पुलिस every aspect of technology. So for that I think we need to ground ourselves to the moral teachings, and I think we need to understand. I always say कि जैसे health में एक बहुत बड़ा red flag होता है अगर कोई patient time और place के साथ oriented ना हो. अगर उसे ये ना पता हो कि आज तारीख कौन सी है या टाइम क्या हो रहा है, अभी दिन हो रहा है कि रात हो रही है, या फिर वो लखनऊ में है या कहाँ है, घर पे है कि ऑफिस में है, हॉस्पिटल में है, अगर उसको अपनी प्लेस नहीं पता है, अपना टाइम नहीं पता है, तो फिर वो डिसोरिएंटेड है. और ये बड़ा रेड फ्लैग है कि इसका मतलब उसकी जनरल न्यूरोलॉजी में कोई प्रॉब्लम आई है. तो उसी तरह से आई फील in any venture, in any initiative that we take up, we need to be grounded in the place and time. Matlab, in life itself. I mean, I'm posing this question.
Basically, if you are here in this world, and if you are in this time, there is a reason why you are here, why this specific place, India, say, let's say, has been chosen as your birthplace by your creator, and why has he chosen this specific time for your birth or your lifeline. So considering all of that, if you're grounded into that time and place कि मैं यहाँ पे कहाँ पे हूँ, यहाँ पे क्यों हूँ, then I think ethics is easier to implement.
Great. I know we are kind of well over time, but I just want to maybe one final question, but you can keep it very brief. What is the one bold prediction that you see maybe in the next 5 years when it comes to impact of AI on healthcare and medical education? Each one of you, just very briefly.
AGI with robotics.
Okay. Dr. Tipendra?
Robots and human being would be working together very soon.
Fantastic.
I see a possibility of a world without internet as well and doing AI.
Wow.
I see that the requirement of, and I'm sitting here as the additional director of one, so I'm saying that the requirement of medical colleges or the demand is going to go down, and it might be augmented in some way, or perhaps some of the institutes might survive who are keeping pace with the time. Otherwise, technology is going to take care of a lot of medical specialties. The roles might be redefined, but ultimately there'll be less takers down the line for specific fields, because जब वो चीज़ें एकदम वही repeatable tasks जो डॉक्टर आजम ने कहा कि जो भी task repeatable है वो replaceable है by AI. So once we condense all of that or converge towards that कि ये department या ये tasks, medical procedures, medical diagnosis या ये screenings जो हैं ये AI कर लेता है, ये वाले department में भी AI largely काम करे ले रहा है, इसमें भी टेक्नोलॉजी करे ले रही है, तो इन दैट केस जो टेकर्स हैं, द नीट एस्पिरेंट्स एंड मेडिकल एस्पिरेंट्स, उनका भी शिफ्ट होगा कि ये वाले डिपार्टमेंट्स जो हैं दे नॉट एज फ्यूचर प्रूफ एज दे यूज्ड टू बी. सो दैट वे मेडिकल कॉलेजेस वुड बी रिस्ट्रक्चर्ड, मे बी सम ऑफ देम विल बिकम redundant. That's what I see.
Great, thanks. And my wish is that all of your wishes come true. Great. I think, do we have time for some questions? Yeah.
सर मेरा नाम आमिश है और मैं केमिस्ट्री डिवीजन में रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हूँ. सर मेरा आपका जो पहला क्वेश्चन था सर रिसर्च मेडिकल गैप से रिलेटेड, उस पर अगर मुझे पैनल अलाउ करे तो मैं 2 बात रखना चाहता हूँ सर. ओके, थैंक यू सर. सर अक्सर ऐसा देखा जाता है कि जो हॉस्पिटल्स हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट होते हैं पैथोलॉजी सेंटर या लैब से. तो जितने भी पेशेंट होते हैं वो अपना सारा का सारा रिलेटेड जो जांचें होती हैं वो पैथोलॉजी या लैब से कराते हैं। उसके बाद उसकी मॉनिटरिंग जो है जो डॉक्टर करते हैं। कभी कभी ऐसा देखा जाता है कि डॉक्टर इंस्टीट्यूट छोड़कर चले जाते हैं, तो वो डेटा सर मिसिंग हो जाता है, हॉस्पिटल के पास नहीं रहता है। तो क्या इन फ्यूचर कभी ऐसा एआई के माध्यम से पॉसिबल होगा कि बचपन से लगा के 80 तक जो भी लोग जीवित रहते हैं उनकी जितनी भी जांचें हुई हैं वो डॉक्टर के साथ में एज वेल एज हॉस्पिटल के पास भी अवेलेबल हैं, जिससे हमको ये पता चल पाए कि इस पेशेंट की अभी तक क्या क्या जो है टेस्टिंग हुई, क्या क्या जांचें हुई हैं और किस किस फील्ड में ये जो है मतलब उसका हेल्थ में सपोर्ट मिला है। ऐसा
भारत सरकार अभी आभा आईडी लेकर आई है पूरे देश में ना, डिजिटल आईडी है। जिस भी अस्पताल में, जिस पैथोलॉजी में, प्राइवेट में, सरकारी में, कहीं भी आप दिखा रहे हो, सब डेटा उसमें फीड करना मैंडेट हो गया है ना। और उसमें किसी को कोई भी डेटा को चाहिए, अगर आपने डाला हुआ है, आपने अगर अपने बच्चे का भी डाला हुआ है, अभी 18 साल बाद होगा, कहाँ किसको दिखाया, कौन सी मेडिसिन ली थी, और अभी आने वाले 10 मुझे लग रहा है 2-3 सालों में ना प्रिसीजन मेडिसिन इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी वेरी वायरल। कहाँ जो वहाँ ये रोल ऐसा हो रहा है। अब ह्यूमन डिपेंडेंसी कम है, टेक आ चुका है।
सर मैंने आभा के बारे में पढ़ा है कि आईडी चल रही है, बट मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि इसके एप्लीकेशन क्या क्या हैं। थैंक यू। अगर सर ऐसा हो रहा है तो बहुत आसानी हो जाएगी फ्यूचर में।
ओनरशिप ऑफ द डेटा विल रिमेन विद द पेशेंट।
वैसे सर मेरे एरा में जो है पेशेंट आईडी के माध्यम से हम लोग ऐप पे देख पाते हैं कि मेरा यहाँ पे क्या क्या इलाज चला है। ऐसा ही अगर सब कहीं हो जाएगा तो सर बहुत अच्छा है। थैंक यू सर।
ये आभा आईडी का कॉन्सेप्ट है नेशनल लेवल पे।
हेलो सर, माई सेल्फ फैसल अहमद फ्रॉम बीपीटी फर्स्ट ईयर एरा यूनिवर्सिटी। सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था, लाइक अभी हम यूरिया सेंसर्स की बात करते हैं, जो यूरिया में सेंस करके उसको डायग्नोज करके रिपोर्ट देता है, वो रिपोर्ट आप ले सकते हैं, बट एज अ काइंड ऑफ अगर हम देखें नॉर्मल पेशेंट वहाँ पे या फिर एक काइंड ऑफ पर्सन गया, वहाँ से उसने अपनी रिपोर्ट ली, यूरिनेट किया और वहाँ से अपनी रिपोर्ट ली, रिपोर्ट में उसको ला के समथिंग लाइक हाईलाइट करके दिखाया गया कि यहाँ पे आपका क्रेटिनिन लेवल बढ़ा हुआ है। उसने बिना किसी डॉक्टर से कंसल्ट किए डायरेक्ट जाके एआई पे वो चीज अपलोड की पेज एंड ए काइंड ऑफ मेडिसिन एआई प्रिस्क्राइब किया, उसे यूज कर लिया। तो सर इसमें डॉक्टर तो इन्वॉल्व ही नहीं है, तो अकाउंटेबिलिटी कौन लेगा? वो पेशेंट की गलती थी या फिर पर्सन की गलती थी कि वो विदाउट एनी डॉक्टर कंसल्ट या फिर उससे बात किए मेडिसिन ले रहा है, या फिर डेवलपर की गलती थी कि उसने विदाउट एनी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन डॉक्टर।
आप लोग उस स्टार्टअप पर इतना ज्यादा घुस चुके हो, वो अभी प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट में है, वो अभी कमर्शलाइज नहीं हुआ है, वो कहीं इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ है। उसके विषय में तब भी इतनी बातें हुई और अब फिर से वही बातें होने लगी। ये ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इज नॉट नाउ applied or implemented anywhere. Nobody is going to take the report from that urinal.
मुझे एक बात बताइए, आप एप्पल का वॉच पहनते हो, आप जैसे ही हमारे अस्पताल की इमरजेंसी में आओ और आपको हम सीधे एक एप्पल वॉच पहना दें, एक्सेप्टेबल होगा?
नहीं सर, वो
नहीं होगा ना। मेडिकल ग्रेड चीजों के लिए एक रेगुलेटरी चीज है, अभी आइडिया पे है। जब वो प्रूफ हो जाता है कि हम मेडिकली भी इस रिपोर्ट को ले पाएंगे क्लिनिकल ओपिनियन के लिए, देन ओनली दिस विल एंटर द सिस्टम।
But I think just to do justice to your question, I think this is a very relevant issue. In the legal parlance, that who shall be held responsible. But अभी वो चल रहा है, अभी देखते हैं क्या होता है।
ओके सर, लाइक ठीक है, बट अगर हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ एआई इंडिया के लेवल पे बात करें तो यहाँ पे अगर हम मेजर 2% डिवाइड करते हैं, 20% जो आपका पॉपुलेशन है वो रूरल एरियाज में रहती है, जहाँ पे एजुकेशन या लिटरेसी है वो एआई को यूज कर सकते हैं, बट 80% पॉपुलेशन जो
इसी को बेटा डिजिटल डिवाइड हम लोग कहते हैं। जो हम बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे बात करते हैं, दिस इज अगेन वन चैलेंज ऑफ इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ एआई एंड डिजिटाइजेशन। दिस इज अ डिजिटल डिवाइड। इसको गैप को फिलअप करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, इसी वजह से रूरल एरियाज में भी ये सब प्रोग्राम्स चलाए जा रहे हैं। तो दिस इज अ डिजिटल डिवाइड प्रॉब्लम, राइट? सो
एक चीज और ऐड कर दूं, आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है, आप लोग प्लीज जा करके कोई भी एक एआई इंजन ओपन जरूर करना, चाहे क्लॉड, ग्रॉक, जेमिनी, उसमें ओपन करो और उससे कुछ सवाल पूछो। इट इज रियली अ वेरी गुड एक्सरसाइज विच यू विल एंजॉय। प्लीज डू दैट, एंड स्पेशली द फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, सीनियर पीपल अबव 50, यूज इट, यू विल रियली एंजॉय दैट।
Okay, I think with that, great insights. I really want to thank all the panelists here. I learned a lot from all of you and also from the questions. So thank you so much to the audience, and thank you so much for all the panelists. With that, we'll close it.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank our moderator, sir. And I would also like to thank all the panelists for such insightful discussion on AI. So with this, we are moving ahead towards the felicitation of the panelists. And I would request our moderator, sir, to please go ahead with felicitating our panelists one by one. So can we have the memento for Dr. Rahul Singh Amritraj, sir? Please use round of applause for such an interesting session on artificial intelligence. So I now request, sir, to please felicitate Mr. Azam Ali Khan. I request Professor Dr. Dipendra P. Singh, sir, to please receive the memento. I would now request Mr. Zoali Khan, sir, to please proceed for receiving the memento. I request Zoh, sir, to please felicitate moderator, sir, with the memento as a token of appreciation. Please put your hands together. With this, you can now move on for the lunch, as you might be waiting from a long time. And we request you to please be back within like 15 to 20 minutes. So we have 2 minutes session. Judge, and we'll be closing with the program. So I request all of you to please be back.
उधर से राजू भाई लाइटिंग है राजू समझे
They ideally start a prototype and then they don't have any idea. They start what is problem statement. So they are we make a team of 4 to 5 people generally. Now they will how to identify a problem in a real life. How to identify a problem. So first, like there's a team of 4 to 5 people. Sorry?
Start by ECSTRA, introduction.
Yeah.
You can start by that so that it is.
So the pre-incubation program starts from like there are 4 to 5 people who have no idea about startups. So now in pre-incubation program, those people who have just joined, now they will be taught like how to identify a problem in a real world. So they will be visiting different places, they will be talking, interacting with doctors, patients, caretakers which are coming with patients, other management like staff, other people. So now they will figure out a problem.
Is it only about healthcare or it is a generalized?
It is related to clinical immersion, startup, only healthcare and innovation, yeah. Because it is related to ERA University, so it is mostly healthcare and they don't fund every people. So now that is the part of pre-incubation program where like the team builds its own first prototype. When prototype is...
Can a fintech startup get incubated in it? Or
fintech, I have no... If it is related to healthcare and innovation, then of course fintech, because you know what, like there are startups in healthcare and innovation. There are only 2 types, mostly service-based and product-based. If you have a product, you can launch it. If you have a service, you have to... Those services mostly are like related to computer science and IT, because you can't provide most of the services without online or any like technology, without a use of any technology. So yeah, if you have mentioned IT firm, if it is related to healthcare, then yes, it can be funded by, and it can be part of extra. Incubation program, there are many incubation programs. Okay, so this is like related to healthcare and
he mainly focuses on
because this is organized by ITT, Innovation Think Tank Department, and ERA, mostly ERA, Innovation Think Tank is just managing
So you are
it.
part of ITT?
Yes, yeah, I'm over here. So when the prototype was ready, so we had a exhibition where all the prototypes were presented. So at that time we had this wall of innovation. In this wall of innovation, anybody can come and write any kind of pain point that he or she wants to like make it so that other people can come and read it. So other can come and give a solution for it. So similarly, there were many pain points and solutions which were collected in pre-incubation program. We have made a pair of like pain point and solution, like this, pain point and solution. And then we have shortlisted which are good, which are not so good. So now we have list of all the good pain point and solution. Then we have like, we did some analysis to rank them, which is the best one, which is not, which is below it, like this. So, yeah, we have numbered it from 1 to 8. In this, there will be a solution which is the best one. There is a solution which is not the best one. Maybe we are playing a mind game. Like pain point is something else, solution is something else. So you have to come here and participate in the investor challenge, where you will be getting 10 million token, 5 million 2 tokens. Okay, you have to invest. You can invest in 2. You can invest both in 1. You can understand that, right? Like if you are investing in this problem statement and this is not that good, this is not that good, you won't win anything. Similarly, that is that one, investor challenge.
I am not asking about that. I have the question regarding ITT and ECSTRA. How both are integrated and how both are different?
Okay.
How both are.
सर ये हमारा बिल्डुबिन मीटर है, ये TCB मीटर है, इसमें ब्लड लेने की कोई नीड नहीं होती है सर। ये ऐसे 1 टैप में बेबी का बिल्डुबिन बता देता है। अप टू 2 इयर्स तक ये काम करता है। एंड फिर ये हमारा सर पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर है, ये बेबी का ऑक्सीजन एंड हार्ट रेट बताता है। ये इसका सेंसर है एंड ये इसकी स्क्रीन है। ये बेबी के फीट पे बन जाता है इस स्ट्रैप के थ्रू एंड देन उसका ऑक्सीजन एंड हार्ट रेट बताता है। एंड ये सर हमारी NST मशीन है, ये अनबॉर्न बेबी के वाइटल्स बताती है, लाइक हार्ट रेट, ऑक्सीजन लेवल एंड मूवमेंट्स।
ये जो मैं बिल्डुबिन मीटर है
हो गया ख़त्म।
जेल बोतल हटा पेशेंट है, आईसीयू पेशेंट, जिसको क्या है कि हम अपने पेशेंट को रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग डैशबोर्ड पे हम देख सकते हैं। जैसे हमारे पास इंडिविजुअल पेशेंट है और इसमें हम लोग क्या है कि हमारे पास ह्यूमन पावर कम है, तो जिस वजह से क्या है हमारे पास आईसीयू है, उसमें मल्टीपल पेशेंट होते हैं, कम से कम बहुत सारे पेशेंट, तो उसका क्या है हमारा रियल टाइम मॉनिटर डैशबोर्ड पे हर एक पेशेंट का लाइव मॉनिटर डेटा आता है। जैसे इन पेशेंट के डिटेल्स है, लाइफ सपोर्ट, डायग्नोसिस है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, बीपी है, SpO2 है, रिस्पायरेटरी रेट है, हार्ट रेट है, पल्स रेट है। इसको क्या है कि हम पेशेंट को लाइव मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। हर पेशेंट का रियल डेटा 1 सेकंड की रिकॉर्डिंग आता रहता है, ठीक है, जिससे क्या है कि हमारे पेशेंट का पता है किस बेड पे पेशेंट हमारा है, आईसीयू बेड पे है, किस नंबर पे है और कितने दिन से पेशेंट हमारे यहाँ एडमिट है, डिपार्टमेंट वाइज। और जैसे जैसे पेशेंट का मॉनिटर में कोई चेंजेस आते हैं वैसे हमारे कलर कोडिंग चेंज हो जाती है, ठीक है। और देन उसी के हिसाब से जैसे हमारे पेशेंट कोई है, बहुत सारे पेशेंट उसमें धीरे धीरे जो हमारा सबसे ज़्यादा सिक पेशेंट है, सबसे उसका मॉनिटर उसका डेटा जो है हमें सबसे ऊपर शो होता है, ठीक है। पेशेंट लाइव पेशेंट मॉनिटर डैशबोर्ड है, जिसके थ्रू कि हम पेशेंट की लाइफ को सेव कर सकते हैं वाइटल के थ्रू। ओके, थैंक यू।
कितने टाइम की बाइट रिकॉर्ड करनी है? वहाँ से स्टार्ट करते हैं, कियोस्क से, है ना? हेलो एवरीवन, ये हमारा मिनी हेल्थ कियोस्क है, जिसमें आप ये सारे पैरामीटर्स चेक कर सकते हैं। जैसा कि आपको दिख रहा है, हाइट, वेट, BMI, SpO2, पल्स रेट एंड NIBP। ये बीपी मशीन है। आपको सिंपली इसमें हार्ट पुटअप करना है और ये स्टार्ट बटन दबाएंगे तो ये बीपी कैलकुलेट होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और आपको फाइनल रिजल्ट आपको यहाँ पे दिखाई देगा स्क्रीन पे, ठीक है। और आपको हाइट के लिए सिंपली यहाँ पे खड़े होना है। खड़े होते ही इस सेंसर से आपको हाइट मिल जाएगी और ये नीचे लोड सेल लगा हुआ है, यहाँ से आपको वेट मिल जाएगा और हाइट और वेट को कैलकुलेट करके बॉडी मास इंडेक्स दिया जाता है, जो कि आपको यहाँ पे इसका डेटा दिखाई देगा। अभी मैं आपको करके दिखाता हूँ। यहाँ पे जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे हैं, मेरी हाइट आ रही है 173, वेट 78 एंड BMI 25, ठीक है। ये डेटा कंप्लीट हो चुका है। अब इसके बाद में SpO2 वाला ऑप्शन आ गया है। ये रहा ऑक्सीमीटर। आपको ये ऑक्सीमीटर आपको फिंगर में लगाना है, ठीक है। विदिन 5 सेकंड डेटा आपको इसमें UI भी आपको दिखाई देने लगेगा, ठीक है। ये यहाँ पर डेटा आ चुका है, सबमिट कर देंगे और ओके कर देंगे। इसका डेटा हो चुका है। अब हम अगर बीपी चेक करना चाहें तो चेक कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज़ इसको स्किप कर सकते हैं। और इसके जितने भी वाइटल्स हमने चेक किए हैं, यहाँ पे आपको सेव एंड प्रिंट का बटन दिख रहा है। सेव एंड प्रिंट कर देंगे, यहाँ पे आपको स्लिप मिल जाएगी। ये रही स्लिप। थैंक यू। और भी हमारे बायोमेडिकल डिवाइसेज हैं, इसके बाद हम आपको दिखाते हैं। और भी हमारे बायोमेडिकल डिवाइसेस के इनोवेशन डिपार्टमेंट में कुछ इनोवेशंस हैं, लाइक नॉर्मली जो मार्केट में अवेलेबल होते हैं, बीपी मशीन, पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर ये रखा हुआ है। ये पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर है। इसका डेटा हमारे एप्लीकेशन डिजी डॉक्टर ऐप पे आपको दिखाई देगा। हमारे उस एप्लीकेशन में सारी लिस्टेड डिवाइसेस जितने भी हमारे पास प्रोडक्ट हैं वो सभी लिस्टेड हैं उस एप्लीकेशन में। आपको बीपी का भी डेटा उसमें मिल सकता है, ऑक्सीमीटर का भी मिल सकता है। और ये रहा हमारा लेरेंजोस्कोप, वीडियो लेरेंजोस्कोप। इसके एक एंड से आप इसको चाहे अपने फ़ोन से कनेक्ट कर लीजिए या फिर ये OTG हटा के आप इसको चाहे अपने लैपटॉप या PC से कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। आपको उसमें लाइव आपको वीडियो दिखाई देगी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट हमारा प्रोडक्ट है पॉकेट ECG। ये रहा पॉकेट ECG। पॉकेट ECG का इतना सा पार्ट है और बाकी ये एसेसरीज रही हमारी 3 लीड पॉकेट ECG है होम केयर के लिए, ठीक है। इसका डेटा आपको डिजी डॉक्टर ऐप कनेक्ट पे दिखाई देगा। जैसे ही आप इसमें पावर देंगे C टाइप केबल लगा के, ठीक है, इसका ब्लूटूथ इनेबल हो जाएगा और लिस्टेड डिवाइसेस में एप्लीकेशन में जाकर आप इसको कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। और जैसे ही आप उसको कनेक्ट करेंगे आपको उसमें बटन दिखाई देगा रिकॉर्ड बटन का, ECG रिकॉर्ड बटन का। तो ECG रिकॉर्ड कर लेंगे। मिनिमम 15 सेकंड का डेटा आपको रिकॉर्ड करना है, मस्ट है। उसके बाद आप चाहे 1 मिनट करिए चाहे 10 मिनट करिए, जितने भी टाइम टाइम तक आप रिकॉर्ड करना चाहते हैं रिकॉर्ड कर लीजिए, और उसमें आप उसको सेव कर सकते हैं और आगे प्रोसीड कर सकते हैं, शेयर भी कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्रोडक्ट है हमारा डिजिटल स्टेथोस्कोप। ये रहा डिजिटल स्टेथोस्कोप। यहाँ पे आपको पावर बटन दिख रहा होगा, सिंपली आपको पावर बटन से इसको ऑन करना है और किसी भी ब्लूटूथ हेडफोन और स्पीकर से आप इसको कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पे जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं कि हेडफोन रखा हुआ है, मैंने इसको ऑलरेडी से पेयर किया हुआ है, ठीक है। और इसके हेडफोन के साथ साथ में आप किसी भी ब्लूटूथ स्पीकर के साथ भी इसको कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ये बोस का स्पीकर है, आप इससे भी कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। इसमें एक एक्स्ट्रा फीचर और है कि आप इसमें यहाँ पे लीड भी लगा सकते हैं, यहाँ पे लीड का भी ऑप्शन है। आप ऑक्स केबल लगाना चाहें यहाँ पे लगा सकते हैं। ये चार्जिंग पोर्ट है, मिनिमम आपको ये 4 to 5 आवर्स ये बैटरी बैकअप है इसका, आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं 4 to 5 आवर्स से। इसमें एक्स्ट्रा फीचर ये है कि इसमें इसको हम रिमोट लोकेशन पे भी सुन सकते हैं, इसके साउंड वेव को सुन सकते हैं, रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं और इसका ग्राफ भी सेव कर सकते हैं। इसमें 2 मोड है, यहाँ आपको मोड बटन दिख रहा होगा, हार्ट मोड और लंग्स मोड, और ये आपका वॉल्यूम प्लस और माइनस करने का बटन है। अभी जैसे ही हम ऑन करेंगे देखिए आपको यहाँ पे येलो लाइट दिख रही है, ये इंडिकेशन है कि इसमें बैटरी पावर कितना है। अगर ये 50% से कम है तो येलो लाइट जल जाएगी, अगर अबव 50% है तो ये ग्रीन हो जाएगा, ठीक है। अभी ये हार्ट मोड पे है तो आपको ग्रीन बटन दिख रहा है, जैसे ही हम सिंपली इसको स्विच करेंगे तो ये हमारा लंग्स मोड पे आ जाएगा, ठीक है। आपको इस ग्रीन बटन से देख सकते हैं कि आप कौन से मोड पे हैं, ठीक है। ये फिनिश हो गया। इसके और भी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं इसके बाद के। ये हमारा पेशेंट मॉनिटर है, वीडियो कॉलिंग पेशेंट मॉनिटर। 5 पैरामीटर जो भी आप हॉस्पिटल्स में नॉर्मली आप देखते हैं, इसमें एक्स्ट्रा फीचर ये हमारे इनोवेशंस में, ये इसमें वीडियो कॉलिंग भी पॉसिबल है। आप इसमें वीडियो कॉल भी कर सकते हैं, लाइव पेशेंट और डॉक्टर आपस में वीडियो कॉल कर सकते हैं। फिजिकली जो अगर पेशेंट दिखाना चाहता है अपने आप बॉडी का कुछ पार्ट दिखाना चाहता है तो वीडियो कॉल की तरह दिखा सकता है। मान लीजिए टंग दिखाना चाहता है, ईयर्स दिखाना चाहता है वो, है ना, तो या बॉडी का और कोई पार्ट हाथ दिखाना चाहता है, फिंगर्स दिखाना चाहता है, उसको कुछ इशू है तो वीडियो कॉल के थ्रू वो दिखा सकता है। और भी इसमें जो नॉर्मली पैरामीटर्स होते हैं, बीपी और टेम्परेचर और ECG, ये सारी चीज़ें इसमें 5 पैरामीटर्स रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट हमारा वो आप देख रहे हैं डायग्नोस्टिक ECG, वो डेडिकेटेड है 12 चैनल के लिए। ये आपने अभी देखा था, ये 3 चैनल के लिए है पॉकेट ECG, ये होम केयर के लिए था, तो वो हमारा 12 चैनल है फॉर हॉस्पिटल पर्पस। इसमें आप लीड सिलेक्शन का भी ऑप्शन इसमें मिलता है। आप जो लीड उसमें सेलेक्ट करना चाहते हैं, चेक करना चाहते हैं, रिकॉर्ड करना चाहते हैं, वो लीड आप उसमें सेलेक्ट कीजिए और उसको चेक करके सेव कर लीजिए। आप उसमें उसकी रिपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट भी कर सकते हैं और लाइव उसको अगर आप चाहते हैं एक्सपोर्ट करने के बाद प्रिंट कर सकते हैं, और उसमें आप इंफॉर्मेशन और पेशेंट सेटअप, वाईफाई सेटअप, आपको सारे फीचर्स उसमें मिलते हैं। दैट्स इट, थैंक यू।
ये हमारा न्यू कॉर्पस डिजिटल एनाटॉमी सिस्टम है। ये सिस्टम हमारा स्टूडेंट को ह्यूमन एनाटॉमी स्टडी कराने में हेल्प करेगा। इसमें हम लेयर वाइज सारे ऑर्गन्स को विजुलाइज कर सकते हैं लाइक दिस, और जो भी ऑर्गन हम डाइसेक्ट करते हैं उसका डिटेल, उसका नेम और डिटेल इस साइड विजुअल हो जाता है। ये 3D सॉफ्टवेयर है, इसको स्केल कर सकते हैं, रोटेट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, जूम इन कर सकते हैं, जूम आउट कर सकते हैं, और इसको लेयर बाय लेयर सारे ऑर्गन्स को विजुलाइज कर सकते हैं लाइक दिस। लाइक आप ये हमारा डाइसेक्शन सिस्टम था। इसी के साथ हमारे साथ इसमें एक आइसोलेशन सिस्टम भी इन्वॉल्व है। इसमें हम ऑर्गन्स को सिंगल अथवा मल्टीपल ऑर्गन्स के साथ भी विजुलाइज कर सकते हैं लाइक दिस। मैंने एक लार्ज इंटेस्टाइन, जब इसको आइसोलेट करेंगे तो हमारी ये विजुलाइज होंगे इस टाइप से। आप इस 3D है, किसी भी एंगल से किसी भी रोटेशन मोड में देख पाते हैं। इसके साथ इसमें हमारा एक क्रॉस सेक्शन है, इसमें हम ह्यूमन बॉडी को ट्रैवर्स करके लाइक दिस टॉप व्यू इस टाइप से कट करके जूम इन करके देख सकते हैं। इसी के साथ साथ इसमें एक सैजिटल व्यू है लाइक दिस। इसमें हम साइड से बॉडी को क्रॉस करके देख सकते हैं। इसी के साथ साथ एक एनाटॉमी कैडेवर सेक्शन है, इसमें हम जो ह्यूमन बॉडी के कैडेवर्स होते हैं इन्हें विजुलाइज कर सकते हैं लाइक दिस। ये लेफ़्ट साइड में आपको पोजीशन दिखा रहा है और ये उसका एक्चुअल व्यू दिखा रहा है। ओके, थैंक यू। इधर रखा हुआ मेडिकल आप लगा लो अच्छे। आप इधर आओ ना।
है नॉलेज वो चीज़ बताओ जो प्रोडक्ट क्या LCMS ICPMS ये पूरी चीज़ लेके बताओ। नहीं आप इधर
तो ये हमारा नेचुरल ट्रेजर लैब्स एरा का सब्सिडरी ग्रुप है, जिसमें हम क्या करते हैं, हम लोग अपना न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स, विटामिन्स, वाइटामिन्स और मिनरल्स, सब कुछ जो भी हमारे पास प्लांट प्रोडक्ट्स है, न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स है, एक्सट्रैक्ट्स है, वो सब हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर, रिसर्च, फॉर्मुलेशन और उसका फिर मतलब हम बेचते हैं वो सब, ठीक है। प्लस इसमें क्या है, अभी हमारे पास 160 प्रोडक्ट्स है जिनकी टेस्टिंग वगैरह थ्रू HPLC, LCMS टेस्टिंग ऑलमोस्ट हो चुकी है। ये 160 प्रोडक्ट्स का टेस्टिंग रिपोर्ट्स है। इसमें हमारे पास क्या है, ऑलमोस्ट सारे प्रोडक्ट्स आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे मतलब नॉट लेस देन 90%, मैक्सिमम ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स जो है वो
ये NLT 90% का
मतलब नॉट लेस देन 90%। जैसे हमारे पास हेस्पेरिडिन है, नॉट लेस देन 90% हमारे पास हेस्पेरिडिन है। तो ये सब प्रोडक्ट्स हमारे पास अभी टेस्टिंग 160 की हो चुकी है बाय HPLC, LCMS और ICPMS। उसके अलावा हमारे पास ये कॉम्बो सप्लीमेंट्स भी कुछ है, जैसे हमारे पास ग्लूकोश्योर है, इसके रिजल्ट्स हमारे पास बहुत सारे हैं, मतलब n नंबर ऑफ रिजल्ट्स हमारे पास है, जिसमें ग्लूकोश्योर ने मतलब HbA1c को कम किया है। जैसे HbA1c अगर आप चेक करेंगे, XYZ कोई चेक करेगा, जैसे उनका बॉर्डर लाइन से हाई है, तो 3 महीने वो ये कंज्यूम करके उसके बाद उनका HbA1c कम आ गया है, और हमारे पास इसके पास रिटर्न रिजल्ट है। प्रिस्क्राइब ये तो मतलब ऐसे एज सच ये किसी डायग्नोसिस या ट्रीटमेंट के लिए नहीं है, ये बस हम एज अ सप्लीमेंट साइड बाय साइड हम ले सकते हैं जी, इसको हम बिल्कुल ले सकते हैं
या उसके रिकमेंडेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है।
मतलब मोस्टली आप ये खुद से भी ले सकते हैं, एज अ डाइटरी सप्लीमेंट आप ये ले सकते हैं। हाँ, तो इसमें कुछ वैसा दिक्कत नहीं है।
प्रोडक्टिविटी सबसे ज़्यादा किसकी आई है
अभी तो मल्टीविटामिन है हमारे पास, जो कि हमने अमेज़ॉन पे भी लॉन्च किया हुआ है। मल्टीविटामिन है ना, मल्टीविटामिन हमारा जो ये हमने अमेज़ॉन पे अभी लॉन्च किया हुआ है अलॉन्ग विद रेस्वेरेट्रॉल और बर्बरीन।
ये 3 मॉलिक्यूल हैं जो अमेज़ॉन पे आ चुके हैं।
अमेज़ॉन पे आ चुके हैं, ये
सेल भी हो चुके हैं, एक दो।
अच्छा, सेल रेट क्या रहा अभी तक?
रेट तो
रेस्वेरेट्रॉल का है 899 और मल्टीविटामिन
बट वो वहाँ पे मतलब कूपन डिस्काउंट से वो फिर कम प्राइस में मिल रहा है जी।
अच्छा,
मार्केट में अभी जैसे यहाँ हॉस्पिटल में फार्मेसी है, वहाँ पे हम लोग हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स है अवेलेबल, और विद इन सम टाइम हम लोग वेबसाइट पे भी लॉन्च कर रहे हैं अपना कार्ट, और उसके अलावा बाकी जगहों पे भी, यहाँ लोकल फार्मेसीज पे भी डाल रहे हैं।
एडवर्टाइजमेंट भी कराते क्या?
जी, मार्केटिंग तो हमारी चल रही है अभी। मार्केटिंग यहाँ
शॉप टू शॉप
ही अभी चल रही है, या डॉक्टर टू डॉक्टर, जैसे हॉस्पिटल्स में डॉक्टर्स आ रहे हैं, वो लोग ऐसे अपना हमारा प्रोडक्ट लिख रहे हैं, प्रिस्क्राइब कर रहे हैं पेशेंट्स।
लोगों का क्या व्यू आ रहा है इसके बारे में?
लोग तो मतलब अभी तो पॉजिटिव व्यू ही आ रहा है ऑलमोस्ट, मतलब सारे लोग अच्छा ही बोल रहे हैं। जैसे मैं आपको ग्लूकोश्योर का बोली ना, ये बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स ले लिए और वो बहुत अच्छा रिव्यू दे भी रहे हैं इस प्रोडक्ट का।
इसके
अलावा बर्बरीन है, बर्बरीन का अच्छा रिज़ल्ट है इन ग्लूकोज मतलब ब्लड शुगर के लिए, ये भी बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल है। करक्यूमिन अच्छा है इम्यूनिटी के लिए या इन्फ्लामेशन के लिए। फिर रेस्वेरेट्रॉल है, मतलब ओवरऑल ये सब प्रोडक्ट्स फसाई जो अप्रूव्ड प्रोडक्ट्स है ये सब अच्छी क्वालिटी के और अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स इनका आ रहा है। हाँ, ये फसाई अप्रूवल है हमारे पास, वो भी है हमारे पास। हाँ, ये सब GMP सर्टिफाइड भी है, ISO 9001, 22,000 और 14,001 है हमारे पास।
फार्मूलेशन भी स्टोर था?
हाँ, फॉर्मुलेशन तो हमारा अपना रहता है ना।
ये सारा प्रोसीजर है,
ये प्रोसीजर है बनाने का इसका।
ये तो चुने से लेकर
यानी A to Z इसका सारा काम आपके यहाँ पे
बिल्कुल, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, मार्केटिंग, सब कुछ।
इसको जो एक्सीपेंट है वो बाहर जाते थे, एक्सीपेंट बाहर जाते थे।
अच्छा,
हाँ, वो तो APIs तो हम रॉ मटेरियल मंगाते हैं। ठीक है, थैंक यू। चलिए इसको कट कर दीजिए प्लीज़, मुझे भागना है यहाँ से।
इंटरव्यू हो गया तुम्हारा? मैंने पहले देखा है तो माइक लगा हुआ है।
माइक लगा दिया बेटा।
शान भाई,
मिक्स रियलिटी मेडिकल सिमुलेशन गेम है। ये CPR है जिसमें 1 मिनट में 120 कंप्रेशंस देने हैं। सो अब हम स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हैं।
जब कहेंगे ओके तब लाइव जाएगा ना?
बोलना है?
हाँ, बोलना, डेमोस्ट्रेशन देना पूरा आपको।
अच्छा, ठीक है, ओके।
इस स्टॉल पे क्या है, क्या डेमो देना आपको?
ओके। निशान भाई, ये मिक्स रियलिटी मेडिकल सिमुलेशन गेम है। ये CPR मैनिकिन है जिसमें 1 मिनट में 120 कंप्रेशंस देने हैं। उसके बाद ये पूरा रिज़ल्ट बताता है कि हमने जो टोटल कंप्रेशंस दिए हैं वो बेसिकली कितने उसमें सही हैं और कितने गलत हैं। तो हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे। तो ये करेक्ट पोस्चर होता है। उसके बाद ये सेंटर में कंप्रेशंस देने होंगे, ये ऐसे ही कंप्रेशंस देंगे। उसके बाद 30 कंप्रेशंस के बाद
हो गया भाई, चिंता हो गया।
लाइव चलेंगे। तो ये कंप्रेशंस अभी हम सही नहीं दे रहे तो वो भी दिखाएगा इसमें, और जितने सही भी रहेंगे वो भी दिखाएगा। तो इसमें 2 एयर बैग्स देने होते हैं, ठीक है। और फिर अगेन 30 कंप्रेशंस। उसके बाद इसमें यहाँ पे रिज़ल्ट आ जाता है कि हमने कितने टोटल कंप्रेशंस दिए हैं वो सही है, और कितने उसमें कितने सही हैं और कितने गलत हैं।
Okay, my name is Mohammad Shad and it's our team. Okay, good morning everyone. This is our team. My name is Mohammad Shad and this is our team, Akila Soni, Mohammad Nosin, Aman. Currently we are here for our program for Polyarm guard. Basically, it is a tool which is used to elders for suggestion of medicines. Basically, ये एक ऐसा टूल है जिसमें आप अपनी मेडिसिन्स लेते हैं। जैसे भी बड़े लोग हैं या जो भी 60 साल से ऊपर के लोग हैं, वो जब अपना रोज़ का जो उनका मेडिसिन्स है, जैसे उनको बहुत सारी डिसीज़ हैं, शुगर है, बीपी है, नी पेन वगैरह रहता है, या उनको जनरल फिजिशियंस के थ्रू जो भी सजेशन मिलते हैं फीवर के लिए रिगार्डिंग और एनी अदर, तो वो पॉलीफार्मेसी के रिगार्डिंग पॉलीफार्मेसी के अंडर आता है। तो पॉलीफार्मेसी विच मीन्स taking 5 or more than 5 medicine at a time, usually suggested by different doctors. So our tool is help to suggest the patient taking 5 or more, taking a combination of medicines, is it useful for you or not. जो भी हमारे ये प्रोग्राम है, ये अपने पेशेंट को जो हेल्प करता है कि वो आपको बताता है कि आपने जो वो किया है, अपने जो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन ले रहे हैं वो आपके लिए यूज़फुल है एट अ टाइम्स, जो आप कॉम्बिनेशंस ले रहे हैं वो आपके लिए यूज़फुल है कि नहीं है। क्योंकि जो डिफरेंट डॉक्टर्स होते हैं उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं होता है डिफरेंट डॉक्टर्स का, तो वो मिस कर सकते हैं कि आप ये जितने भी मेडिसिन है वो एट अ टाइम ले रहे हैं कि नहीं ले रहे हैं। सो हियर इज़ द प्रोसीजर टू आवर एप्लीकेशन. Firstly, the patient or the family member of the patient click the photo of the medicines of the prescription of doctor, upload it on a photo, upload it on application through the mobile phone. No any other devices needed or any other networking needed. Just upload a photograph and our system extract it with the help of OCR and NLP. NLP means natural language processing. Natural language processing convert textable text and handwritten language into a machine learning language. Then it will forward to the analysis factor. We have our 10,000 plus data, which is we have our 10,000 plus data. The prescriptions come from the photo, come from the picture in the form of text, checked in the data sets, and if there is a match in prescriptions, then he will suggest a notification. He will suggest through the notification it is useful or not. Basically, these are the references given by our team. You can kindly check or not. If you have, then you check it.
Some other company that I'm already running, so that was my experience. And with me, we have.
Hello everyone, I am Ayushman Gupta, the head of business development at 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and also a student at IIM Bodh Gaya. So here we start with a presentation or the pitch. So recently, in the past 1 week, you have heard of a news that Oracle has laid off around 30,000 employees in span of 1 day, among which 12,000 employees were from India. So we can see it takes barely a day or a week to show an economic downturn, and this gap and this AI gap can be filled through 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄.
So let's meet 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. What 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 is? It is an enterprise AI solution that facilitates the training of newly hired developers in IT companies involved in core development. So we'll be meeting 𝐋𝐈𝐈𝐄 in a bit, but let's see the problems first. So when a new developer is hired in an IT company, they are already betting approximately $5,000 to $6,000 on just the training. As you know, the training spans for 6 to 9 months, and by the time the developers are not at all productive, they're actually just learning and they're not even working on a production level project, right? So that's how the process is. Another thing, the company puts a lot many resources like the project managers, the senior engineers, the testers, the scrum masters and everybody. That costs around 80 lakhs to 1 CR for the company to train these people. And per developer, I would say it's approximately 4 to 5 lakh rupees. That is $5,000 approximately.
So at 𝐋𝐈𝐈𝐄 and through 𝐋𝐈𝐈𝐄, we are not seeing a talent gap, but we are seeing a productivity crisis which can be solved through 𝐋𝐈𝐈𝐄.
So let's just talk about the solution. I told you the problem. The solution is Kio itself. How? Kio manages a newly hired developer autonomously from end to end, and it trains them on a production level project. Now, what a company needs to do, they just need to provide us a BRD to Kio, basically to the software itself. The BRD is a business requirement documentation of a software, then a software requirement specification as well, and the outcome they want from this particular software. So now everything in between will be handled by Kio, and from starting from the project planning to assigning the tasks and completing the overall project, including reviews, testing, and everything like that would be completely done by Kio. And that's how the training of these developers would be done efficiently. And how this $5,000 is being saved, let me tell you. Per person, there was $5,000 for 6 months, right? And at Kio, we are putting a very less fees, that is $25 per developer per month. So for a year, it will be $300, which is near 30,000 rupees and not more than that in a year per developer, right? So that's our great team. This is me, Ayush. Like my co-founder Himang is not with us, and then we have the head of business development, Ayushman. Our customers.
So Kio targets the IT companies. As we know, there are 350 million companies all over the world, and our target market is just 170,000 to 2 lakh IT companies at an initial stage for pilot testing. And our target market is a B2B AI SaaS market, where companies who are adopting AI-driven project and talent management solutions with core development as their mantra.
Okay, so
now we'll see the market growth. The thing or the product we are choosing has a lot of growth in it. Recently, we'll see a AI SaaS explosion targeting over $1 trillion plus AI B2B SaaS market growing at a rate of 39.4% CAGR. And at the same time, we are also seeing, as I mentioned at the start, a talent deficit. India faces a 1.1 million AI professional shortage by 2027, and that is making Kio's automated vetting a necessity. And at the same time, we are seeing a rising demand at entry-level AI roles that have surged about 135% since 2020.
Okay, now talking about the business model, the real thing. So for the SaaS model, we have the thing is that in the initial phase, for first 1 or 2 years, we are targeting 1 lakh developer seats, and per seat is $25 per month. Then that is 300 annual revenue per developer, and for the 1 lakh developers, we'll have $30 million revenue as ARR, basically, if we continue doing that. So that's what the revenue model is for the SaaS, particularly SaaS model. We can also white label it, that I've written. So white labeling is also an option for the thing, for this particular thing, if the company wants some customizations and everything like that. So talking about the competition, right? You must be thinking about this, right? There are solutions similar to this. There are actually solutions, but no solution is there that provides everything under one single roof. Some of the solution like Asana must be providing task routing or things like that. GitHub provides this PR code reviews. That is basically not very good, but yeah, for a basic phase they are doing. Now, Kio provides it all under one single roof. From code reviews to performance data, all the autonomous task routing, and end-to-end autonomous management of the software projects. Everything Kio does, right? So that was the competition right here. Asana and Dart, you might be seeing in the near future. If you see, Asana and Dart can manage the project, right? But Kio manages the developers and it manages the talent, right?
So at Kio, we have a certain unique value propositions that makes us the most valuable product in this segment. We cut the developer onboarding costs by over 50%. We are the only platform that vets and manages new talent in one system, and we are the only PM platform that provides complete code reviews with GitHub.
So talking about the timelines, I've written the phase 1 to be the paid pilots and LOIs and everything like that. Why I have not written the development? because everybody can give a prompt to Livable and have a sweet product in their hands, right? But I believe when we validate a product, that is the point when you're in the business, that is the point when you're starting to do it, right? So that would be our first phase, where we'd be targeting just 3 paid pilots. Then in the second phase, we would be targeting 1,000 seats, that is $300,000 of ARR, and we'll be planning to set up a completely dedicated sales and BD team for this particular task. The dominate phase would be in 2027 and 28. In these years, we would be targeting the $30 million ARR target, right? So that is it.
Yes. Just adding on to the phase 1, we talked about paid pilots. So we have been heavily in communication with institutes like IIM Lucknow, Amity University Lucknow, and SRMU for testing our product there in front of the students, so we can be credible enough in front of the IT companies that will go and seek funds from.
Right. That is the process we're following for the the proof of concept and validation of the product, right? Now, talking about the vision. Right now, what 𝐋𝐈 is an enterprise B2B SaaS. It is solving the training burn problem. It is targeting the AI PM seats, the high margin seats, and we have a particular workflow embedded. But in the future, on a visionary basis, if I say, we want to be the global talent pipeline. How? We would be in the near future, maybe after 3 or 5 years, we would be incorporating the students as well in this particular platform, so that students join us, they get trained on the patterns that are actually being used in the production level, so that we'd be having the knowledge of these things as well, right? For 3 or 5 years, we'd be doing it. So the students would be trained nicely and they would be job ready from the day one, right? So that's why companies can directly hire from 𝐋𝐈, and that would be the best place to source the students. Also, the zero CAC network effects, that is the thing that I follow for any of my ventures. You should not market your product and then also you're getting clients. So that's basically the zero CAC network effects, right? So you don't have a CAC and you still have clients. Now, this is something a bit tricky. The thing is that, let me tell you, we have the data and patterns from the real developers in the real companies, right? And with those patterns, we would be training the students, and these students would again be getting trained from 𝐋𝐈 only in the company as well. How? Why in the company also again the 𝐋𝐈 is needed? Because the company has their specific norms. They have specific guidelines to work on projects, on softwares and things like that. So that's how this is a complete cycle. Student gets trained, then again 𝐋𝐈 comes, then again it's trained, then in the next company as well. So that is basically.
So this is basically the utilization of funds, that how we utilize the funds that we get. This is the pitch deck that we present in front of the VCs and the investors, so you can have a look into it.
Yeah, so this is the same pitch deck, right? And ladies and gentlemen, that was 𝐋𝐈. Thank you so much.
But with this comes one doubt, that being a healthcare institute and healthcare oriented, there comes doubt that we have a target market of IT companies only. This is not the case. The case is we are selecting a niche target market just to test our thing, and we have seen in the past that we can easily diverse into different segments like healthcare and other stuff if we have a solid credibility in one niche market. So if I give you the example, I can give you an example of a startup named Parchi AI. So it is a healthcare startup in which we just cut the middleman cost, which every doctors or every medical field doctor wants. What we do, everything has been infiltrated on the Parchi AI app, and the person or the patient states their problem, pays the fee, and this thing is automatically shown on the laptop or the desktop of the doctor. The appointment is booked through the Parchi AI. They can just go and meet the doctor. This startup is working and it has almost crossed 100 clients. It is a Mumbai-based startup. So yeah, AI can easily penetrate any domain it wants, and seeing the rate at which it grows, I think 𝐋𝐈 is one of those solutions that India highly awaits. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
One question I had was, I think you started addressing that.
Yes, sir.
Was you focused on mainly tech companies
benefiting from KEO, but you also mentioned that universities, certain universities are trying it out. So how are they trying it out, considering that, I mean, from what I understood, this is getting integrated with the project management tools like Asana or GitHub and others. So there's no such thing in universities generally. So how are these universities helping you validate it or?
No, so basically the thing is that we have developers, right? Developers are the most highest number of users on KEO, right? So in universities, if you see, there are a lot of developers, right? They develop products, they code, and they do stuff like that, right? So when a developer, when a student basically is hired in a company, they are a fresher, right? So just 1 year or before that, we are just tapping that student only in the college, and we are trying to test our product, just do the proof of concept that is the product not broken, is it working, is there any bug or things like that. So I want to see it with my eyes, but in an IT company, in a big IT company, if I give it for testing, I won't be able to see that with my eyes, right? I won't be able to sit with the developer and see how the things are working, but for the students, I would be able to see the broken things and everything like that. So that's what my motive is with universities.
Yeah, so I have one question. You started out by saying Oracle, the layoffs at Oracle, and if I understand your value proposition, it's about onboarding and getting the developers up to speed within an organization, right? I think you guys should you also know or aware of things like no-code platforms, where even guys like me can code.
Yes, sir.
So which means the developer as a career, a role might not exist anymore, right? How are you addressing this, or how do you plan to address such developments where there is probably you don't need a coder anymore or a developer anymore?
So let me tell you one thing, that these no-code developers or these things like Lovable, things like Emergent, things like V0 and many things, I am also a developer, so I know really well. So these things are also being developed by some developers, right? AI tools, AI can develop the tools, but the AI tools are needed to be developed by us as of now. If we want to make great softwares, we want to make great products, we need humans as of now. And I would say, yes, AI can replace the jobs, but it cannot replace the 100% of the jobs, even if it is a software engineer. So I have seen it. I have actually been working on software since 7 years. When I was in a school only, I was working on softwares, on big softwares as well. And right now also I'm working and I'm delivering to clients. So I can see that AI can replace the jobs, but it cannot replace at all 100%. It can replace 20% to 30% as of now, if I talk about the experience that I have had in the field.
And all in all, the concept of vibe coding, as we have heard, is not that impactful. As we talked about our competitions in this field, that all in all, everything has been provided by KEO under one roof. Like if we have talked about Asana and Dart, they do not provide code review, as we mentioned. We have multiple AI agents that we have set up, and they provide code reviews. They tell you the flaws and you can easily solve it.
Right. No, there is no software that provides a complete code review of a complete code written by a developer. So that is what KEO provides. We have a dedicated AI agent for this. Right. Any other questions would be grateful. Anyone? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Wait. Yes, sir.
You said that in most of your ventures you look for zero CAC.
Yeah, I actually try to go for that.
So what other ventures are you running apart from this?
Apart from this, I am running an IT and digital marketing company already. I have more than 100 clients and I've delivered values and nice values. Okay. And also I have tried Apna Consultant as a consultancy company that I also run, business consultancy.
So in you are also saying that this is an investor pitch deck. Do you tell the investors that you are also running parallel companies, and how does it affect your fundraise initiative?
So the basic thing is that I'm running Vivax, right? So Vivax is my IT company that I'm already running. So it is of the same field, one. Another thing, this thing adds to my experience, that I already have experience with production level projects and I can actually execute it and I'm delivering the things. So that's why I actually tell everybody that I am doing it.
Have you raised any funds in this company?
No, sir. Not yet.
Okay.
We are starting to raise. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kyo. You have presented well. And now moving ahead with the final pitching of the day, I would like to invite ECSTRA for a final presentation. Can we have?
ऐसे ही करना पड़ा था. Hello everyone, myself Aman Verma. I am doing BTech from Sitari University in second year, and also I am doing BS in Data Science from IIT Madras. I have completed my 12th from Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Sitapur 2. Let me give some overview about this startup. Basically, ECSTRA provide 10-minute healthcare service at doorstep. Before pitch the startup, I want to ask some question. You know that आपने सुना होगा कि 10 मिनट में हम ग्रोसरी डिलीवर करवा सकते हैं, पिज्ज़ा डिलीवर होता है और फूड आइटम डिलीवर हो जाते हैं. बट इन केस ऑफ हेल्थ केयर जो इतना इम्पॉर्टेंट एक ह्यूमन बीइंग के लिए है, वो क्यों नहीं? तो इसी थॉट को माइंड में रखते हुए मैंने ये स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किया. दैट इज व्हाई आई स्टार्टेड ECSTRA. लेट मी स्टार्ट पिचिंग. इंडिया में 4 करोड़ लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको हर रोज़ किसी ना किसी वे में डॉक्टर, नर्स या फिर होम केयर की नीड होती है. बट इसके लिए उनको ट्रैफिक को फेस करना पड़ता है या फिर हॉस्पिटल में लाइन लगनी पड़ती है. इन सभी प्रॉब्लम के लिए उनको हाई कॉस्ट पे करना पड़ता है ड्यू टू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स ऑफ हॉस्पिटल्स एंड ट्रैफिक. सो 70 to 80% ऐसे केसेस होते हैं जिनको हम घर में ही ट्रीटमेंट दे सकते हैं. इसी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए हम लाए हैं ECSTRA, जो इंडिया का फर्स्ट स्टार्टअप है जो 10 मिनट में हेल्थ केयर सर्विस प्रोवाइड करता है. बेसिकली ECSTRA के 3 पिलर्स हैं: स्पीड ऑफ रिस्पॉन्स, अफोर्डेबिलिटी एंड ट्रस्ट. दिस इज आवर वेबसाइट जहाँ पर यूजर्स डॉक्टर, नर्स को ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं, बुक कर सकते हैं. आपके मन में क्वेश्चन होगा कि 10 मिनट में कैसे डिलीवर करते हैं. तो बेसिकली वी आर वर्किंग ऑन द सेम मॉडल एज लाइक क्विक कॉमर्स. तो ECSTRA का इनोवेटिव मॉडल कैसे वर्क करता है? 10 मिनट के रेडियस में किसी भी सिटी में ECSTRA ई-क्लिनिक पहले से सिचुएटेड है. जहाँ पर कोई भी यूजर या पेशेंट रिक्वेस्ट करता है डॉक्टर को, तो ये रिक्वेस्ट जाती है ECSTRA ई-क्लिनिक के पास. ECSTRA ई-क्लिनिक के में ऑलरेडी डॉक्टर्स, नर्स होते हैं. जैसे ही पेशेंट बुक करता है वैसे ही नर्स विद इन मेडिकल बॉक्स के साथ पेशेंट के पास जाती है. वहाँ पर जाकर ऑनलाइन डॉक्टर को कनेक्ट करती है. उस ऑनलाइन डॉक्टर के थ्रू ऑन द स्पॉट पेशेंट का ट्रीटमेंट होता है. सेम केस नर्स के केस में है. नर्स को कोई बुक करता है, सेम नियरेस्ट होम हेल्थ केयर के पास जाता है, वहाँ से नर्स आकर ट्रीटमेंट देती है. आवर कम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज, हमारे पास डायरेक्ट कंपटीटर अभी इंडिया में कोई भी नहीं है. जो ट्रेडिशनल हॉस्पिटल हैं जहाँ पर ट्रैफिक का फेस करना पड़ता है, और जो टेलीमेडिसिन हेल्थ ऐप हैं जहाँ पर केवल कंसल्टेशन मिलता है, बट ECSTRA में 10 मिनट के अंदर ट्रीटमेंट ऑन द स्पॉट घर में ही मिलता है. इसकी प्राइस इतनी कम है जो कि ट्रेडिशनल हॉस्पिटल से 50% कम कॉस्ट में ही प्रोवाइड करते हैं. ये और जो टेलीमेडिसिन ऐप होते हैं जिनकी कॉस्ट 200 to 1000 रहता है. रेवेन्यू मॉडल जो हमारा है, जो यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स, जो एवरेज ऑर्डर वैल्यू है वो 500 है, जिसमें 30 to 40% हमारा मार्जिन रहेगा. और जो हमारे ग्रोथ माइलस्टोन है, नेक्स्ट 3 ईयर में हम 15+ सिटी में एक्सपेंड करेंगे. और B2B पार्टनरशिप, जिस भी सिटी में हम जाएंगे तो B2B पार्टनरशिप करेंगे, टाई अप विद हॉस्पिटल्स, ई-क्लिनिक एंड लैब्स. व्हाई नाउ? आप सोच रहे होंगे कि क्यों कोई दीपी केयर में इन्वेस्ट करेगा, क्योंकि इंडिया के हेल्थ केयर जो है वो सेक्टर फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सेक्टर है, जिसमें $372 बिलियन टुडे है एंड 2026 के एंड में $638 बिलियन तक जाएगा। अभी 820 मिलियन यूजर्स हैं जो डिजिटल हेल्थ को एडॉप्ट करने के लिए रेडी हैं। हमारे जो कस्टमर्स हैं वो हैं वर्किंग एडल्ट्स जिनको बहुत कम टाइम मिलता है, दे कैन यूज दीपी केयर एंड गेट ट्रीटमेंट विद इन 10 मिनट एट द डोर स्टेप। एल्डर्स जिनको होम टू हॉस्पिटल में ले जाना बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट होता है, दे कैन आल्सो यूज। वुमेन हेल्थ जो प्राइवेसी का बहुत कंसर्न रहता है, और चिल्ड्रंस जिनके पेरेंट्स अपने चिल्ड्रंस के लिए बहुत कंसर्न रहते हैं, दे कैन आल्सो यूज। ट्रैक्शन अभी तक अक्वायर्ड यूजर हैं 300 यूजर्स एंड रेवेन्यू जनरेटेड है 70,000 एंड 55 सर्विसेज डिलीवर हो चुकी हैं जिसका सेटिस्फेक्शन रेट रहा है 98%। अभी हम गोमती नगर में लाइव हैं और दिस इज आवर टीम। राजू प्रजापति, ही इज द फाउंडर ऑफ ई-नेस्ट, दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग मी मेंटरशिप एंड दिस इज वन मोर माइलस्टोन। दीपी केयर को एप्रिसिएशन मिला है आवर ऑनरेबल सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ, और हम अभी इंक्यूबेटेड हैं, सपोर्टेड हैं IIM लखनऊ और IIT लखनऊ। फंडिंग ऑफर्स भी हमें मिल चुके हैं, AJVC के लास्ट राउंड तक जा चुके हैं, और QI वेंचर से वी गॉट डायरेक्ट ऑफर 25 लाख बट वी हैव रिजेक्टेड ड्यू टू हाई इक्विटी। सेफलर इंडिया फेलोशिप में भी लास्ट राउंड तक सेलेक्ट हो चुके हैं। थैंक यू।
Thanks for the presentation. I think it's a great vision you have. I mean, you're absolutely right. Healthcare should be the most priority things. Like quick commerce, you should be able to access healthcare for anybody and everybody.
Yes.
But as you know, there are practical challenges, right? And you said you're already live. So what are some of the challenges that you have faced, and what is the ask to us as a jury?
चैलेंजेस मुझे पार्टनरशिप करना होता है सिटीज़ में एक्सपेंड करने में, वो प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं। हमें क्लिनिक के पास जाना पड़ता है, तब पार्टनरशिप करते हैं, उसके बाद फिर मॉडल ऑपरेशन होता है।
अभी तक कुछ बेचा है तुमने?
हाँ सर, 55 सर्विसेज डिलीवर हो चुकी हैं।
कितनी वैल्यू?
क्या सर?
कितनी वैल्यू, कितना रेवेन्यू अर्न किया?
70,000।
70,000।
यस सर।
तो ये GMV है?
हाँ सर।
ये मतलब तुम्हारा मार्जिन कितना है इसमें?
इसमें 30 to 40% मार्जिन है।
30 to 40%?
यस, ये टोटल रिवेन्यू है जो कि
तुम्हारा जो तुम्हारा बैंक अकाउंट हिट किया होगा।
यस सर।
70,000 रुपीज़।
यस सर।
ओके।
ये अभी पायलट है जो गोमती नगर में लखनऊ में।
जो तुमने डील तुम कह रहे थे तुम्हें मिल रही थी, जो तुमने रिजेक्ट करी है, उसमें कितनी इक्विटी मांग रहे थे?
वो 15% इक्विटी मांग रहे थे। ये QI वेंचर है।
कितना पैसा दे रहे थे?
25 लाख।
25 लाख?
हाँ।
तो तुम्हें कितना इक्विटी चाहिए, मतलब तुम्हारा क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन था?
8 to 9% ऐसे करके।
8 to 9, 10% मांग के चलते हैं।
हाँ सर।
25 लाख 10%, 2.5 करोड़ रुपए।
यस सर।
2.5 करोड़ का वैल्यूएशन।
यस सर।
किस बेसिस पे?
किस बेसिस पर? जस्ट फॉर आइडिया।
70,000 रुपये तुम्हारा रेवेन्यू है।
यस सर।
70,000 रुपये में अगर मैं मल्टीपल भी लगाऊंगा तो कितना मल्टीपल लगाऊंगा? तुमने मना क्यों किया? तुम्हारा बेसिस क्या था मना करने का?
बेसिस था उस टाइम जस्ट फॉर आइडिया था, तो हम बोले थे कि हम पहले इसको टेस्टिंग करेंगे, उसके बाद आपसे बात करेंगे। इस वजह से
तो 25 लाख तुम्हें दे रहे थे ना?
हाँ दे रहे थे, बट मैंने सोचा कि पहले हम टेस्टिंग करेंगे पूरा मॉडल, उसके बाद ये
दैट इज लगी। मुझे ये समझना था 70,000 रुपये के हिसाब से अगर मैं तुम्हारा वैल्यूएशन करूँगा तो 7 करोड़ के वैल्यूएशन के मुझे कितनी बार मल्टीप्लाई करना पड़ेगा? 100 से। 100x का वैल्यूएशन तुम्हें लगता होगा इस बिजनेस में?
नहीं सर।
मेरा पॉइंट सिंपली यही है ना कि हमने मना क्यों किया? व्हाट वाज द रीज़न? कि हमारे
उस
पास ये
time सर
विजुअल
just
थिंकिंग थी कि नहीं हम बहुत अच्छा कर लेंगे?
आइडिया फेज पर थे हम सर।
बेटा बड़ा अच्छा तुम्हें मिल रहा था, 25 लाख जेब में इज बेटर देन 10 लाख रुपए इन हवा। अच्छा था। एनीवेज इसमें अभी तुम्हारा रेवेन्यू कम है।
हाँ सर, क्योंकि पायलट टेस्टिंग है, दैट इज वाई।
और जो तुम मार्जिन कह रहे हो इतना ज़्यादा 30 to 40%, तो उस मार्जिन का तुम कर क्या रहे हो?
नहीं सर,
28,000 रुपये बच गए तुम्हारे पास मार्जिन में, राइट? ग्रॉस मार्जिन होगा?
नहीं, मार्जिन नहीं, ये मार्जिन है 30 to 40%। क्योंकि अभी सर हम स्टूडेंट हैं, अभी मेरा कुछ नहीं है, बस मैं प्लेटफॉर्म दे रहा हूँ, कनेक्ट कर रहा हूँ। तो अभी ये जो रेवेन्यू है मेरे प्रॉफिट में नहीं आ रहा, मुझे प्रॉफिट आ रहा। वो अभी दीपिकेयर एक क्लिनिक अभी स्टेब्लिश्ड है, तो जो भी नर्सेस का हो रहा है वो सब उसी में जा रहा है, ऐसा करके प्रॉफिटेबल अभी
अकेले
नहीं।
कंपनी चला रहे हो, कोई और भी है साथ में?
नहीं, टीममेट हैं जो भी, वो भी हमारे क्लासमेट ही है।
उनको भी इक्विटी दी है कंपनी में?
हाँ, इक्विटी है।
ठीक, ओके, दैट्स ऑल,
थैंक यू सर।
तो इसको स्केल अप करने के लिए आपको पार्टनरशिप्स की ज़रूरत है
हाँ सर।
विद हु, मतलब हॉस्पिटल्स, क्लिनिक्स,
हाँ, बेसिकली हम
डायग्नोस्टिक, कौन कौन से आप, मतलब आप पार्टनरशिप्स की बात करते हैं तो क्या किन लोगों को देख रहे हैं आप, और उनको ऑफर क्या कर रहे हैं फिर?
ऑफर हम उनको सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करेंगे, यूजर्स पेशेंट प्रोवाइड करेंगे, इस बेसिस पर हम पार्टनरशिप करते हैं। बेसिकली जो सिटी में होम केयर होते हैं ना और ई क्लिनिक्स होते हैं, उनके साथ ही हम पार्टनरशिप करते हैं।
अच्छा,
यस सर।
तो अभी बस आपका रेडियस जो है, ऑपरेटिंग रेडियस वो छोटा है,
हाँ,
limited है।
दैट इज यस।
और उसमें सर्विस प्रोवाइड करने के लिए भी आप डिपेंड कर रहे होंगे उनकी मैन पावर पे ही?
हाँ, अभी तो उनके मैन पावर पर, उन्हीं पर डिपेंड है, उनके पास मैन
10
पावर
मिनट में पहुंच पा रहे हैं कि नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं फॉर अ टेस्ट?
हाँ, टेस्ट किया हाँ पहुंच पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास मैन पावर ऑलरेडी है काफ़ी, नर्सेस, डॉक्टर।
हर जगह तो ऐसा नहीं होगा,
बट
ज़्यादातर पार्टनरशिप्स में आपको इस तरह की चीज़ शायद ना मिले,
क्योंकि वो बिजनेस ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं होम केयर का, तो नर्सेस रखते ही है, बस उनको हम कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं अपने प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू, तो मैन पावर तो ऑलरेडी उनके पास है।
बेसिकली आप जो पार्टनरशिप कर रहे हो वो होम केयर
नर्स के लिए,
हाँ।
और जो ई क्लिनिक है वो डॉक्टर सर्विस के लिए करते हैं।
तो अभी जहां आपने पायलट किया है, ये गोमती
हाँ।
नगर में पायलट किया है, आप बता रहे हैं, जो
yes,
कितने किलोमीटर की रेडियस में आपका ये है?
अप्रॉक्स 5 किलोमीटर रेडियस।
5 किलोमीटर रेडियस में कितने पार्टनर्स हैं आपके उसमें?
अभी एक ही है फिजिकल,
एक ही पार्ट जो पायलट हुआ है, जो
हाँ,
70,000 आपने जीएमवी जो आपका बैंक अकाउंट में हिट हुआ है, वो एक पार्टनर के साथ है।
अभी एक ही पार्टनर।
क्या क्या चैलेंजेस आपने फेस किए इस 55 जो आपने सर्विस दी हैं?
हाँ,
तो इसमें क्या चैलेंजेस आपके?
टाइम का, बेसिकली टाइम का चैलेंज आता है।
ओके,
कभी 10 से 15 हो जाता है, कभी 20 मिनट।
इसको जब आप स्केल अप करेंगे, अभी तो छोटा पायलट है आपका, कल को आप स्केल अप करने जाएंगे, सो व्हाट हैव यू थॉट कि चैलेंजेस तो मल्टीपल टाइम स्केल अप हो जाएंगे, तो हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू
क्योंकि सर फंडिंग होगी तो हम उनके मैन पावर जो है वो और यूज कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी फंडिंग नहीं, सारा कुछ मेरा स्टार्टअप एक दीपिकेयर जिससे पार्टनरशिप करें उसी पर पूरा डिपेंड है।
बेटा व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड इज दैट कि मेरा थ्योरेटिकल है सोचना कि लीनियर आपके जो चैलेंजेस आएंगे वो फॉर एग्जांपल आपने रेडियस 5 से 10 किया या एक जगह से 4 जगह किया, तो चैलेंजेस भी 4 गुना, वो चैलेंजेस भी बस लीनियरली बढ़ेंगे, लीनियरली नहीं बढ़ेंगे, चैलेंजेस विल गो अप 16 टाइम्स। तो यू नीड टू कन्विंस the investor or from where you are pitching yourself that वो challenges हमने mitigate करने के लिए ये सोच रखा है ऐसे। Getting my point ना?
Yes sir, okay, got it.
बेटा ये बताइए अभी तक कितने आपने यूजर्स हैं आपके अभी?
मेरे 300 यूजर्स हैं जो कि ऐप डाउनलोड कर चुके हैं।
अच्छा, नहीं वो यूजर्स जिन्होंने आपकी सर्विसेज ली हुई,
वो 55 यूजर्स हैं।
55, उसमें से कोई इमरजेंसी केस कभी आपने डील किया?
हाँ, एक इमरजेंसी केस आया था रामस्वरूप कॉलेज से।
ओके, तो उसका क्या?
फूड पॉइजनिंग था रात को 11:30 बजे।
ठीक है, तो उसका क्या रिजल्ट रहा? आपने क्या आपकी सर्विसेज से उसको क्या फायदा मिला?
उसको मैंने सर्विस बुक किया तो 10 मिनट में गया नर्स, वहाँ पर उसको ट्रीटमेंट किया, तो विद इन 1-2 आवर्स में उसको बेनिफिट मिल गया था, उसको आराम मिल गया था।
अच्छा,
तो उसका सेटिस्फेक्शन 100% रहा है सर।
ओके, सपोज ईश्वर ना करे कि आपकी सर्विस ऐसे इमरजेंसी केस में पहुंचती है और वहाँ पे कोई कैजुअलिटी होती है, ठीक है, देन हु विल रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर दिस? बिकॉज अगर वो पेशेंट हॉस्पिटल जाता तो उसको फर्दर और भी फर्स्ट एड वहाँ पे या एक्सपर्टीज़ मिल सकती थी, जहाँ आपने घर भेज के सिर्फ एक नर्स की एक्सपर्टीज़ उसको दी हुई है।
नहीं सर, नर्स की एक्सपर्टीज नहीं दे रहे, हम तो डॉक्टर, ऑनलाइन डॉक्टर ही इसको देख रहा है, उसके बाद नर्स ट्रीटमेंट दे रही है। वो जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होगी वो डॉक्टर की होगी, इस वजह से डॉक्टर इसमें इन्वॉल्व है जो ऑनलाइन रहेगा।
ओके,
इसीलिए हम फास्ट बना पाएंगे।
कितने डॉक्टर्स अभी तक कनेक्टेड हैं आपके साथ?
हम सर टाई अप किए हैं ईऑनमेड प्लेटफॉर्म के पास, वो डायरेक्ट ऑनलाइन डॉक्टर का पूरा एक्सेस दे दिए हैं। हम अनलिमिटेड उनसे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ईऑनमेड।
ईऑनमेड,
हाँ ईऑनमेड।
अच्छा, ई क्लिनिक्स के अलावा कुछ हॉस्पिटल से भी आपने टाई अप किए हैं?
नहीं सर, हॉस्पिटल के साथ अभी टाई अप नहीं है।
कोशिश करी है आपने अभी तक?
हाँ,
क्योंकि मुझे लगता है ई क्लिनिक्स से ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा कि अगर आप हॉस्पिटल से टाई अप करें, क्योंकि क्लिनिक्स का अपना एक टाइमिंग्स होता है।
हाँ,
ठीक है,
तो
लेकिन हॉस्पिटल जो है वो आपको 24/7 रनिंग है कि इनके जैसे आपने बोला रात में इमरजेंसी आई, देन आप अच्छी सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं क्वालिटी सर्विसेज के साथ में, ठीक है। बहुत अच्छा है, बस थोड़ा सा इसमें ध्यान आपको ये रखना है कि होम केयर सर्विसेज में जो इमरजेंसी केसेस आप डील करने हैं उसके सारे लीगल वो जो पॉइंट्स हैं उन पे बहुत स्टडी आप करिए, प्रॉपर उस पर क्या वैलिडेशन आपको रिक्वायर्ड होंगे उस पर काम करिए, प्लस जो भी डॉक्टर्स आप अपने साथ जोड़ रहे हैं या फर्दर जो भी एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, ठीक है, वो आपके बहुत अच्छे लेवल के होने चाहिए। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि आपकी एक छोटी सी मिस्टेक किसी की ज़िंदगी के लिए तारीफ बन जाए, ठीक है। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट, गुड लक।
थैंक यू सर।
मेरा एक छोटा सवाल है।
हाँ सर।
जब भी हम एक प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर रहे होते हैं ना, इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम, हेल्थ ऑलरेडी इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, चैलेंजेस, रेगुलेशंस, एक ना नया डिपार्टमेंट आ गया है, जीरियाट्रिक मेडिसिन। पता है आपको उसके बारे में? नाम सुना ये वर्ड?
क्या सर?
जीरियाट्रिक मेडिसिन। जीरियाट्रिक वर्ड सुना है?
नहीं।
ठीक है, तो जीरियाट्रिक वर्ड ना, कोई भी आदमी जो 50-55 के ऊपर है ना, उसके लिए एक पर्टिकुलर फिजिशियन होते हैं जो सब कुछ देखेंगे। ये नया, इसमें एमडी होती है। अब आप अपने बिजनेस को मुझे आपको सुझाव देना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है जजमेंट की जगह, कि आप ये समझिए कि आपने जो पिच लाइन की है कि हम 10 मिनट में पिज्जा नहीं डॉक्टर पहुंचा देंगे, ये शुरुआत के 2-3 मिनट तो बड़ा जबरदस्त लगता है सुनने में, लेकिन 10 मिनट गुजरते गुजरते सवालों का ढेर बढ़ जाएगा। इसका लॉजिक अगर आप उसको एक स्पेसिफिक एरिया में दे दें कि पोस्ट ऑपरेशन केयर या पोस्ट सर्जिकल केयर, कि आपकी सर्जरी हुई, सर्जरी के बाद इंश्योरेंस ने कह दिया कि भाई आपका पैसा लग गया, घर जाओ। अब जब आप घर जाओ तो सर्जरी डिपार्टमेंट के साथ काम कर रहे हैं ड्रेसिंग चेंज करने के लिए घर जाकर के, एकदम जब स्पेसिफिक कर देंगे ना तो आपके लिए स्केल करना आसान हो जाता है। हेल्थ ना 18-19 डिपार्टमेंट है, प्रिवेंटिव अलग है, पैलेटिव अलग है। अगर एकदम से बाकी कॉम्पिटिशन में आगे जाना है, एकदम निश एरिया को पकड़िए कि पोस्ट हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन केयर, वो भी हम पोस्ट सर्जिकल केयर के बाद देखेंगे। ये डिलीवरी आपकी हो गई हॉस्पिटल में, डिलीवरी के बाद 7-8-10 दिन जो नर्सेस चाहिए हम उन्हीं, तो उसमें आप उस कैटेगरी में अच्छा स्केल कर पाएंगे। और ओवरऑल टाइम वाले प्रोमिस से बचना चाहिए, कब कौन सा रेगुलेशन है ना, कौन सा अलाउड है कौन सा नहीं है। और तीसरा, आपको खुद का कोई प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करना चाहिए। अभी आप एग्रीगेटर है,
यस सर, राइट,
है ना?
यस राइट।
एग्रीगेटर में सर्विस मॉडल बहुत बड़ा है, सर्विस में हर कोई बराबर लेवल में सर्विस नहीं देगा।
राइट,
आप मान के चलते हैं कि परफॉर्मेंस ऐसा रहेगा, लेकिन आपके मानने से नेगेटिव रिव्यूज आने लगे तो उसको संभालना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो माय सजेशन फॉर यू इज पिक अप वन प्रॉब्लम, उस प्रॉब्लम का साइज कितना बड़ा है वो दिखाइए अपनी पीपीटी पे, कि अस्पताल ने, इंश्योरेंस ने इलाज कर दिया हर्निया का, आपको बोला कि अब घर जाइए। अब घर आ गए, अब चाहिए नर्सिंग स्टाफ। आप कहिए कि हम सिर्फ सर्जिकल ट्रीटमेंट के बाद घर पे अगले 10 दिन आप ये मेरे से 5,000 का पैकेज ले लो, मैं अगले 5 दिन आपको नर्सिंग स्टाफ दूंगा और अपने 5-4 एम्प्लॉय कर लो। थिंक ऑफ अ लार्जर मॉडल, क्योंकि एग्रीगेटर मॉडल में कल के दिन कोई आपसे ज्यादा कट देगा उस कंपनी को, वो उनके पास चले जाएंगे, राइट? सो दैट इज द सजेशन फॉर यू।
थैंक यू सर। ओके, थैंक यू एवरीवन।
So thank you everyone. We've completed all the pitches. I'll just check with the jury here. Would you like to have a quick deliberation, discussion among yourselves to discuss about the startups, or okay, only basis on this should be fine. Okay, all right, then we can continue with the activity and we'll be assessing the results and come back.
So thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the pitches presented today? It does not matter you win or you lose. You presented, you might have got the expert suggestions, and that might help you to develop it in a better way to get an existentialism of the same. So with this, we move ahead. We have a very small activity. So we are going to have on our screens the QR code. I request all of you to please scan the QR code and just enjoy a very small quiz. And as soon as you scan, we are going to have a timer start. So you are having 5 minutes to go ahead with this quiz. So the timer, please. Video of this also. So your time starts here. So we are closing. Can we have the next slide, please? So may I know the name? Okay. So we have a feedback also after this, so that's why we can have 1 more minute, means 2-3 minutes. Feedback form. So the results are amazing. You know, the first one who did it in the least time is Ayush Avasti from Amity, Lucknow. Ayush. And now, just any guesses who could be the second one? It's a Zaw, sir. And then we have Harinath, sir, the third one. So now I request all of you, I hope you must have enjoyed the entire series of this program and the sessions and the panel discussion as well. So I request all of you to please scan and give your valuable feedback so that we can really look upon and make some improvement for the next program. स्टॉप कर दे।
खोलिएगा कौन सी ट्रेड है?
So shall we go for the winners? So the most awaited moment. Can anybody guess what is next? What is next? Yes? Are you all not excited? You are? Then show some excitement, otherwise I am not going to reveal. So now we have the most awaited moment is the winner of this pitching, third, second and first. So the third one is Diagno Plus. So can we have the team here?
So he left already. He had a train at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so these people, they left. So now we have the second prize. It goes to Polyarm Guard. Here's the team. I request all the eminent guests and the delegates to come up and congratulate the team. So I request all the delegates to bring here, please. So now we have the final one, and it goes to 𝐻 Medical Services India Private Limited. Do we have somebody for 𝐻? So now this shows the real excitement. So now 𝐻, the first prize goes to 𝐻 Medical Services India Private Limited. Congratulations to all the winners. So now, as we have felicitated all our panelists, I would request Mr. Zor sir to please felicitate our judge, Dr. Shujat Haider Jafri, founder and CEO, Stufit Approach Private Limited, India. Sir, please. As we are moving towards the end of this program, I would request Dr. Ghazala Zaidi ma'am to please come up and propose formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. From morning we have come to evening, and kudos to and thanks to everyone who sat almost 6 hours. We have been here with so much patience, especially to our stalwarts, our eminent speakers who are experts from, each one is having expertise from their own field. It's really, when you will go back, then you will realize what you have heard, whom you have met here and you have listened to. But this is supposed to be one of the most boring thing, vote of thanks. So usually people avoid and then go away, but I am happy that so many people are still sitting here and smiling. So this has been, vote of thanks is not only giving thanks, but it's sort of summarizing what we have learned today. Thanks to you, especially the students, because this is, for the students, not by the students. And, take home message will be for the students, and obviously you will learn, and someday we are expecting you to be on this side of the table. So as the theme goes, it has been a wonderful opportunity for all of us to meet, greet, and now have an insight into the future of innovation, startups, and entrepreneurship. Hopefully you have all learned that. First of all, I express my heartfelt thanks to Mohsin sir, who is our Honorable Chancellor Sir, who has this vision, and then Mr. Zaw Ali Khan Sahab, who is one of the founder of this, and Dr. Hana Khan, who is co-founder, to visualize the extra, and the idea of this meet was born. And you won't believe this has been going on for months together, and finally we could do it, but this was again done in short of time. Why? Because we were considering the students' academic year and academic whether they should not have exams, etc., etc. So hopefully you were all comfortable coming here and enjoying the sessions. Now I also thank part of other management people, and especially Mr. Shyamnath from Siemens Healthcare, which we are collaborating with, and this extra was born and now it's developing. Thank you so much, sir. I also thank other members of management, especially if we see our Honorable Vice Chancellor and our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Farzana ma'am, who have been guiding us how to conduct these programs, giving us feedbacks, and obviously all the arrangements have been approved by them and designed by them. Now, I take this opportunity to thank individually Mr. Mahib sir, although he is not here, but his valuable time was very much appreciated. And then Dr. Rahul Singh Saab, Professor Tripendra sir, hopefully I am pronouncing your names right, sir. Mr. Azam Ali Sahab, Mr. Shuja Haider Sahab, and again Mr. Shyamnath Sahab along with his Siemens team for making this event worthwhile. And their contribution will be always remembered. Thank you very much, our other esteemed guests. My heartfelt thanks to all the teams, organizing team members and their leaders, especially Mr. Hari, Mr. Zishan, for all this IT team for making this possible, what we are seeing here, and it is being put on the YouTube also. You can watch later on also when you go from here. This will always be with you, and other obviously technical teams. My thanks would be incomplete without thanking the organizing team members like registration, food, hospitality, traveling, and there are a lot of things involved in that. All in all, it's difficult to take everybody's name, but there are 36 members, including us organizing secretaries. I thank them all for making this successful. I am representing everyone here. And especially, I thank Mr. Shiraz. I would like to acknowledge this. There's all the banners from when you entered the ERA premises to these trophies, mementos, which you will remember, and the certificates. Everything was single-handedly done by him and designed, obviously, with inputs from Mr. Abbas Naqvi, who is from, again, Siemens Healthcare, and he is one of the organizing secretary, and he is such a young fellow. It was surprising for us also for his inputs and his enthusiasm and really what he has done. So हम दोनों रात में 11 साढ़े 11 बजे तक बात करते रहते थे, and he was so, ma'am ये हो गया, and so these kind of things. It's why I'm telling you in front of you that this is commendable, really, and you are all young, and coming to this part, I'm appreciating his efforts. I was really surprised by your presentations and your participation. You young people have presented so well. I really appreciate, and I want everyone to applause again for your wonderful and enthusiastic participation. Thank you very much, all of you. So, and then obviously I would like to take some few names. Dr. Santosh, head of the department, computer science, who was responsible for bringing together all the participants, and he has done a commendable job. We had to stop the registration just after 3 days, I think, because there were very good response for restraints in our facilities and all that, because next time hopefully, because this is the first time, next time we'll make it on much larger scale so that many other participants can come and showcase their talents here, and we can communicate and do the networking. Hopefully you have given very good feedback. I'm telling now, now I cannot coax you. You have already given it. I'm just hoping it, and that it will you must have appreciated our efforts, and next time you will come here with full enthusiasm. Most of you must have passed your courses, and many of you might be doing your businesses, but hopefully we'll see each other again next year, or maybe next time whenever we are organizing this thing. So thank you very much again, the dignitaries, the students, their accompanying faculty members, the organizing team, and the team behind the curtains which works, like all the our supporting staff also. Thank you very much again, and good night.
ऑन कैंपस कुछ लैब्स है, ये तो आपने ट्राई करा ही था. We started this when we saw headlines. So 7-8 साल पहले आई थी headlines कि 80% of blood samples in India which were tested in the market, they were having potential might. कंपाउंड है, उससे शेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ जाती है ब्रेड की, लेकिन खाने वाली प्रोडक्ट है उसकी वजह से चल रहा है. पोटेशियम ब्रोमाइड आप खड़े रहिए बेटी. Something as basic as bread, we wanted to give our कोई ऐसा फिट नहीं है कि आप उसको डिजॉल्व करके जस्ट ट्राई इट आउट कि कितना है, क्वांटिफाई कर सकते हैं. हाँ होना चाहिए था ना, पॉपुलर इन द मार्केट. और बोलो सर अब इस तक तो इंस्टीट्यूट टाइम लगता है, लैब में ही भेजना पड़ेगा. तो जैसे ब्लड टेस्टिंग नहीं, मिल्क टेस्टिंग वाला नहीं आपने मीटर समझो दैट सॉर्ट. आपको पानी में घोलो तुरंत चेक करो. और ये चीज़ें भी अभी वो स्टार्टअप के लिए आप बता दीजिए.
कैमरा चलाइए. ट्रक में चलिए कहाँ है वो.
कट कर लें,
एक एंगल पूरा लेकर के एक एंगल ले रहे हैं. कुंदू पांडे रिकॉर्ड करो. जब बताएंगे तब बंद कर देना.
सुनो, रिकॉर्ड म्यूजिक का रिकॉर्ड बंद करा दूंगी, बताएंगे.